This is Run Elite, Train and Think Like the Greatest Runners of All Time. Written and narrated by Andrew Snow. Introduction. You can run much faster than you think you can. You've most likely picked up this book because you're already a runner and you want to improve how fast or how far you can run. Most runners want to accomplish these basic outcomes when they train. Chances are that you've already tried several training plans, read biographies and anecdotes, or scoured how-to videos online. Many of these resources will help you to improve your performance, but likely still you haven't run in the way that you know you're truly capable of. What holds you back from being the best version of yourself can't therefore be found in a training plan, for several reasons. You can have the best training plan in the world, but if you don't follow through with it, because life sometimes throws a curveball at us, doesn't it? Then you won't get the full intended benefit of that plan. If you get injured during your buildup, then the plan was perhaps too aggressive or not adaptable enough for you. And finally, if you follow the plan but it doesn't produce the goal that you really wanted and you walk away essentially the same person but with a time that's just marginally better, then what was the point? Most plans, and most coaches for that matter, they'll be able to help you get incrementally better by adding in things like more miles, faster intervals, more high-quality runs, or any other myriad of traditional training tactics. You're inevitably going to improve your fitness, at least for a little while. Many runners get increasingly serious about their training as their race approaches. They begin adding in harder, more frequent workouts, or they increase their mileage. This strategy works well for, about 6 weeks, and that's good enough for most runners. The thought then becomes that if they just continue to train in this way and add on even more workouts, then they'll become even better. The problem is that you can only stack on so much additional training before one of three things happens: injury, plateau, or burnout. Simply stacking on more workload to your training will produce an incremental improvement at best, and such incremental improvements will not get a 4:30 marathoner to run an hour, let alone 2 hours, faster anytime soon. This kind of large jump in performance demands a different approach. The issue is that if the approach taken is to train more, train harder, and run intervals faster, the approach used by most runners, but not their elite counterparts, then it's very likely that you will get injured or plateau before you can improve by such a huge margin, and additional effort will not yield a better result. But there are runners who have made these kinds of large improvements. How did they do it? At the 1964 Tokyo Olympics, a largely unknown runner named Billy Mills was set out to run the 10,000-meter event. Mills was far from being considered a contender for the medal. He said this about his first experience after arriving in Tokyo: "I went to get shoes from the Adidas rep at the Olympic Village. They told me they were running out of my size and were only giving shoes to potential medal winners." Well, what happened at the race? Mills not only won, but he set a new Olympic record, beating both the reigning Olympic champion and the world record holder. Mills took a whopping 2 minutes off of his own previous best in the 10K, and he did so not in 6 months, but in one single race. When Usain Bolt stepped onto the track for the 100-meter final at the Beijing Olympics in 2008, no one in the world expected that the race would be as dramatic as it was. At the time, the world record was held by Asafa Powell with a time of 9.74 seconds. Bolt took an amazing 0.05 of a second off of that time and won the gold medal. The papers the next day would glorify and critique him for celebrating early and pounding his chest 20 meters before the finish line. How fast could Bolt have run if he didn't showboat? Was the question everybody was asking. The next year, Bolt broke his own world record, running a mind-boggling 9.58 seconds, taking 0.11 of a second off of his own world record. This was a margin that had never been achieved before, representing the largest improvement in this race since 1921, a time that the experts predicted wouldn't happen for decades. This huge world record skyrocketed Bolt to superstar status and earned him the title as the most famous athlete in the world. Incredible improvements like these are hard to ignore, but for the runners who made them, they weren't a surprise. Perhaps one of these stories in isolation could be written off as a fluke, but I would argue that you can't fake your way to an Olympic or world record on the track. Large improvements in your running can happen much more quickly than traditional training methods would lead you to believe. What do Billy Mills, Usain Bolt, Eliud Kipchoge, an impressive runner who you'll learn more about in the next chapter, and the growing list of elite runners currently making equally impressive improvements know that the general running population doesn't? This book will break down exactly how to achieve a breakthrough in performance in your running. Your new level of running will not only produce the best race times that you're capable of, but more importantly, it will bring a level of fulfillment to your training that will enrich your life instead of taking from it. When you're fulfilled by your training, you'll stick with it long term, and therefore, you'll get a superior result. The system I teach in this book is different in that it is holistic. It isn't my own spin on what's been taught by many coaches for decades. The truth is that there are many great coaches in the world that you could learn from. But unless you go live at a training camp with them, become a resident runner, and dedicate your life to following their guidance, you are not going to benefit from just reading about the workouts that these coaches prescribe. The best coaches in the world treat their runners as a whole person. Runners are not lungs with legs. This book is not going to give you a cookie-cutter training plan that you can print out and put on your refrigerator. That's because great running isn't achieved this way. We will therefore develop a deep understanding of how to structure your training so that you can adapt your running to any life situation or any goal over any distance that you like. This is how elite runners train. It's not about talent. Too often, runners believe that the elite athletes that they look up to have a secret sauce. They think that if only they themselves were so talented as these elites, that they too would go to elite training camps, hire the best coaches, invest heavily in themselves, and really focus like the elites do. But this is backwards thinking, and it doesn't represent how the world of elite performance, running or otherwise, works. The runners who live at these training camps didn't magically just become fast runners and then hit the jackpot. They had to decide first that they were going to take a chance, move across the country, hire the world-class coach, and often stop working their 9-to-5 jobs in order to pursue excellence. It's this mindset, making a firm decision and then using their resourcefulness to take massive action, that actually led to their success, regardless of their level of talent. I remember a runner named Tony who stood out when I was in high school. At the regional cross-country meet, he won by almost a full minute. At the state meet, he was ahead of second place by over 40 seconds. And even at the Foot Locker Nationals, he ranked among the top 10. This kid was good. He then went to the University of New Hampshire on a full scholarship, and I saw him race there too. As a freshman, he won easily, but the next year I came back and wondered where he was. His teammates told me that he'd been kicked off the team. He had taken a liking to beer the summer before his sophomore year, and he put on an extra 30 pounds. He showed up to cross-country practice later that summer out of shape, and as a result, he lost his scholarship. Tony was dropped from the team and decided not to run anymore. Talent only got him to a good collegiate level. This kid was capable of so much more, possibly world-class times, yet his decisions were what drove his success, or lack thereof. Conversely, the late Steve Prefontaine, he's admired as one of the greatest American runners to have ever lived. Back in the 1970s, sport wasn't the same as it is today. In order to keep his amateur status and be eligible for the Olympics, Prefontaine chose to live in a camper, sustaining himself on food stamps and tending bar after his evening workouts in order to pay for his utilities. His decision to focus exclusively on what he knew he was capable of is not only what drove his success, but it's why we admire him to this day. The truth is that his records have been broken time and time again, but how he showed up in his life is what inspires so many of us today. Deep down, we know that we'd like to dedicate ourselves to our passions as much as Prefontaine did, but life gives us abundant reasons why now isn't the right time, or why the goal that we really want is out of our capability, even if we were to apply ourselves fully. Excellence in your running isn't about a genetic gift. It's about consistently doing the things that will yield an outstanding result. Small changes compound over time, such as a permanent diet change, a regular lifting regimen, and consistent quality of sleep. These are the things that will unlock a dramatically new level of fitness. And they have nothing to do with a genetic gift. They're all simply decisions that elites make that their sub-elite counterparts do not. The things that are easy to do are also easy not to do. This is the great secret of high achievement in any field, including running. The average person pursues what is guaranteed and reasonable. The elite person pursues the big goal that they really want, regardless of if they should do it. The distinction is not trivial, and it's the starting point of this book. Once an absolutely certain decision has been made, then the process becomes a matter of execution. Excuses fall away, and time seems to become more abundant. A new way of solving problems might emerge. When world-class training is stacked on top of that, then a breakthrough performance can be achieved. Here's how this book works. This book will break down exactly how to achieve a breakthrough performance in your running, and it's presented in 3 basic sections. First, we're going to uncover the importance of having a mindset that allows you to unlock your true potential. Second, we will do a comprehensive breakdown of how to structure your training and your workouts so that you can model the same principles as the greatest runners who have ever lived, and you can run the best times of your life. Third, we'll examine special workouts, hacks, and leading-edge science that will give you the tools to improve your performance much more quickly than you probably ever thought possible. My promise to you is that if you absorb the material in each of the 3 sections of this book, and you do so in order, so no skipping ahead to the training section before you complete the mindset section, trust me, it's not going to do you any good. Then you will have the best running years of your life ahead of you. I've spent my life studying sports medicine, exercise physiology, and the mindset of elite distance runners. During my undergraduate studies, I worked in Division I track and field and cross country with the performance and the sport medicine teams, and I authored the research on predicting your 5,000 meter race time performance in trained long distance runners. In graduate school, I continued my study of what it took for elite runners to become great, and I authored the paper titled The Non-Metabolic Factors Affecting Running Performance in Trained Long Distance Runners. It's a mouthful. I took my education to yet another level, and I trained with some of the most successful collegiate coaches in the country, getting certified as a United States Track and Field and Cross Country Coaches Association member. My training was extensive, and I figured that I knew much of what there was to know about how to train. But what I found to be true is that trying to use scientific principles to enhance performance was only a small portion of the equation. I often found that runners would say that they had a burning desire to achieve their goals, but their behavior would show otherwise. Too often, training would be inconsistent or would lack a long-term goal that really lit them up and motivated them to make meaningful change in their lives. I found that mindset was the biggest limiter of performance. So, I went to the best mindset coach on the planet, Tony Robbins, and I immersed myself in mastering the principles of behavior change that athletes can use to make themselves champions. Robbins' coaching got Andre Agassi to come back from a long string of subpar tennis matches and become a world champion. His techniques also got Serena Williams to step up and become the dominant force of nature that she became, which led her to become the best in the world. This work extended to Mike Tyson, Wayne Gretzky, Michael Phelps, and entire NBA teams. Robbins met with the Golden State Warriors in early 2018 and coached them on maximizing their potential while missing key players, helping them find a new rhythm regardless of who was on the court. And that season, the team racked up win after win without even having their all-star players, and they went on to win the NBA Finals. Elite athletes, runners or not, they find greatness in what is demanded by their high level of competition. It all comes down to constantly raising your standards, knowing that there's always another level and that there's always a way to get to that level if you're committed. It's the little things, how you deal with setbacks, how you talk about who you're becoming, what you believe you're capable of, and your daily habits, what you feed your body, how much you prioritize sleep or recovery, and whether you do the smaller things like consistent weightlifting, making biomechanic improvements, compounded over a career that make all the difference. These are the things that make elite athletes superior to their counterparts who merely dabble. It's not about a genetic talent, and it's not about opportunity. We make our own opportunity. Perhaps the greatest runner who has ever lived, Emil Zatopek of Czechoslovakia, didn't have much opportunity. In the 1950s, he was in the Czech military and under communist leadership. During a time of internal and external strife, Zatopek was under strict military control, confined to his base and only allowed to leave to train at the track while under surveillance. His elite athlete status earned him special privileges and the freedom to be able to exit his post and go running. But it was more than just implied that if Zatopek failed to continue to earn the respect for his country by being a world premier distance runner, his very safety and his life would be in jeopardy. At times when he wasn't allowed to leave his base to train, Zatopek would find a way to continue to improve his running. His solution? He carried his wife on his back and he ran in place. When the brutal Czech winters covered the track and made training impossible, Zatopek would put on hip-high snow boots that weighed many pounds and he'd run through the waist-deep snow. Even when his food was rationed and he had to survive off half of the calories that he needed, he remained fiercely committed to his running and did whatever it took to train. The result was that he became an Olympic champion, a world record holder, and a source of inspiration for decades to come. But it's not just about elite athletes. The training and mindset principles that I share with you in this book have worked for myself and for hundreds of the runners who I coach, and we're likely more similar to you than you'd think. I've done it. When I started running 26 years ago, I wasn't anything special. Seriously, I was a really slow runner. I'm not saying that to boast it. Look how far I've come. I'm saying it because I was really below average. In high school cross country, I came in 121st out of 123 at the end of my first season. In track, I was dead last in every single race, frequently getting lapped by the winners. But I kept going because I loved running. Eventually, I qualified for the Boston Marathon multiple times, and I ran it under 3 hours. I ran a 12-hour mountain trail race and completed a distance that was good enough to rank 185th in North America. In 2022, I successfully completed the Tahoe 200-mile endurance run. But here's the crazy part. I trained less for my sub-3-hour marathon than I did for when I ran 306, 310, and even slower. I trained even less for the longer races that ranked me among the year's best performers in North America. Now, I may not be an Olympian, but I sure went from being the slowest of slow runners to hitting the biggest goals I set for myself. The runners who I coach have done it too. Most of the runners that I coach are in their 40s and their 50s, and they're getting the same results. Brett came to me in August of 2022, having just run a 3:58 marathon. He wanted to take nearly an hour off of his time in order to qualify for Boston, and he had only 9 weeks to do it. And now that's a lot of time to take off very quickly. I told him that it was possible, but the question was whether he was willing to do what it would take to cut that much time off so quickly. He decided that he was, and we cranked hard. When a small injury came up, we solved it in a creative and unorthodox kind of way. When we had made massive progress, but not enough, we then overhauled his diet, and he lost 25 pounds in just over 2 months. These lifestyle changes aren't how most runners approach their training. Most runners just think that they should run more. But for Brett, just running more wasn't going to give him such a huge performance gain. The result was that he ran the St. George Marathon weeks later in a time of 3:03, a full 55 minutes faster than ever before. This is the kind of improvement that can be made with the techniques found in this book. Here is a short list of notable runners I've worked with who have applied these techniques with great success. Tim broke his lifetime marathon PR twice in a row, running 2:52. And then he broke his best 10,000 meter time from his college days. Here's the kicker. He did it all at age 50. Now here's an update. Since I first wrote this, Tim again broke his marathon PR and ran 2:48 at age 51. And just a few months later, he recovered and then he trained again and got a time of 2:44. And now I'm coaching him into the Chicago Marathon 2 months away, where he's going for a sub 2:40 at age 52. Eric took 13 minutes off of his half marathon in 2 months, and he wasn't a slouch either to begin with. He was already an Ironman competitor and had already run in the 140s for the half. Marilyn, she took off 23 minutes from her marathon in under 3 months, running a time of 3:15. And she was 43 years old when she did that. Gene, when he came to me, the furthest he had run was a half marathon, and he wanted to be an ultra runner. So we built him up to his first 50-miler, and he competed in the most competitive 50-miler in the country, the JFK 50, within 6 months, and he did it at age 62. Heidi, at age 49, she'd already broken her PRs in many distances over our 2 years of coaching together. But right as this book was being released, she had another marathon on the books. Her goal was to run a 3:20. And her reach goal, if everything went super well and the weather was great, was to run a 3:15. What she did was she ran a 3:02, and she took a whopping 15 minutes off of her already impressive marathon time, beating her lifetime PR that had stood for 20 years. And this works for younger runners too. Alex, age 32, he took a full hour off of his 50-mile and set a marathon PR during a 50-mile race, placing him 39th in North America. And he did all of this in 1 year. Matlis, at age 17, he took 50 seconds off of his 3,000-meter steeplechase time while racing in high school, and he ended his season as the conference champion. And he did this in 5 months. If you knew that such a large improvement in your performance was possible, would you be even more motivated to do the training? Now it's in your hands. Turn the page and claim the outstanding life as a runner that you really want. Part 1. Mindset. Chapter 1. Kipchoge and the mind of the fastest marathoner in history. During the writing of this book, a historic event took place in the sport of marathoning. On October 12, 2019, Eliud Kipchoge of Kenya set out to be the first human being to break the 2-hour barrier at the iconic distance. Already the world record holder in the marathon, with a time of 2:01:39, Kipchoge sought to chop nearly 2 minutes off of this already impressive time during a high-profile event that would attempt to control many of the conditions needed to achieve this time, called the Ineos 1:59 Challenge. Let's put this in perspective. His world record was good enough to beat the second fastest time ever run by a full minute and 18 seconds, an astonishing margin in this ultra-competitive sport. No other human had ever run under 2:02. Or even 2:03. Kipchoge's world record was arguably the most untouchable record in the sport. Yet the story gets so much crazier. 2 years earlier, in 2017, Kipchoge had attempted to break the 2-hour barrier under controlled conditions at the Nike Breaking 2 project, where he had every advantage available to a runner, including laser-guided pacing projected on the road by an electric pace car, runners passing him his nutrition, and even new high-tech shoes from Nike. He came painfully close, running 2 hours, 25 seconds. From training leading up to the event to race day conditions, everything had gone perfectly. Yet he missed the time. And this is really where our story begins. It's where we can learn exactly how Kipchoge became one of the greatest distance runners in history. At a press conference in Vienna, just 2 days before his second attempt at the 2-hour barrier, a reporter asked Kipchoge, "In which way has your preparation for the race been different from the 13 marathons you've run in the past?" Kipchoge was poised at the podium, held his fingers in a calm, gentle steeple, and he answered, "My training has been the same. Management has been the same. Coaching, it's been the same. Everything has been the same. Now the thinking is different." Even for the greatest distance runner the world has ever seen, who was attempting a marathon time that no one in history had come within 3 minutes of, the most important aspect of his training was his thinking. Is Kipchoge an outlier, or is superhuman performance possible for anyone? What did Kipchoge mean when he said that his thinking was different? To answer this, it's wise to look at the other elite performers over several disciplines in sports who have reached similarly high levels. If we look at the most accomplished athletes in sport, we might see superstars like Michael Jordan, Serena Williams, Tiger Woods, Mike Tyson, and Michael Phelps performing in a way where they look smooth and confident and certain of what they're about to do as they get on the blocks, the court, or the field. Luckily for us, these athletes have made what got them to their level of extraordinary performance clear in numerous interviews. They were all in a state of certainty when performing at their peak. This state of certainty allowed them to access what has been described as flow, or the optimal state of consciousness, where we feel and perform our best, where focus is so intense that all aspects of performance, both mental and physical, go through the roof. Scientists have known about the relationship between flow and success at an elite level for more than a century, but understanding how to get into flow has been slow to come. Yet flow doesn't need to be understood in order to be achieved. We can do a power skip right over a deep understanding of how to get into a state of flow and just get there by having a reason to believe that what we're doing is important. All of the athletes above believed that what they were doing was important enough that it deserved all of their focus. With this tunnel vision focus, they were able to access a mental state where previous limits dissolved and new world records were set. This mental state isn't reserved for only elite athletes. A common person can access it at any time if the situation is important enough to demand full focus. Chances are that at one time or another, you've heard of Tom Boyle, the man who lifted a car off of a boy who was struck while riding his bike and pinned underneath it. Boyle was able, without powerlifting training, without a proper warm-up, without chalk, without lifting gloves or any sort of world record-setting equipment, to lift a 3,000-pound Camaro off of the pin boy. It was later calculated that he had broken the world record in the deadlift for his weight class by over 150%. Not only this, but he shattered 8 of his own teeth from clenching his jaw so hard while making the lift, and he hadn't even realized it until after. I'll say that one more time, because it's worth noting twice. A man without any formal training was able to break a world record, simply because he decided that he had to. So what? How can you run faster, jump higher, or be better if you don't have a bear chasing you or see a car crushing a child? The answer brings us back to Eliud Kipchoge, who on the day of his second attempt at the sub-2-hour marathon knew he wouldn't have a bear chasing him or a car pinning a loved one in order to motivate him. If his attempt succeeded, he wouldn't even have a legitimate world record to claim. His attempt at the sub-2-hour marathon wouldn't count as an official world record because of the use of pacers and the fact that it wasn't an official race with other competitors. Kipchoge wouldn't even have anything tangible to motivate him. No record, no medal, no victory, only a time on a clock that wouldn't even be written about in the record books. With only his mind to rely on to unleash a superhuman performance, Kipchoge was able to tap into the kind of reserves that are often only seen in life or death emergencies. Yet he was able to do it in a controlled environment, with poise and calculated execution. This level of absolute focus and certainty came from his absolute 100% belief that he would succeed. A reporter asked Kipchoge, "Not every day is a perfect day. What happens if you fail? Do you stop and try another time?" Kipchoge laughed before replying with a smile, "That's a hard question, but I don't think it will happen." Then he continued to laugh, which seemed to display how foreign the idea of failure was to him. He hadn't even considered it. 2 days later, on that fall day in Vienna, Kipchoge smashed the 2-hour barrier, crossing the finish line to a roaring applause, worldwide live coverage, and a clock that read 1:59:40. 2 minutes faster than his own world record. What Kipchoge did was decide what his beliefs about performance would be. After he did, then the running of the race was just a formality, regardless of whether it seemed realistic, reasonable, or even doable. When venturing into uncharted territory, in this case running a marathon in 2 minutes faster than any human being ever had before, there's no objective reason to think that what you're doing is even doable. After all, no one's ever done it before. But Kipchoge chose to believe that he wasn't limited, and that belief is what allowed him to pioneer a marathon under 2 hours. In the documentary that's since been made about this event, Kipchoge, The Last Milestone, Kipchoge says that no human is limited. That is the belief that he had, that many other great runners do not have. Kipchoge says that no other marathoner believes that they can break 2 hours in the barrier, so they don't even try. He believed that he could, and now he has. The formula for success can be seen as, number 1, choose what you believe. Kipchoge chose his belief about what was possible. He didn't allow science, statistics, history, or even his own past performance to have any say in what he chose to believe he was capable of. This allowed him to dare to even attempt such a fast time. Number 2, use applied faith. Faith isn't blind. If you truly believe that you're going to achieve something, it's only natural that you'll take action steps towards that outcome. Take, for example, the idea, the love of your life is out there and you will be together. A person with passive faith would sit around and wait for that person to land on their lap. A person with applied faith would make themselves available so that they could find that person. The latter is what Kipchoge did. He applied his faith to his running, which allowed him to train differently, think differently, and even inspire the creation of the Ineos 1:59 challenge. Number 3, make a decision. You haven't made a real decision until you've taken a new action. If you fail to take any new action, then you really haven't truly decided. It's just wishful thinking. Kipchoge decided that not only could he run under 2 hours, but he would run under 2 hours. So his actions eventually got him to, board a plane to Vienna, create a pacing team, announce the event, book the road closures, hire staff for the event, and get it done. Just thinking about doing something isn't the same as making a real decision. For Kipchoge, nothing would have happened if he failed to take a new action. Number 4, use your personal power to take action. Personal power is a term referring to your own ability to influence how you feel, regardless of what happens around you. When you're able to influence your own emotion, then you'll take drastically different action. Think of it this way. If you feel excited, hopeful, grateful about your upcoming race, are you more or less likely to train better than if you felt apprehensive, indifferent, or unmotivated towards the race? Of course you would be more likely. You would then take better action, and the better action would have come from the emotional state that you were in before you took the action. Chapter 2. You can't push your way to a world record. Mindset and tenacity aren't the same thing. Mindset is a hot topic. You may have had conversations with your running friends about pushing hard, not letting anything stop you, and getting fired up for that big race. You've likely admired other runners as you watch them push past their perceived limits on race day and crawl across the finish line to a roaring applause. We love these moments because they show us that no human is limited by their body shutting down on them. With enough tenacity, we can keep going. There seems to be no limit. Although this is inspiring, it doesn't account for great performances. In some cases, the reason why a marathoner is crawling across the finish line could just be that they're undertrained. Tenacity is often confused for a superior mindset. We often think of our mindset in running as our ability to push hard, both in training and on race day. We visualize ourselves during a tough run where our bodies scream at us to slow down, but we valiantly push forward and endure. What I've found in my career as a coach is that most dedicated runners already believe that they have tenacity and can indeed push very hard when the race or the workout is important enough, probably such as yourself. This is a dangerous position to be in because it leaves a runner focusing only on how to execute on their action plan when they should be focusing on how to improve their own mindset. The truth is that you may want to train as hard as you can to make the most of what you have, but only if it doesn't interfere with other priorities in your life, which might be even more important to you. The fictional boxer, Rocky Balboa, he was tenacious. He got up at 4 o'clock a.m. He drank a blender of raw eggs with the shells on. He started running, but even Rocky had a strong reason for why he was training so hard. For him, it wasn't about winning. It was about love. Yo, Adrian. We will do more when driven by love than when driven by a time on the clock. What would you do for someone you love? If you said you would do anything, then you know the power of being driven by a strong value and emotion. James Bond could do it. Could you run a really fast race if you absolutely had to? Imagine a James Bond scenario where your spouse and your kids were captured by a twisted villain, locked in a cage, and they were slowly being lowered into a tub of battery acid. If there was a stop button that was exactly 1 mile away, and you had exactly 10 seconds less than the fastest mile you've ever run to get there, and hit that button before the evil warlord won, could you get there? You bet you could, even if it might be really hard to get there in time. If you believed it were remotely possible, wouldn't you give it hell instead of not even trying? Of course you would, because you'd be driven by both love and the pain of potential loss if you didn't do it. You wouldn't be thinking about the time on the clock. You'd be thinking about giving everything you had to save your loved ones. We'll do a lot to get something we really want, and we'll do even more to avoid an equivalent pain. So ask yourself now, what emotions drive you towards taking action on important things, like you're running? Then ask yourself, what emotions do you try to avoid at all costs? Once you have a list of both the positive emotions you want and the negative ones you do almost anything to avoid, then you can start to leverage your mindset. Now go back to the James Bond scenario. I promise, just one more time. Imagine that the scenario was the same. But instead of finding out about it with minutes to spare, you found out about the scenario 3 months in advance. You had 3 months to train. Now, would you believe that you were going to take massive action and do whatever it took to get yourself fit enough to run that mile time and also give it hell on the actual day? What if you had an important work meeting come up? Could you still find a way to level up your training? What if you injured your foot during training? Would you find the best doctors and cross-train like you never had before? That's what it takes to have a breakthrough in your performance. It's not only about the focus you have on race day. You gain that focus by practicing it leading up to race day. And the only way to cultivate this kind of drive is to have a strong reason why you're doing it and the strong desire to avoid the loss that you will if you don't. It's still a good idea to have an excellent training plan for how you're actually going to level up your fitness. And that's part 2 of this book. We'll go into deep depth there. But it'll only work if you're driven by powerful emotions. The best way to be driven by a powerful emotion is to find a way to have your running feed your life as a whole. Your running must not violate the view that you have for yourself of how you want to live your life. For example, if you believe that you're an overcomer who is committed, adventurous, and fast, then you should structure your training so that it enhances these. Let's take a look at each one. 1. Enhance being an overcomer by overcoming something else in your life that's not related, like leaving a toxic relationship, starting your own business, etc. Number 2, enhance the feeling of being committed by hiring a coach, signing up for that big race that you really want to do. Number 3, enhance your sense of adventure by running a mountain trail race in the Rockies instead of a road race, or maybe travel to a new country to race, or just take a friend on an impromptu camping trip. Number 4, enhance the feeling of being fast by, including shorter, faster intervals in your training, getting to the track more often, or even watching a Bruce Lee movie. That guy was fast. Or to borrow a joke from my father, we should watch a Bruce Lee movie. By knowing what it is that you really want and then deciding that you're going to live your life as a person who already has those things, you will naturally become that person. And once you become the kind of person who has the things you really want, well, guess what? You get to have the things you really want. One reason most people never achieve what they really want in life is because they never direct their focus and their emotion. They dabble instead of deciding that they're going to master an area of life and then cultivating the emotions that will drive them to take massive action. Your job is to know what it is that you want out of your running, and then to choose to cultivate that identity and the relevant emotional experiences now. To change the quality of your life, number 1, make a decision. Then, number 2, cultivate the emotions that will drive you to, number 3, take massive action. It's really that simple. 3 steps. What it takes to succeed. Karen's story. Karen came to me as an already successful marathoner. At age 68, she had a streak going of running the Rock and Roll San Diego Marathon, 21 years in a row. During that time, she'd also qualified for and run the Boston Marathon 9 times. On top of that, she'd run about a dozen other marathons or half marathons each year. When she came to me, this experienced badass wanted to set a lifetime best in her marathon at an age when most runners had given up pursuing fast times. She selected a fast course in Utah that was a net downhill and at high altitude. Since she was at sea level in San Diego, this would be a great opportunity for her to run really fast, if she could get used to the altitude. Karen had a full life out in California and wasn't a sponsored runner. She had a husband, multiple children, and even an elderly mother to take care of. A busy lady, but she knew that if she really wanted to run well at that race, she needed to acclimate herself to the Utah altitude, and that required spending time at altitude. So she decided to move to Utah for a full month and train on the course. Karen found an Airbnb in Park City, Utah at the highest elevation available, over 9,000 feet. She put her normal life on pause, including making the difficult choice to leave her family behind in California in order to pursue her greatness. This shows her mindset leveling up and demonstrates her dedication to getting the things she wanted. The result? Karen ran really well. She got her Boston qualifier time, but she also missed her lifetime best. At first, she was disappointed. And this might even happen to you. You might give a training block everything you have, really commit, and still fall short of your goal. But remember, the goal was the feeling you thought achieving that time would give you. For Karen, her goal was to improve and run a PR, showing up fully and doing everything she could so that she didn't ever worry that she had wasted her potential. And she accomplished that goal. After a brief rest and a week or so of feeling bad because she missed her lifetime PR, Karen was back at it. She decided to continue to train, and she aimed her sights on a race 6 months away. But this time, she made some changes. Instead of focusing on the time on the clock and hoping that it would make her feel the way she wanted, she decided to flip the script and focus on how her training made her feel, letting the time come to her. So, Karen dedicated her upcoming race to her late mother, who had passed during her previous training cycle. She made a custom singlet with Bible verses on the back in order to inspire other runners who she met in races. She volunteered to run as a guide to blind runners in Europe, and she helped them achieve their goal. After doing all these things, when she came back to her own marathon that summer, she got what she had originally set out to accomplish back in the harsh mountains of Utah. Karen got her new PR, beat her previous Boston qualifying time, and secured a spot in the 2022 Boston Marathon race. Had it not been for her love of her mother, her desire to help her blind friend, her religious faith, and her willingness to let go of failures of the past, I don't believe she would have run her fastest time. It was these qualities that unlocked even her eventual success. Just as Karen wouldn't have been successful if she hadn't started with a clear decision about what she wanted, you too must clarify what your real goal is. For Karen, the true goal turned out not to be the time on the clock. She had sacrificed too much by moving to Utah, and she had regretted leaving her husband and her children behind. She'd been attempting to push her way to a PR. When she let go of pushing and instead focused on her real goals, her goal of loving her mother, supporting her family, training consistently, enjoying the race, and keeping the rock and roll marathon streak going, and using her faith to motivate other runners, she was able to unlock her true joy in training. She ran more than ever before, doubled down on her weight training, and dramatically improved her diet. And the result was that she had a race season that was not only successful, but fulfilling. The time on the clock came almost as an afterthought. Just as Eliud Kipchoge showed us how his mindset is what got him to his world records, the same principle works at any level, at any age. You can't push your way to a world record. Chapter 3. Unreasonable belief in oneself. Cocky or genius? The Europeans say that he hasn't been in a war yet, but this boy's got utter belief in himself. These were the words chosen by Fred Long to describe Steve Prefontaine during his live commentary at the 1972 Olympic 5,000-meter final. Prefontaine believed in his abilities so deeply that he publicly declared his intention to run the last mile of the race in under 4 minutes, essentially daring his competitors to try to stay with him. His passion and utter belief in himself are exactly why not one, but 2 Hollywood movies were made about him, Without Limits and Prefontaine. Pre, as his fans called him, was the embodiment of certainty. Historians say that when he stepped on the track, the skies cleared. That was the level of emotion that Pre was able to transfer to those who saw him compete. He lifted a crowd of thousands to its feet to chant, Pre, 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 shaking the grandstands to such a degree that fellow competitors on the track recall not being able to even hear their own yells and screams due to the thundering roar. Pre's life still brings tears to the eyes of countless high school track runners who watch his movies the nights before races, which I myself am guilty of, 77 times during high school to be exact. With an ability to lift those around him to such a high emotional state, how do you think Pre himself felt during these moments? It starts to be abundantly clear that athletes like Pre, Jordan, Tyson, Kipchoge, Gretzky, and Pele all inspire in us what we want to be able to feel about ourselves. That feeling that no matter what happens, I am committed, and no matter how hard things get or how many times we fall, I am making this happen and nothing will stop me. To sum it all up in one word, it's certainty. This kind of passion is abundant in many sports and other non-athletic feats of greatness. One of the best explanations for what's going on comes from martial artist Richard Behrens. In his book, Teachings of a Grand Master, a dialogue on martial arts and spirituality, Behrens shares a story of a world-class powerlifter who came to him during his final preparation for a world record lift attempt, asking for a technique concerning the mind that would give him an edge. Behrens coached the powerlifter on how to quiet his lower mind, the part that thinks, experiences fear, and can be skeptical. The part that may think that such a heavy lift would be difficult or even impossible. And instead, to tap into the more subtle, higher mind, the part of the mind that operates in the background, that makes your heart beat 100,000 times per day, and isn't influenced by opinions or what is realistic. It just operates from a source of great power. This part of the mind governs the emotions necessary for overcoming what used to seem impossible. In this case, the emotions needed to lift a world record weight were certainty, abundance, flow, and belief. As a result, the powerlifter broke the world record by an impressive margin. According to Behrens, during his world record lift, his lower mind remained quiet and didn't interfere. This allowed his higher mind to dominate and command. Since it's the higher mind that controls the energy of the body, he was able to draw on that strength. The result of his world record attempt is now found in the record books, and it wasn't just a mere physical lift that gave him the world record. It was a spiritual lift. Now, I'm not going to make claims about what's going on here, whether it's energy, chi, or woo-woo special sauce. I'm interested in what produces results. We now have top performers in running, boxing, tennis, basketball, swimming, powerlifting, who report that it wasn't their plan that created greatness. It was their belief, emotional states, and the meaning that the event had to them that produced superhuman performances. In the case of distance running, the goal is often to either run a faster time or beat a certain opponent. This is the goal or objective, which is held in the mind, the lower mind, the conscious mind. Then there's the subconscious mind, the higher mind, which holds our beliefs about what we are really capable of. It holds our beliefs about what it means if we achieve our goal. Often deep down, success is actually not wanted because we'd then lose the story of our identity of being the one who's pursuing the success. It's that subconscious that holds our values, and you will never act in a way that violates your own true values. Many runners set an A goal and a B goal for their race. Their rational mind thinks that they can run a 1:45 half marathon, but their emotional mind isn't quite convinced. They don't really believe it. They don't really believe that they can do it. The emotional mind is only certain that they can run, well, let's say a 2-hour half marathon. That's the time they feel certain that they can achieve. The 1:45 sure does sound good, but they don't fully believe it. So they end up making an A goal of 1:44.59 and a B goal of 1:59.59. This is exactly where we lose our ability to break through our performance. There is no B goal to someone who is fully committed. Bruce Lee once said the following about anyone who wanted to challenge him to a fight. "I have no fear of the opponent in front of me. Should I do anything, I have made up my mind that I will win. And that's it. You better kill me before I get you." The subconscious or the higher mind is rarely considered when pursuing a new personal record or out sprinting the competition in the final 100 meters of a world championship race. We tend to think that it's training or mental tenacity that got them their success. So lesser athletes try to mimic the specific training and the chest bumps, the yelling, the gestures that they observe in their heroes. Think Usain Bolt and doing the lightning bolt, or Mo Farah striking the Mobot. Yet this tactic is bound to lead to subpar performances. The reason is simple, and it's phrased best by success mentor Zig Ziglar. You cannot consistently perform in a manner which is inconsistent with the way you see yourself. If an athlete pretends to be confident, but then must put their money where their mouth is and wavers, their lower mind just takes over and it won't allow the breakthrough in performance to happen. This is where excuses or justifications come in. They may even seem legit, but they're excuses nonetheless. "It wasn't my day. My Achilles was hurting. I don't really run well in the heat," etc. The key is to align your goals with what it is that you actually believe and value, not lying to yourself. If you were to ask most people you know what their beliefs and values are, you might get some knee-jerk replies that sound good, philosophical, and often politically correct. Yet how often in your own life have you carefully considered what you actually believe and why you believe it? What you may find is that many of the beliefs that you have around what you think you're capable of in your running came from what you've seen others do, what you've read, what your current personal record is, or how much pain you believe you can tolerate in a race. But haven't you found that there's always another level? That there's always another layer that you can peel back, leading you to discover that you're capable of far more than you previously thought? So even your own beliefs about what you're capable of are elastic, and they change over time. What if you could stretch those beliefs more rapidly to get yourself 10 years of growth in a moment? Now, let's move into how your emotional state influences your running performance on race day. The next section will give you a practical approach to hijacking your success and starting your journey upward. Does changing how you feel affect your race time? When Jim Ryan set his first world record in the mile, he said that it was the easiest race he'd ever run. And it was precisely this ability to relax in his body and his mind while running that made the world record possible for him. The record was no surprise to Jim Ryan. He'd been running with a sense of ease for months leading up to the race. Great performances often appear to be effortless to an outside observer. The colloquial, "she makes it look so easy," is now almost cliche when watching the Olympic gold medalist tumble and hurl herself through the air with a smile on her face. The state that you might say these athletes are in is a state of flow. They don't need to think, they just perform. In psychology, this is called unconscious competence, where all skills are executed based off of years of training to bring the athlete to a point where they no longer need to think and can simply respond and act with very little effort. Getting to this point is the purpose of training. In these moments of flow, an athlete is almost a witness to the body doing an extraordinary performance. The only way that this can get screwed up is if the athlete starts to worry or gets in their own head and loses focus for the moment in exchange for focus on what could go wrong. The training really mattered, but if on the day of competition the mind is hijacked by doubt, fear, uncertainty, or worry, then the highest goal, which requires complete focus, can't be attained. Therefore, although training is important, the emotional state that you're in before the gun goes off matters even more. The quality of your action is determined by your emotional state before you begin. Have you ever trained for a race, had a goal time, and smashed that goal time? You walk away with a PR and a medal around your neck, and you feel great as you stand on the podium. You may even go to celebrate with a round of beers and fall asleep, feeling like you've been hit by a dump truck, but smiling nonetheless. A day, or a week, or a year later, you're not smiling anymore, are you? That old PR is just that, old. You desire to have more, and you may become even dissatisfied with that old time, and it used to bring you joy. So what happened? You had achieved all you wanted and more, and now it's not good enough? At least it's not good enough for you to warrant continuing to celebrate the way that you did on race day. But what if the celebrating never stopped? What if that emotional state of feeling successful, joyful, accomplished, strong, and badass stuck with you? Spending the rest of your life cheering and throwing your arms up and wearing a medal around your neck and acting like a party animal may seem unreasonable at first. The truth is that when we start celebrating and when we stop is a choice. It is a choice to feel good or not. Now, if you're in the audiobook, then I'm going to direct your attention to a picture that's in the normal book, and it's a silly comic of a guy standing on a podium, and it's zoomed in on him, and he's got his gold medal in his hand, and he's biting the gold medal. And then the next frame shows that same guy popping a champagne bottle and spraying it everywhere. And then the next frame shows him taking the race director, and it's a attractive woman, and he dips her and he kisses her and he puts his hands up. And then the final frame shows him standing on the third place podium. It's kind of funny, isn't it, to think that you can celebrate that hard, even while in third place? That's a little Easter egg for you if you're in the audiobook. Okay, back to the narrative now. Most people need something to happen for them to feel good. Like winning the lottery, getting married, or setting a PR in a race. They all might do the trick, but the elite performer chooses to feel good based off of what they focus on, say, and do. Well, it's a little bit different. Successful entrepreneur and life coach Owen Cook says to never rely on other people for your positive emotions. Wise words from a man whose company is paid millions of dollars per year to help people master their businesses, relationships, and lives. Many great teachers and athletes know of the power of the success cycle, made popular by Tony Robbins. This cycle essentially shows that in order to improve how much success you have in a given area, you can jump in at any of 4 points. When Robbins teaches about the success cycle, he makes it clear that you shouldn't limit yourself to believing that you must see a result before acknowledging success. The path to success begins 1, 2, or even 3 steps before you see your result. At a live event that I was at with Tony Robbins, he showed how this success cycle plays out in athletes who he's coached. Tony said that what makes an elite athlete elite is their ability to keep growing that only comes from an internal drive of hunger that says, no matter how great I am, I'm just beginning. I'm going to find out how great I am. They have a desire to dominate and conquer themselves first. While conquering themselves, they conquer everyone else too. While interviewing Michael Jordan, Robbins asked him what made him so great. Was it his talent, his routine, his coaching? According to Robbins, Jordan replied, I didn't even make the high school basketball team my sophomore year. I was cut. Every day, I demanded more from myself than anybody else could possibly expect. I don't compete with others. I compete with what I'm capable of. Jordan had started his path to greatness, but it wasn't until the Chicago Bulls lost to Detroit in an Eastern Conference final that Jordan had another transformation and got even more hungry for success. Following the loss, Jordan cried on the bus on the way home, and he was furious at all his teammates. That was the season when he started lifting weights, and he changed the game and came back to win 3 NBA championships in a row. Twice. That's right, he actually retired and then came back and won 3 more. According to the greatest performance coach on the planet, Robbins, and arguably one of the greatest athletes in any sport who ever lived, Jordan, the answer to success is to cultivate the emotion of hunger and to feel the success in your gut before you take action. Now, let's break down the success cycle for you. The cycle has 4 steps that flow around and around, kind of in a continuum. You can think of it as like a clock. Now, you can jump in at any point, but each step leads to the one that follows it. In order to improve your success, you just need to hop on at any one of the steps that you like. For example, let's take a look here. For those on the audiobook, I'm going to paint a picture for you. Just imagine that there's a circle, maybe a clock, and on the upper right, we'll call it between 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock. We're just going to make this into 4 quadrants for you. On the upper right, let's label that action. And on the lower right, let's label it results. And on the lower left, let's label it belief. And on the top left, we'll label that potential. So you can see as you go round and round, one leads to another. If you have a greater action, you might get a better result, which might change your belief, which might make you think you're capable of more, which will lead once again to more action. You can see how it goes round and round. Okay, back to the book. So you can hack this by jumping in at any of these points. For example, more action means a better result. Better results create a stronger belief in your capability. And stronger beliefs in oneself lead to thinking that you have a higher potential. This higher potential will then unlock your willingness to take even more action. Think of Michael Jordan. When he lost in Detroit, he went inside himself to improve what he thought his potential was. I can beat them was his belief. And so he leveled up and hit the weight room and skyrocketed himself to greatness from there. His potential led him to more action, which led to better results, which led to an ironclad belief. Most people try to succeed the hard way by jumping in at the action step. But they don't yet believe that they can really hit an outstanding race time, so they take subpar action. And guess what? That leads to subpar results, which solidifies their belief that they're only an okay athlete. So, starting with action is the most alluring option, but if it's not backed by belief, it's going to fail. So instead, jumping in at the results level is actually most powerful. The previous chapters have clarified that the result that you're after isn't the time on the clock. The only reason you want it is because of the way you think you'll feel when you have it. The result you want is the feeling. Jump in there. Know the emotions that you want and start to condition them into your nervous system by choosing to live them now. Even if your life circumstances don't seem to be conducive to feeling the way you want, remember that the emotions you consistently live in are a choice. Recall the example in Chapter 2, James Bond could do it. If you need to feel consistent in order to believe that you can run your big goals, then even if you start to fall off being consistent, don't let it rob you of your identity of being a consistent athlete. Instead, create a list of the actions you can take, physical or mental, that help you to feel increased levels of consistency. For example, you could write in your journal, I move towards being a consistent athlete anytime and then make a list. Go for a run. Lift weights. Choose an apple instead of a candy bar. Get up on time. Go to bed on time. Remember a time when I was consistent and celebrated it. Acknowledge the consistency I see even in others. Put my running shoes on and get out the door, no matter how far I make it. Plan out my running in advance. Review the running I've already done in the past. All right, so that's how you do it with making a rule for yourself to how to be consistent. But here's what it looks like to create a rule for yourself to how to know if you're failing at being consistent. Now, we only want to believe that we're failing if it's really true. So we're going to make it difficult for it to be true. So here's an example. I only experience the illusion of failure if I consistently believe the lie that I must be perfect in order to excel and forget the truth, which is that I'm making progress towards my goal. Can you see how powerful that is? You can't fail. I'm just going to say this again for the audiobook listeners. And that is, instead of thinking that you failed with something, even if you failed to get out the door, listen to how this makes it very difficult to actually feel like you failed. I only experience the illusion of failure if I consistently believe the lie that I must be perfect in order to excel, and I forget the truth, which is that I'm making progress towards my goal. It's pretty powerful. Notice that these rules make it very easy to be consistent and very difficult to fail at being consistent. So even if you have a bad day or a bad week, you don't need to feel like you're a failure. You can get back on the horse and just start again, moving towards being the person who you need to be in order to achieve your race time. This is how you jump into the success cycle at the level of results. Ready? Number 1, know the emotions you need to feel in order to be the person that has the times you want. Number 2, outline what it's going to take to create those feelings. What do you focus on now? What do you do with your body? What does it mean to you? And number 3, condition the new emotion by frequently and repeating doing those things that you just said in number 2. Then you will feel success more regularly, and the feeling will trigger more success in your brain. There's actually science behind this. It's called the winner's effect. and it's documented well in Ian Robertson's book of the same name. Robertson found that by conditioning the feeling of success again and again and again, it was possible to literally unlock the good feeling neurochemicals in a person's brain, making them both feel and be more successful. Successful people tend to get more success, and struggling people, well, they tend to get more struggle. Start your escalation up the success cycle by using the winner effect to condition your success. Winners keep on winning. Is it a coincidence that some of the most successful runners are also the ones who are having the most fun and celebrating continuously? Commentators regularly note on Haile Gebrselassie how he smiles right up until the gun goes off. I suggest you actually go find the YouTube video of the 2000 Olympics in the 10,000 meter event and just look at Haile Gebrselassie on the starting line. But Eliud Kipchoge also, he's now famous for smiling even in the final 2 miles of his hardest marathon efforts. Usain Bolt, the really famous sprinter, celebrates his wins before he even steps on the starting blocks. Instead of a mean grimace of battle, Bolt, he displays dancing, joking, and joy. Michael Johnson, he even wore gold shoes for the 1996 Olympics, showing his confidence, his style, and his joy. He set 2 world records wearing them. Individually, actually, he set more if you count the relays. Okay, here's the truth. For most people, they get stuck in the belief that you must achieve to be happy. We tend to put our joy in the future, thinking that when I get the promotion, then I'll be whatever, happy. If only I had a supportive partner, then I'd be able to, whatever, stop worrying, whatever it is. If I just had $1 million, then I'd be able to stop. If I just run whatever time in my race, then I'll be, or I'll have, or I'll feel. What I found is that when we instead flip the script to happily achieve, and get at cultivating the emotional state first, then the time on the clock, the win at the race, the $1 million deal are just the icing on the cake. After all, when you already feel happy and you're just going out there to achieve for the sake of achieving, you're not likely to take actions that are ill-planned, premature, or stupid, like running on an injured foot because you fear losing the fitness you've already gained. Why not start with action? If you wanted to build a house and believed that you aren't a real house builder unless hammer is meeting nail, then you might be tempted to just go out and start sewing in. The strategy is likely to result in a lopsided house. Your efforts in trying to prevent the house from falling down wouldn't be consistent. You would need to add in unplanned supports or deal with non-vertical walls, a total nightmare. Ugh. And one that could only be remedied through tearing down the whole house and starting from scratch. With your training, it may seem that to build superior fitness, you should go out and start training more. You might get a similar result to the house builder. Your fitness would be unfocused and spread across irrelevant areas. And at the end, you might be scrambling to fit in the training that mattered. It's not that a full blueprint with every minute detail needs to be planned, but rather, you must start with the end in mind, just like the builder. But training isn't either mindset or running, it's both. And it's both at the same time. So it's an equal mistake to delay training until you think that you have your goals and mindset totally mastered. Just do both. If you're beginning running now, get out the door, don't delay. If you're already a runner who's been going for a while, training well, keep doing what you're doing while also focusing on developing your emotional drive. The mistake is to think that action alone will get your desired result. Combine your action with your mindset, and you will be following in the step of the greats. How Harvard University is using emotion first before taking action. Is it possible to walk across searing hot coals between 800 and 1,000 degrees without scorching your feet? It doesn't seem possible at first. But not only is it possible, I've personally done it. Twice. And I wasn't alone in doing so either. Both times I did it with 10,000 other people, all in succession. Now, I'm not here to talk about how to walk on fire, but I do want to share that we didn't do it haphazardly. For 3 full hours before setting foot to coal, we fully immersed ourselves in cultivating a burning belief, pun intended, that not only was it possible, but we could do it without hesitation, without being injured, easily, on command. The process was involved and took the entirety of those 3 hours. We chanted mantras such as, cool moss, cool moss. We practiced getting into a state of certainty. We accepted the risk with joy and we cast out the fear of burns. In short, we conditioned ourselves into a state of absolute certainty. Heading outside towards the coals, thousands, tens of thousands of us clapped our hands in unison and chanted, yes. yes, yes, for 20 straight minutes as we rounded the corner to the hot coals. We weren't allowed to look down or to second guess ourselves. We kept chanting, yes, 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 as we approached the glowing embers. With absolute certainty and no hesitation, each and every one of us stepped onto the coals, followed by another step and another until we hit the end, at which point we immediately celebrated as we had rehearsed. We didn't look back or down or release our state of certainty, but rather we anchored it to ourselves even more by celebrating along with the firewalkers who had already made it across. By celebrating our successes with thousands of others, we were able to unlock a new level of confidence. How the heck did we get ourselves to actually step on 1,000-degree coals? There are 3 ways to change your emotional state, but sharing all of those goes beyond the scope of this book. So if you want to learn that, I've actually provided a whole bunch of bonuses for you in this book, and you can go to runelitebook.com/bonuses. And in there, you're going to find all of the bonuses for this book. There are many, and I'm going to reference them and just kind of call your attention to them throughout the book. But right now, you would go and you would click on emotional state change, and I'll show you how to do this. But for now, I'll share the easiest, quickest, and most powerful way to change your emotional state, and that is by making a dramatic change in the way that you use your body. You can change your biochemistry, your hormone levels, and your ability to take significant action in as little as 2 minutes. Harvard published a study in 2012 where researchers measured hormone levels in saliva and blood in participants who held themselves in what they called the high power poses. After participants stood in these positions for just 2 minutes, researchers measured key hormones in their saliva and their blood, and they compared them with levels found in those who had adapted what they termed low power poses. And you'll be able to see pictures of what these poses look like in the book or in the bonus section that I've included for you if you're on the audiobook here, which you are because you're listening to me, so I'm talking right to you. All right, the researchers found out that for participants who had adopted the high power pose, testosterone increased by 20% and cortisol dropped by 22%. And they found that the participants were more likely, 33% more likely, to take a new action after standing or sitting in a high power pose for only 2 minutes. For goodness sake, it's so short. The new biochemical states produced more certainty, and that certainty led you to take a different action. Recall the success cycle above. These power poses are impressive, but they're just child's play compared with what is possible. The power poses study didn't include more dramatic displays of power, such as jumping, yelling, chest bumping, dancing, clapping, or even singing along with loud music. But this kind of radical change in physiology is what it took for me to cultivate the certainty to pick up my bare foot and place it firmly on burning hot coals without hesitation. Is it a parlor trick? I've often heard skeptics say that walking across burning hot coals is a parlor trick and that there isn't actual risk of being burned. Well, I'll leave that up to you to decide. I've personally seen dozens of people burned by attempting to do this. One thing is clear, parlor trick or not, virtually no one is going to willingly take off their shoes and socks and powerfully walk, not hysterically run, across 100 feet of 1,000-degree coals under normal circumstances. What matters is that it's possible to get yourself into a place of certainty where you have no fear of the coals and you confidently attack them head on without hesitation, never stopping, never changing your mind once you begin. This is the state of mind that can be cultivated. And when this certainty is cultivated and you're running through radical changes in your physiology, you are much more likely to take a big, meaningful action towards achieving your goals. I want to emphasize to you that the degree to which you have control over your emotional state is staggering, and it's easy to access. It just takes actually changing your physiology through movement. Most people don't do that. The truth is that most people feel self-conscious or embarrassed to take a power pose, let alone to make the more dramatic displays like what I described above. One can include a mantra along with a power pose and larger movements. And who says you should stop at 2 minutes like they did in the study? Before the firewalk, we did all these movements for 3 hours without a break, without stopping, without changing our focus. In fact, we only started our 3-hour preparation for the firewalk after 10 hours of previous exercises. Literally, our entire day from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. was spent getting ready. Other than 2 quick hour-long breaks to replenish ourselves with nourishing food, Over the course of the day, we underwent radical change in our focus and our physiology, and that was what produced our ability to walk across the coals. When certainty to this degree is cultivated in your body and in your mind, there's quite literally no stopping you. We often see physical displays of confidence, such as singing, clapping, yelling, and somersaults. Whether that's an NFL player scoring a touchdown or Babe Ruth calling his shot, Conor McGregor entering the ring, Ali declaring that he's the greatest of all time, Usain Bolt making his signature lightning bolt move before he even toes the line, or, like we talked about, Mo Farah stepping on the track and making that silly Mobot pose as he crosses the line first. But we so often don't allow ourselves to adopt such a behavior, thinking that they're boastful or unnecessary. The reluctance really just disguises our own insecurity about displaying such bold gestures. These behaviors feel good. When winning the lottery, being proposed to, or hitting a bullseye from afar, we all have the capacity to celebrate like this. Heck, even when intoxicated with alcohol to the point of releasing inhibition, or being at a concert where it's totally socially acceptable to yell and scream at the top of your lungs for 2 hours until your voice is hoarse, we all intuitively know that these behaviors lighten our soul and make us feel good. But we don't engage them except for perhaps a few times in a lifetime. Elite performers and elite runners do not limit themselves in this way. They celebrate first, and they run second. While the average runner first runs and then only celebrates if they see a result that they like. Well, this is bass-ackwards, and it's what holds most people back from achieving outstanding results. Chapter 4, Kyle Sucks, How Your Mind Can Sabotage Your Race. I first experienced the ability of the conscious mind to sabotage success when I was in a Taekwondo tournament fight at the age of 13. I had gone through the rounds and had worked my way up to the semi-final round of sparring. A win here would solidify my own spot in the final and would score the points that my team needed in order to win the team competition. A lot was on the line. As I got into the ring, I saw that I was matched against a boy who had already been eliminated in that tournament. His name was Kyle, and I had seen him beaten in the previous match just 20 minutes before. He should have been out of the running, but for some reason, there had been a mistake when calling the competitors. The error had been brought to the judges, but they had decided to let him fight anyway. Against me. I had been in a state of flow during my win in the kata competition, and my third place finish in the board breaking competition. My teammates had done well in their divisions too, and were now done with their portion of the competition. This was the final event of the day, and all my teammates were there to cheer me on. We were called the Psycho Piranhas, and our team included some real badasses, men and women who I looked up to with awe for how they could fly through the air, smashing boards while blindfolded and kicking some major butt when in the ring. I had seen one of these guys, John, win the breaking competition after walking out onto the mat, putting on a blindfold, and having his partner climb up onto a ladder and hold a board 6 feet in the air. John had jumped higher than I'd ever seen a human being jump and executed a beautiful spinning back kick that demolished the board and sent the two halves flying to the edges of the ring. Yeah, these were the guys I wanted to impress, and they asked me to be part of their team. They had seen me win an event the previous year called the Creative Kata, where I'd broken boards and spun a bow staff and nunchucks, all choreographed to Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal. They thought that I was a badass, and I really wanted to live up to their expectations. On some level, I didn't feel as if I belonged with such high achievers. The first sign that things were about to go horribly wrong for me. But I was honored at the chance to join these guys. The confidence that I had built through the events of that tournament had all culminated in this moment. It was a moment that really mattered, one that my parents and my team were watching. And it all came down to whether I won this match or not. It's not fair, I told myself. This kid shouldn't be here. This match should be the final, and I should be going for the win. But the internal dialogue of protest in a young boy's head doesn't travel very far, especially in a sport where respect takes precedence, and voicing such a thought would lead to breaking the first tenet of Taekwondo, Ye-wi, which means courtesy in Korean. So I must fight this cheater, this mistake of a match, I thought. I have to win, came soon after. And as if the match were out of a dramatic Karate Kid movie, the score ended up tied 2-2. The next point would win. Point! The referee yelled. I knew that a moment later the judges would hold up either a white flag if I had scored or a red flag if Kyle had scored. "Red flag! Winner!" said the center referee as he raised Kyle's hand. Self-sabotage. I had gotten into my own head to such a degree that I hadn't been able to maintain a state of flow. Kyle, on the other hand, he'd been delighted to be put into the semifinal, where he was in a state of joy and flow. To this day, I believe that my skill set was superior to his, but it didn't matter. In that moment, Kyle's emotional state allowed him to focus on what was necessary. Perhaps he was more relaxed and better able to counterattack quickly, or maybe he was pumped full of adrenaline while I was pumped full of cortisol. I don't know. What I know for sure, though, is that part of me had expected to lose. I had been so focused on needing to win that I lost my certainty. Two opposite internal states. Instead of showing up with thoughts of certainty such as, "I've already won, why did Kyle even bother to show up just to get beaten a second time?" I'd lost the match the moment the world seemed to be unfair to me, and I focused on being a victim in the flawed system. Compared with a martial arts match, your race can last a long time, and you're almost guaranteed to be in deep pain at some point. Eventually, the good feelings that you had at the starting line are going to be challenged, and the pain of a race will either break your state of flow or deepen it. Let's look at this more closely. Flow in distance running. In racing, we're often told to grit it out and be tough, the opposite of flow and ease. Ask for advice from a fellow runner and you might hear them use various distraction techniques such as listening to music or counting to 100 over and over. Many runners have experience with these distraction techniques and are familiar with how they often play out. We think that we can white-knuckle a PR out of ourselves, because sometimes that's actually possible. But white-knuckling will only get you so far, and that's about as far as you can throw your running shoes. But you want so much more. Most runners do, and white-knuckling isn't a strategy that can last over the long term, and therefore, it's one that cannot provide consistent results. Unlock your full potential. Heidi's story. Heidi and I had been working together for 3 years already, and she had run really well. In fact, some of the best racing of her life, even now in her late 40s. On our very first coaching call together, we identified why she was doing any of this crazy running stuff. We tapped into her driving emotions, and she loved running fast because it made her feel light, free, and fast. These were the feelings that she started out to pursue having more of. But like so many runners do, Heidi had gotten caught up in chasing the time on the clock. She only needed a 3-hour 50-minute to get her Boston qualifier, a time that she had already run nearly half an hour under. But she had set a loftier goal to qualify for Boston with her new husband, and for the two of them to then take a special trip to Boston together and actually run this iconic race. Her husband needed a 3:20 to qualify, and so Heidi decided to hold herself to that higher standard too, so that they could run together. As her marathon drew near, Heidi started to doubt that she could run so fast. Her workouts had been indicating that she may be capable of this time, but it was so much faster than she had been running that she started to worry. And it was in this moment when the emotions of worry, doubt, and fear crept in. With only 5 days to go before the marathon, it wasn't looking like she was going to achieve this spectacular time. We had our final tune-up call together 5 days before her race, and it was clear that her original driving forces of feeling light, free, and fast were completely missing in her focus. We spent an hour together recultivating this focus, and ultimately, Heidi was able to let go of needing to get this time, to stop pushing, to stop requiring a high performance from herself, and instead to just relax. I knew that by doing so, she would be successful. Because regardless of the time on the clock, if she could tap into the emotion that she originally started stoking at the beginning of all of this, and got to experience those, that she would be delighted, regardless of the time on the clock. What happened on race day would be hard to believe if it didn't actually happen. Heidi ran spectacularly well in the first half of the race, focusing on just relaxing and having a good time. She was there with her husband, and she put her focus on supporting him and having a great day together. After all, that was the reason why she started doing any of this. She tapped into the love that the two of them had together. She tapped into feeling light. She even wore light clothing, free and fast. By the time she got to the 20-mile mark, she'd realized that she was on pace to not just run under 3:20, but to maybe even hit a lifetime PR from 20 years ago. She continued to just smile and enjoy the race and not push or demand that the race get her the PR. The result was that she ran a mind-numbing 3:02 and broke her lifetime PR by 20 minutes at the age of 47. Training will get you so far. If you don't believe in your training, you'll sabotage yourself. If you're driven by a dense or aggressive or forceful emotion, it's hard to feel yourself being pulled easily towards your goal. But when you tap into the good emotions that you set out to accomplish in the first place, which means that you have to do the work to know what those emotions are when you begin, you can make extraordinary leaps in your performance. Take, for example, a marathon race. You've trained for it and you're eager to set a new personal record. Mile 1 goes by and it's a bit fast, 15 or 20 seconds faster than your planned average pace. In that moment, you may feel exhilarated and think, no big deal, I feel great, I'll just get back on pace now. Then mile 2 goes by and it's still 10 to 15 seconds faster than your expected pace. Well, I still feel good. I must be in awesome shape, is the prevailing thought, and the idea of sandbagging it and getting back to pace now just feels like a waste of all that wonderful time that's been banked. This scenario isn't a problem and can make for the first miles of a breakthrough race. That is, until the conscious mind starts to take over. You had a plan to average a certain pace during this race and are ahead of your own plan. In this moment, do you actually slow down? Or do you stick with the investment you've already made and try to hold on? At some level, you may believe that you're in better shape than you had thought, so you stay on this pace. That is until you hit the halfway mark and it starts to get hard. Until the inevitable pain comes on and takes you just a little bit out of the state of certainty, confidence, and ease, and into the world of uncertainty about your pace, doubt, and pain. At this exact mile, the pace slows just a little bit, and that change in pace alleviates some of the pain that you were in. So the lower mind starts to take over and keeps slowing you down. You have now hit the wall, my friend. Exercise physiologists might even tell you that you started to run out of glycogen, which is just stored sugar. You'll learn a lot about that later in our training section. And this caused you to shift towards fat metabolism and slow down. But if you were to take a sample of muscle tissue during the time when you were hitting the wall, you'd find that there was still glycogen present. Your body won't let you fully use up all of your energy stores because you might die if you do. What has happened is that the mind has triggered the body to slow down as a preservation technique. The reason why it sucks and crushes the spirit of so many marathoners is because there's a part of you, your higher mind, that knows that it didn't have to happen and that you can run much faster. There's a part of you that's disappointed and you vow to do better next time, to go out slower. Yet the underlying cause isn't solved. You might train harder and pace yourself better, but until the higher mind is able to be in full control, this pattern will repeat. The best that many runners can accomplish is to minimize the tactical error and maximize their fitness, and therefore only get an incremental improvement. Once again, incremental improvements aren't what lead to a breakthrough performance. We began this section with the story of Eliud Kipchoge, who ran the fastest marathon in history by altering his beliefs, expectations, and emotional certainty. Now, let's look at how the power of clearly defined goals led to a gold medal and the greatest upset in Olympic history. Chapter 5. Can you really cut 2 minutes off of a 10K in one day? Billy Mills of the United States was about to step foot onto the track for the final of the men's 10,000 meters at 1964 Tokyo Olympics. This race included the reigning Olympic champion, Pyotr Bolotnikov, as well as the world record holder, Ron Clark, both of whom were nearly a full 2 minutes faster than Mills, with times in the 27-minute range. Mills' times of over 29 minutes didn't stand a chance. Bonus, you can actually go and watch Mills' race with the commentary as part of the bonuses for this book. Go to runelitebook.com/bonuses and click on Mills. As you may remember from Chapter 1, Mills was even denied the standard-issued Adidas shoes at the Olympic Village because they were reserved for only potential medal winners. No one thought that he could be a threat, not even by a long shot. Mills towed the starting line and went out with the top men. At the halfway mark of 5,000 meters, Mills was a full minute faster than his best time ever for a flat-out 5K. At such breakneck speeds, we can only imagine that Mills' muscles might have been demanding a slower pace, had he listened to them. But he stayed 100% focused on the task at hand, staying on the shoulder of Ron Clark, who was in the lead. Mills was in fourth place with a half a lap to go. And with a level of focus seen more when a lion is hunting an antelope, Mills started to pick up his pace. With 100 meters to go, Mills was pushed out into lane 4 and now had to run extra distance just to catch back up to the leaders. Those last 100 meters are best described by Mills himself. I could see the tape stretch across the finish line. I could hear my heart thumping in my chest, and I said to myself, one more try, I can win. Then, with 100 meters to go, my thoughts became, I won. But it was still in third place. In that moment, Mills found another gear and sprinted ahead to claim the gold medal in what is widely considered to be the biggest Olympic upset in track and field history. It was so spectacular that a commentator screamed, look at Mills, wahoo!" at the top of his lungs with a rave-like energy and was later fired for being unprofessional. When interviewed after the race, Mills reported that for 8 months he would train on his Native American reserve, running alongside the horses, and he had seen that race in his mind over and over again, playing out exactly as it had. He'd seen himself on Ron Clark's shoulder and practiced sprinting by him. He would race the horses and imagine himself sprinting across the line to victory. Mills made the decision that he was going to win and then trained his body and mind together through daily runs and a focused plan. He believed with absolute certainty that he was the Olympic champion, and he was able to stay in his higher mind even when he had gone through the halfway mark way too fast, even when he was in 4th place at the end of the race, and even when he was pushed out into a wide end of the final turn. His belief was so strong that even with 50 meters to go, even when he was in 3rd place, his belief was that I won. Pretty powerful. When the higher mind remains in full control, there is no limit to what a human can do. Goal setting. If you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always gotten. Jesse Potter. Setting your goal is one of the most important steps of your training. It seems obvious, yet so few runners begin a season with a concrete goal in mind. Goals such as wanting to run faster, run longer, or increase my pace are standard issue responses in the running world. A runner with such a general and poorly defined goal could theoretically take an ounce off their shoe and run a couple of seconds faster in their race. They'd have gotten their goal, but it wouldn't have really been what they wanted. Their goal needs some refining. Knowing where you are now, without exaggeration and without modesty, just knowing accurately where you are now, combined with knowing exactly where you want to be, creates 2 prerequisites for an outstanding performance. You don't have to be right. You just have to be definite. Knowing where you are is simply asking yourself, why don't I already have XYZ goal? If you were the kind of person who was ready for your goal, then you'd have it already. With small running goals, only a small change is required. But to hit a truly inspiring goal, change will start with clarifying what has held you back in the past. Knowing where you want to go isn't as simple as setting a goal for a time on the clock. Who you become in order to naturally have the goal is the goal. If you fail to become the kind of runner who can run a 3:30 marathon, then you will not be able to run a 3:30 marathon. This means that you need new training habits, new ways that you spend your weekends, or more importantly, new beliefs about what you're capable of. You need to transform. The key is to transform before race day. If you won't believe that you're a 3:30 marathoner until you see that time on the clock at the finish line, then you will never have certainty when you toe the line. I mean, how could you? You've never done it before. You're always hoping for the best and unsure of what to expect. From such a place, a 4:30 marathoner can't run a 3:30 marathon. They will run their first mile at 4:30-ish pace. Then they'll conserve through the halfway mark, and by then it's too late. Even if they go through the half in 2:15, their chances at running substantially better will be gone. They would have to now run some kind of world record in order to finish in the time that they really want. And so they fulfilled their belief that they can only improve incrementally. The approach of trying to improve a race time incrementally is what limits your ability to achieve a breakthrough performance. To have a breakthrough in your running, you must set a goal that inspires you. Looking to cut a few minutes off of your marathon may sound reasonable and doable, but being slightly better than last season is not as inspiring as being leaps and bounds ahead of where you were last season. That's not to say that small goals aren't meaningful, but it is to say that they should only be stepping stones towards your dream goal. You must still know what you ultimately want at the end of this training and methodically move towards it, ever growing and adapting as you progress. If what you actually want is not defined, then you're going to settle for being just a little bit better. Your goal should be to just get to the point where this kind of level up scares you. Just to the point where you're a little bit unsure of whether you could do it or not. This is what I call the moonshot, a term I stole directly from the CEO of Google X, Astro Teller. What Google X can teach us about goals. It's easier to make a 10x improvement than it is to make a 10% improvement. Astro Teller. If you're going to improve 10%, progress becomes a smartness contest with your past self. You must outdo what you've done in the previous seasons by slightly tweaking your training, leading only to small improvements in running. The approach of doing just a little bit more over time is fundamentally flawed because it assumes that there's no limit to the current model you're using. Simply do more and get better. Repeat indefinitely. And this is unlikely to result in a dramatic improvement. In contrast, to improve 10 times over your running in the past, you must throw away the conventional wisdom and start fresh with a brand new approach that is often fundamentally different from what you were doing. It's tempting to feel that improving things with extra effort means that you're being a good soldier. But you're just using grit and pushing forward. Recall that tenacity is not mindset. It will pay greater dividends to work not just harder, but smarter. When you aim for a 10 times gain, it demands two things. Number one, creativity. And number two, bravery. By definition, in order to smash your running times, you're going to need to tap into creativity with your approach and bravery to go for what you actually want. Now, let's examine how you can gain additional clarity on your running goal. Exercise time. Setting your goal and how to know if it's good enough. Dream big dreams. Only big dreams have the power to move your mind and spirit. Brian Tracy. When it comes to setting your goal, they should not only inspire you, they should be on the other side of your comfort zone. You should believe that they're humanly possible, but that they're just way past where you believe you could go if all went well. So, if you really want a big level up, you must set a big goal, and then your job becomes to train yourself to become absolutely certain of that goal's attainment, and to take massive action towards it. Answer the following questions in a journal, or a document, or even open up a new note on your phone and write these down. Number one. What isn't working in your training? In other words, what's the number one thing you need to stop doing right now? And if you're listening to this, I really do suggest that you pause this and write these down. Number two, what do you need more of in your life in order to become your dream running self? Maybe it's support, maybe it's sleep, maybe it's fun, maybe it's inspiration. Number three, how have you creatively improved your training in the past? I want you to think of a time where you actually did that and write about it for a couple paragraphs. Number four, what is something brave you've done in the last 3 months that you can be proud of? Don't skip this one. You can help to get the juices flowing by asking yourself, if I had to pick something in the last 3 months to be proud of, it would be. Now, write down the two main components to your goal. Here we go. Number one, I want you to figure out what time, what distance, what pace, or any other running metrics you want to hit, and go ahead and list them out. Number two, what will achieving these goals give you? You can complete this sentence if it helps. Once I have this goal, and here are some prompts for you. I will now have, I will now feel, I will never again think. And I'm going to put the beginning of that question in there for you if you're on the audio, which you are. I'm talking to you. Once I have this goal, others will know that. Once I have this goal, I'll finally allow myself to. Once I have this goal, now I'll be able to move on to. Once I have this goal, who will be proud of me? Once I have this goal, who will I share the moment with? Once I have this goal, now that I've done this, I can say about myself. Once I have this goal, never again will I wish that I had. There's a lot of power in these questions. For a bonus video that walks you through a clarity writing exercise, I'll walk you through this, and you can visit runelitebook.com/bonuses and click on the clarity tool. Chapter 6, Gold Shoes equals Gold Medal. The 1996 Olympics were truly spectacular. We saw some of the greatest athletic performances of any of the games in history. We saw Turkish weightlifter Naim Suleimanoglu, nicknamed the Pocket Hercules for his astonishing strength at a surprisingly tiny stature, break world record after world record. We saw the USA female gymnastics team take down the world powerhouse Russian team in a competition that was so intense, you may even remember the iconic Carrie Strug landing a perfect vault on a severely injured ankle. But with all these stories of the Atlanta Games, there's one man who truly stands out, not just at the Olympics, but for ranking as the 14th greatest US Summer Olympian of any sport in history. And that man is Michael Johnson. You may remember that he broke world records in both the 200 meters and the 400 meters, or perhaps that his record stood for an astounding 20 years before being broken. But what so many remember most about him was that he wore gold shoes when he stepped out onto the track. That's right, Johnson had a special pair of custom Nike gold track spikes made for him. He was so certain that he was going to win that he exclaimed it loudly with his stature, his piercing gaze, and even his footwear. Johnson hadn't always been that certain, and his results showed it. Just 4 years previously at the Barcelona Olympics, Johnson failed to win either the 200 or the 400 meter events, let alone to set a world record. Now, it wasn't that he wasn't highly trained in 1992. I mean, he's an Olympian, for goodness sake. It was that he wasn't clear in his absolute certainty that he could dominate. In the introduction to his book, Slaying the Dragon, Johnson says that the key to greatness on the track is to identify what you really want and how to get there, to set goals based on confidence, to achieve a clarity of focus and a sense of purpose, to carve away distractions that slow us all down, and, perhaps most important, to keep going after you lose the biggest race of your life. Because you will. I did several times. Johnson's certainty that he would win the gold wasn't just wishful thinking. It wasn't a cocky man's approach to an egoic fantasy. Johnson believed that he could win because his results said so. 2 weeks before the Olympics, Johnson had lost a race to Frank Fredericks. The media exclaimed, "Michael Johnson is vulnerable. He's human." The media had proclaimed Fredericks to be favored to win at the Olympics, but Johnson had known that these predictions about Fredericks were false. Johnson had consistently been running 19.6 or 19.7 in the 200 meters. The loss that he suffered had been to a man who ran 19.8s. Johnson knew that he was the better athlete, and so instead of focusing on the loss, he attempted to learn from his tactical error that he had made just 2 weeks before on the first turn and focus on improving instead. So let's recap for a second. Michael Johnson had just lost a race at the most critical time, tuning up before the Olympics, and the media had dethroned him and listed another as the favorite. But after 4 years of mental fortitude, focus, and training, this time, Johnson wouldn't be thrown off of his flow. He reframed the situation to be a learning experience, not a defeat. And he had the flippin' gold Nike shoes made to show it to the world. I don't know just what Fredericks thought when he saw Johnson step onto the track wearing those shoes, but I do know how Johnson felt wearing them. Johnson went out and he won the 200 meters and the 400 meters, both in a world record time. When you compare mid-race and starting block photos of Johnson at the 1992 and 1996 Olympics, you see a different man. When you look into Johnson's eyes on the starting blocks in 92, you see a guy who's probably pretty fast. When you look into his eyes on the blocks in 1996, there's an almost magical certainty there. You can literally see in his eyes that he's going to win. I mean, seriously, go Google Michael Johnson Barcelona and compare it to Michael Johnson Atlanta, and tell me what you think. Better yet, go ahead and take a look at the photos that I've put in your free digital resource for this book. Go to runelitebook.com/bonuses and then click on Michael Johnson. I'll show you there. So we end the mind section of this book now with Michael Johnson's story because of how he applied the principles of mindset outlined in this book thus far. Let's review. You can run much faster than you think you can. Johnson turned his Barcelona performances into multiple gold medals and world records just 4 years later. It's not just about talent. Johnson was already talented and an Olympian. He didn't gain more talent, he gained a better mindset. Mindset and tenacity aren't the same thing. Johnson didn't push his way to his gold medals through sheer willpower. He leveled up how he thought during the time between Olympiads. Utter belief in oneself makes all the difference. Instead of just training hard and hoping for the best, Johnson had absolute certainty in what he could do. Getting into the right emotional state before acting is key. Johnson's eyes say it all. He was already a world record holder in his mind before he stepped onto the track. Avoid focusing on what is not wanted. When he lost at a critical time and was dethroned by the media, Johnson didn't pay any attention and instead solely focused on what he wanted. Work on getting into a state of flow. Johnson held his state of flow from one event to the next, winning in the 200 and the 400, and then kept going and won the relays too. And finally, set big, giant goals. Johnson set no small goals. Nothing less than a gold medal would have been considered. We know this based on his gold shoes. No one wears gold shoes while aiming for a silver medal. Johnson trained hard, but so did the runners who came across the line a fraction of a second behind him. The training really does matter, but how you approach your training and the degree to which you are immersed in it matters more. Well, we now conclude the mindset section. I applaud you for doing this work on yourself first, and you're really going to love diving into part 2. Here we go. You ready? Part 2, Elite Training. Chapter 7, 4 training myths holding you back. Myth number 1, VO2 max and lactate threshold are what limit your race performance. In 1998, a groundbreaking book hit the shelves. I remember the specific trip to Barnes & Noble when, as always, I head straight to the running section. A new cover caught my eye. I had to have this book, but I was in high school and I didn't have any money. When I asked my mom to buy it for me, she wanted to know, who is this guy Daniels and what makes him qualified to write this book? After examination of his accomplishments, she said, "Sounds good," and she bought it for me. I often reference this exact copy of Daniels' running formula to this day, even over 20 years later. For its time, it was one of the best books available on the scientific approach to training. The basic conclusion of the book is that your running performance is determined by 3 things: VO2 max, lactate threshold, and running economy. The product of these 3 measurements is your race performance. Now, I'm going to clarify here for you for a second. VO2 max is basically the amount of oxygen that you can use per kilogram of body weight in a minute. So it's basically your ability to utilize oxygen. Lactate threshold is essentially the pace when you're running at which you start to accumulate lactate rapidly. You're always accumulating lactate, but at some point it kind of starts going up more rapidly. We call that the lactate threshold. We'll talk about these in more detail as the book goes on. And running economy, which is basically just how efficient you move. This approach to training has stuck to the degree that most current training plans out there start with the assumption that you want to train your VO2 max, your lactate threshold, and your running economy in order to be the best runner that you can be. But there's a problem with this thinking. VO2 max, lactate threshold, and running economy aren't the factors that limit your performance. Clearly, when you're racing at full tilt, there's something that's getting maxed out. My claim that something isn't your VO2 max or lactate threshold is a bold one. So let's look at each individually. VO2 max can't be what limits you. During a marathon, you run at about 60% to 80% of your VO2 max. If you aren't reaching 100% of it, then it can't really be what's limiting your performance. Remember that something is being maxed out at 100%. Well, it's not your aerobic capacity. Your aerobic capacity merely acts to supply the fuel to your working muscles. The muscles themselves are what are doing the work. And if you want to learn more about that, you can see Appendix A, where I talk about running as a muscular event. Lactate threshold can't be what limits you either. During a marathon, you're running at about 85% to 95% of your lactate threshold. An elite runner, well, they'll be on the higher end of that range. So again, if you're not maxing out your ability to buffer lactate and convert it into fuel, then it can't be what's directly limiting your performance, now can it? But it gets more interesting when you look at longer distances. Okay, in a 100-mile race, you're hovering at about 50% of your VO2 max and 65% of your lactate threshold. Yet in such a long race, there sure as heck is something being maxed out. The intense muscle cramps, the stiff legs, the incredible fatigue experienced by these runners indicate again that muscles are what are limiting performance and that oxygen supplying them and the presence of lactate and hydrogen ions isn't what's needed to be overcome in order to push to the max. Is lactate threshold training worth it? Many studies have looked at the effects of both moderate and intense training on lactate threshold. And some have found that training above the lactate threshold actually is most effective for improving it. However, other studies show the opposite, that fast-paced training isn't any better than more moderate paces. But what is most impressive is what we see when looking at a 3-year study of 44 athletes, cross-country skiers, who were divided into long, slow distance and an intense training above threshold group. The group who trained at easier paces, below the lactate threshold, improved their lactate threshold more. So, even if lactate threshold were a limiter of performance, training at lactate threshold pace does not seem to be the most effective way to improve it. This suggests that if a gain in lactate threshold is wanted, training at paces both faster than and slower than is effective. This leaves an athlete more training time to spend at paces that will directly contribute to a performance gain and that also may be slower, thereby reducing injury risk and maximizing training time. Since 1994, there's been much research on lactate threshold and how to improve it. Studies reporting an improved lactate threshold after training interventions among already well-trained endurance athletes are kind of lacking. And on the contrary, several studies have found no adaptation in lactate threshold after training interventions. And the final clincher is that even if training at lactate threshold pace were the best way to improve it, you can't reliably even estimate what pace of running is associated with being at your lactate threshold. In fact, the current research now shows that lactate threshold does not correlate with the running speed that brings an athlete to that lactate threshold. So in order to know where your blood lactate levels are, you would actually need to have your actual blood drawn through a finger prick and a lab with you during your workout. Well, this is kind of impractical and unnecessary for most runners. Well, what about shorter races? Thus far, we've established that VO2 max and lactate threshold aren't at 100% during relatively long races, so they can't be what limits performance there. But when we look at shorter races, which are on the other end of the spectrum, where a runner is running much faster than their VO2 max and lactate threshold, what happens there? In the 5K, a runner is moving at paces that are much faster than both their VO2 max and their lactate threshold, maybe at about 104% of VO2 max and about 110% of lactate threshold for someone who's about a 19-minute 5K runner. So both are maxed out, and then some, but it doesn't even seem to matter. The runner can keep going. So even when VO2 max and lactate threshold are maxed out, they still aren't the main limiter of performance. Something is giving runners the sensation that they're at maximum output. Runners are not lungs with legs. I'm going to give you a little case study here. Let's talk about Lance Armstrong versus Paul Turgot. Who would win? Well, regardless of the public opinion of how ethical or unethical Lance Armstrong's career was, there's one thing that we can say for sure. Lance Armstrong trained his body very hard. Armstrong routinely rode on his bike for 6 hours per day. He did highly specific workouts for his races, and he had achieved a VO2 max of 85 ml/kg minutes, nearly double that of the average person, which is around 45. He's looking good on paper. With the lungs and the blood of a super athlete and the strong muscles of a biker, Armstrong decided to try his luck by running the 2006 New York City Marathon. Runner's World magazine decided that this opportunity to play around with statistics was too good to pass up, and they wrote a piece trying to predict what Armstrong's time would be by comparing him with the then world record holder, Paul Turgot. Armstrong's VO2 max of 85 ml/kg minute exceeded the world record holder's, which was 84. Both athletes had identical lactate thresholds, as measured by a percentage of VO2 max, and it was 85. On paper, Armstrong was set up to be world-class in the marathon, even a contender for the world record. According to running calculators that predicted time based off of these inputs, Armstrong was predicted to run an astonishing 2:01:11, good enough to smash the world record at the time. Race time predictions were given by world-class marathoners and coaches, all of whom wanted to use their expertise to guess at what Armstrong could actually do. And none of them, not even the guy who invented the calculator that predicted it, actually believed that he would come anywhere near this astonishing time. So before moving on onto the analysis, how do you think, you listening here, how do you think Armstrong did at the New York City Marathon? Well, based on the traditional model discussed in this chapter, performance can be predicted by the product of VO2 max, lactate threshold, running economy. Well, we already know what his VO2 max and lactate threshold are, which leaves us with running economy as the final variable. On race day, Armstrong ran 2:59:36. Not anything to wag a finger at, but a far cry from anything remotely world class. Let's just put it this way. When the winners had crossed the finish line, Armstrong still had 7 miles to go. If you're thinking to yourself, well, of course he was way behind the top runners. He's a biker. Well, your intuition is already focused on the main limiter of what running performance actually is. Clearly, Armstrong's superior ability to carry oxygen and his world-class ability to utilize lactate didn't even give him that much of an advantage. This was simply because he hadn't conditioned his neuromuscular system for the specific demands of running the marathon. Running is a muscular event, which is only supported by the heart, lungs, and metabolic systems. Here's what's incredible. If VO2 max and lactate threshold are supporters of performance but not direct limiters, that leaves us with running economy as the main determinant of performance. This is not only true, but it's observed directly among elite runners. Two runners with identical VO2 max and identical lactate threshold values can have much different running times. This is due to a large difference in running economy. The problem is that running economy is just really a catch-all term that refers to the efficiency of a runner's movement. It can include so many things, from large-scale movements of how a runner swings their leg to how effectively a tendon can return elastic energy, all the way down to the cellular level even, how efficiently mitochondria can uptake oxygen from the blood. I mean, yikes, that's a lot. Running economy is therefore hard to quantify because of the symphony of factors that influence efficiency. What can be said for sure, though, is that however a runner achieves more efficient running, aka a better stride, they will have a decreased race time as a result. We now know that running economy is a huge determinant of race performance, and the way that you develop your running economy is to train your muscles and your soft tissue to perform the specific demands of race day, in terms of pace and duration. It is the ability of the muscles to contract and produce a running pace that can be sustained that limits performance. Once again, running is a muscular event. Does the weather on race day matter? Most would say yes, but it's like compared with what? Have an Olympic track athlete run a race in the pouring rain with a cold headwind, and they're still going to beat the untrained, overweight person. So does weather matter? Well, only if you've already taken care of the things that are more important. It's therefore pretty useful to have a hierarchy of what influences running performance. I offer here a top-down approach of conceptualizing what influences your running the most. So because you're listening to the audiobook here, I'm just going to describe the figure that's here for you. Imagine a pyramid, and I'm going to break that pyramid into 4 levels for you. And we're going to go at the top level. Notice at the top level, the most important aspect of your performance is that you're driven to succeed. You have clear goals and you're inspired. I call that mindset, so we put mindset at the top. That's the number one thing that limits you. The next most important aspect, and we're going to go down to the level underneath it, is that your body is in the best health and shape possible, which gives you a fighting chance. So this would be like the way that your body is kind of structured, maybe the composition of your body, how much fat you carry, how long your limbs are, things like that. Now let's go to the third level down, and that one is next most important, and it's how you prepare your muscles for the demands of race day. And then the final importance at the bottom there is the quality that your heart, lungs, and metabolic systems have to support your working muscles. Each component supersedes the one that's below it. Luckily, these factors are largely within your control and can respond quickly to training. It only takes an instant to decide to sign up for and train for a marathon. That's your mindset. Although changing the length of your leg isn't possible, losing body fat may be a quick way to improve your running. And you can see Appendix C, how to healthfully lower your BMI, that goes super in depth on how to do that. Don't skip the appendices at the back of this book because they're so good. Likewise, training your muscles, the muscular system, to respond to the specific demands of race day can happen in as little as 6 weeks. Maximizing your metabolic efficiency, the metabolic systems at the bottom of that chart, can take you decades, but improvements can be made in as little as 1 month. So this is good news. It means that rapid changes to your performance are possible, and that the more you stick with it, the more of a trickle-down effect you'll have, and the more performance will improve. So let's look at each limiter of performance, and we'll start from the bottom and kind of work our way up this time, because the ones at the bottom are less important, and we want to finish with the one that's most important. Okay, at the bottom, metabolic and energy systems. We start to be able to influence performance greatly when addressing the capabilities of the heart, lung, and the metabolic systems. This is where the discussion of VO2 max and lactate threshold can actually be had. Improving the ability of the body to uptake oxygen, expel CO2, and to use lactate as a fuel, and to buffer acidity caused by hydrogen ions, it's all critically important. Unlike anthropometry, which is your body shape, really, these systems can be trained to a large extent and will contribute to an improved race performance. So improving your VO2 max and lactate threshold really does matter, but this model shows that they aren't the primary limiter of performance, and so they shouldn't be treated as the main systems to improve. All right, let's move up one level now to the muscular system. Since running is a muscular event, propelling yourself down the road, trail, or track as fast as you can requires that your muscles are strong, powerful, and coordinated. If proper muscular contraction doesn't occur, then a runner, they may have the best heart and lungs and lactate threshold on the planet, but they're still gonna not run that fast. The neuromuscular system limits your performance more than the energy systems do. All right, let's go up now to the third level up, second from the top, and this is your body shape. Now, a calf muscle that's high up on the leg with a strong Achilles tendon is more advantageous than if you had a calf muscle that is broader and has a shorter tendon. We also know that a long lower leg, the tibia, provides a mechanical advantage over a shorter lower leg. It is interesting to note that it's not the leg length that contributes to performance. In fact, many of the best distance runners of all time are pretty short by average standards. Instead, it's the ratio of how long the lower leg is compared with the thigh. These factors are largely genetic and out of our control, so we're not going to devote that much time to them here. The main anthropometric factor that we can influence is your body composition. A lower percentage of body fat, down to even 5% or lower for men, and 5 to 9% or even lower for women, is advantageous for distance running, chiefly because it means that there's less weight to carry. There's other benefits too, ability to dissipate heat, etc. This is exactly what we see in elite distance runners, and it's due to their lifestyle, their high volume of running, and generally high quality diet. Now, at the top of the pyramid is the mind. It is the mind that is the ultimate limiter of performance. From Eliud Kipchoge breaking the 2-hour marathon by changing only his thinking, not his training, to Billy Mills cutting off those 2 minutes from the 10,000 meters at the Olympics, and remember Tom Boyle who broke the world record deadlift without any training, we can see how the mind can overcome what we thought to be a physical limitation in any given moment, as long as there's a reason that's compelling enough. Mind is everything. Muscle, pieces of rubber. All that I am because of my mind. Pavo Nurmi. You may not be aiming to break a world record or win an Olympic medal in your next race, and you don't have to shoot that high in order to have a breakthrough. All that's needed is that you know exactly what it is that you want and that you have a strong enough reason to do the work to get you there. From there, your work is to continue forward progress even when there's temptation to declare defeat when things get hard. And these are all products of your mind and are the ultimate limiter of your performance. Okay, there's a chart here, and because you're listening, I'm going to just kind of tell you what this chart is. And the chart really talks about factors that affect your running performance. And it comes from a really cool study from Saunders done back in 2004. You can find all the citations and things like that in your bonuses if you like. Here are some of the factors that affect your running performance. Your height. Well, you want to be average or smaller for males and slightly greater for females. Ponderal index, which is basically just a high index, meaning an ectomorph or mesomorph physique. It's basically the genetic predisposition you have to the way your body is shaped. Body fat. Well, you want to have a low percentage. Leg morphology. You want to have the mass distributed closer to the hip. Remember, we talked about that calf muscle that would be up high, being better. That's why. Pelvis. You want to have a narrow pelvis. Feet. Actually smaller than average. Shoes. Lightweight, but well cushioned with minimal heel to toe differential. And these days we call that a zero drop shoe. Stride length. You want that to be freely chosen over time. Kinematics. You want to have a low vertical oscillation of your center of mass, means basically don't bounce up and down and jump really high. You want to have an acute knee angle during your swing. You want to have less range of motion, but greater angular velocity of plantar flexion during toe off. That's just a fancy way to say when your foot is on the ground and you start to toe off, you want that velocity to be really quick. You want arm motion that's not excessive. And you want faster rotation of the shoulders across the transverse plane, which means basically just rotating around your spine, sort of. All right, there's a couple more. Your kinetics, you want to have a low peak ground reaction force, which means you're not smashing into the ground really hard, basically. You want to have effective exploitation of the stored elastic energy that's in like your Achilles and your plantar fascia. Basically, you want to be kind of bouncy, like if you're on a pogo stick or something like that. Your training, you want it to be comprehensive, meaning you can run long, you can run fast, and everywhere in between. And the running surface, you want to run with something with an intermediate compliance, like a running track. You'll run faster on a running track than you could on a road or a treadmill or concrete. Okay, that's the end of the chart. You now know that VO2 max and lactate threshold aren't what ultimately limit your performance and are only tertiary in this hierarchy of training priorities. And you understand what does limit your performance and how significant each factor is. Great, let's move on. Myth number 2, progressive overload is a smart way to train. In ancient Greece, wrestling was the sport of champions. It was even the cornerstone of the ancient Olympics, and it was the only event in the earliest ancient Olympics. To be a great wrestler brought immense honor. In Greek mythology, it's said that Zeus himself wrestled his father, Cronus, for the right to rule the world. In the 6th century BC, a Greek boy named Milo dreamed of becoming the world's greatest wrestler, and he came up with an interesting idea for how to build strength. According to the legend, a new calf was born on his farm. And Milo picked him up, and he'd carry him on his shoulders across the field for strength training. I guess this was apparently before iron weight sets had been invented. The calf would grow a little bit each week, and so Milo carried a slightly heavier calf each week. This continued until Milo became a grown man and he was able to carry a full adult bull on his shoulders. This gave him the strength needed to become a 6-time Olympic victor and a successful military combatant. The story of Milo of Creton, it's inspiring, but it has a critical flaw. Baby bulls grow much more quickly than boys. Milo would have had only 3 months to stack on an additional 200 pounds to his shoulders. And for a young boy, this increase would leave him, you guessed it, either injured, unable to continue with any gains, we call that a plateau, or burned out from such incredible exertion every day. Milo is even said to have burst the blood vessels around his brow by attempting to carry the bull. The kind of training that Milo did is almost identical to how so many runners train today. The assumption is that by training a little bit more each week, you gradually get better and better. And this is far from the truth. And it's not how strength or endurance is best attained. What would have made more sense is for Milo to carry a baby calf for 2 weeks, get a sufficient workout. He'd then take a rest. He would recover from his hard labor and go back to carrying another baby calf on the farm, thus repeating what he had done in the weeks before, perhaps using maybe a slightly heavier calf or carrying the calf for slightly longer. This kind of training is referred to as cycling, and it's far more effective as a way to train. Back in the 90s, it wasn't easy to get good running books, and for me, Barnes & Noble and my school library were about as deep as the available pool went. Even when we were able to get onto this new thing called the internet, it required a process that only the most ancient of us will remember: the dial-up connection. After a couple of minutes of listening to the hissing and chirping and static of the dial-up modem, and then eventually, you've got mail. Eventually, we'd be able to maybe access an online encyclopedia where we could read about some very genetic models of training. Insightful, detailed training philosophies, such as those outlined in Bob Schull's In the Long Run, and you can see Chapter 8 for more on Bob Schull, amazing guy, or Michael Johnson's Slaying the Dragon, a book we just talked about in the last chapter, they weren't just hard to find. Most runners hadn't even heard of these runners. The leading source of information in the running world came from magazines, the few Runner's World books that were in print, and some well-intentioned yet ill-informed coaches who all seem to agree on at least one thing: the 10% rule. And that brings us to myth number 3, the 10% rule. The 10% rule simply states that a runner should increase their training by about 10% per week in order to minimize overtraining. This seems logical. Most runners, like yourself probably included, have had the experience of feeling inspired to train more and race better. And kind of as if the Eye of the Tiger Rocky song were playing in the background, you hit the weights, you start running more, and you introduce a new long run, and before you know it, you're overtrained, and you're sidelined from the race that you wanted to do. The 10% rule has good intentions, but it's flawed to a degree that's kind of difficult to see until we break it down. So let's break it down. Let's say that Lucy wants to increase her training. She starts at 30 miles per week, and she decides to increase by 10% per week. So she runs 33 miles the next week, and 36 after, and then 40. And all seems good, but after only 4 short months, Lucy has already passed the 100 miles per week mark. And within a year, she's keeping up with long-distance truckers logging 4,000 miles a week. Now, if that sounds insane to you, Figure 7.5 just breaks it down. It shows you the math. It says if you start at 30 miles per week and you just increase 10% per week, yep, you actually do hit those numbers. So it's insanely huge. If it's easy to see how absurd this rate of increase is when we zoom out on the time scale, why do so many runners attempt to do it on a smaller scale? Even with the traditional 18-week marathon buildup, Lucy, she'd still be at 152 miles per week. Even if Lucy cut her mileage back every 3rd week or 4th week, as a lot of coaches recommend, still, she would be at 114 miles per week by race day. So no matter how you slice it, this rate of increase is a lot, and it's definitely not the approach used by elite runners. A 10% increase in mileage every week is not sustainable for even one training cycle. It leads to far higher expected mileage per week than a runner would anticipate when they first started. When entering new mileage territory that you've never hit before, it's wise to take a different approach. You could do one of two things. You could either, 1, move into the higher mileage territory more slowly than 10% per week. Aim to improve your mileage slightly, but aim to repeat it week after week after week, staying consistent. Or number 2, you could go ahead and jump your mileage up significantly, but reduce the pace dramatically. Split the daily run into doubles to further reduce the stress on your body, and omit high-speed workouts for a period of time. When entering a mileage territory that you have sustained for periods in the past, you can actually jump your mileage up in larger chunks at a time, but remain there for weeks or months before jumping it up again. Listen to this carefully. You can increase your mileage while decreasing the stress on your body. How? By running more slowly. Some ultra runners, they run 200 or even 250 miles per week, and they don't get injured. I urge you to think of the demand on your body as the pace you run, not your distance. In fact, many people who are out of shape tackle the Appalachian Trail every year, and they go from a distance of almost no mileage to 15 to 20 miles per day right off the bat. Well, how do they do that? They go slowly, power hiking virtually all of it. Even in elite Kenyan training camps, men and women capable of running marathons in the 220s routinely begin their training by warming up at a 10-minute per mile pace, or even slower. Now, that's a full 5 minutes slower than their marathon race pace. More novice runners tend to pace most of their runs much more quickly, believing that running 1 or 2 minutes per mile slower than marathon pace is easy enough. If your mileage were to stay the same, this might feel easy, but if you wanted to dramatically increase your mileage, then a slower pace for most runs must be adopted. And there's more on how to do this in Chapter 10 when we talk about base training, and in Appendix D, the 80-20 principle. So, what can be done about all this? If training more miles or faster intervals each week isn't the answer, how can a runner improve? During your race buildup, use a more conservative increase in mileage and a more aggressive increase in specificity. We'll talk about that when we get to the specific training chapter. Myth number 4. Mileage is the best predictor of performance. Most runners have an intuitive sense that if they want to achieve more, they'll need to run more mileage. And in truth, achieving more is only loosely tied to running more. This seems kind of counterintuitive at first. We observe, don't we, that elite runners, they run more than most all other runners. So wouldn't it be logical that increasing mileage to their level would produce a similar result? And it's true, but only to a small degree. When beginning running, or at a relatively low level of running, and we'll define that here as below 40 miles per week, sustained for a minimum of 3 months, a runner will indeed improve simply by running a little bit more. After all, if a non-runner, running 0 miles per week, starts to run and sustains 8 miles per week, they'll likely develop into a better runner over time. But beyond this level, mileage becomes less of a predictor of running velocity across distances from the 5K to the marathon. On the starting line of the Olympic 10,000 meter event, many runners have similar training mileage. What differentiates the training between athletes is the kind of workouts they're doing. Even in a big city marathon with tens of thousands of runners, perhaps any given 1,000 of them might be running the same average weekly mileage. Yet their finish times will vary widely. The amount that a runner should increase their mileage comes down to how much of their potential they may have already achieved. For example, for a person who wants to become a runner but isn't running at all, it's really just about getting in the miles, any miles at all, and not much else. But for an elite runner, increasing mileage may worsen performance. Depending on an athlete's distribution of muscle fiber types, either fast twitch or slow twitch, overtraining can easily result from an increase in mileage. As you train more, your mileage will contribute to your performance less and less because of the law of diminishing return. Now, figures 7.6 and 7.7 show these, and I'll describe them to you just a little bit. So if you look at the relative recovery rates of runners, if you have a fast twitch runner or a slow twitch runner, meaning that they just naturally have more of one kind of fiber type, the fast twitch runner is going to have a harder time adapting to higher mileage than a slow twitch runner. And we have this graphed out for you, and you can see this from the research. And then we've got figure 7.7. You can find these all in your bonuses. The law of diminishing return basically just shows that as you run more mileage, the improvement gets less and less and less and kind of tapers off. It'll never end, but it just kind of tapers off. But what's really cool is this figure also shows that not only as you train more do you get less benefit, but as you train more, you get more injury risk. And eventually, the injury risk kind of outweighs the training benefit that you're going to get. The following is an excerpt from Jeff Galloway on overfocusing on mileage. In the 1970s, in my quest for faster times, I averaged about 140 miles of running per week. I maxed out, believe it or not, at an exhausting 210 weekly miles, which led to a series of breakdowns. If there had been a magazine called Injured Runners, then back then I'd have been on the cover month after month. Slowly, I realized that sheer volume wasn't the key to success. At the 1971 Pan Am Games trial, as a group of us mileage junkies compared notes, Kenny Moore confessed that he had never run a 100-mile week in his life. A year later, he finished 4th in the Olympic marathon. Now, Kenny wasn't the only world-class marathoner to embrace lower mileage. And yeah, in the elite world of marathoning, 100 miles would be relatively low. When Tony Sandoval won the 1980 U.S. Olympic marathon trials, he was running a lot, about 120 miles per week. During his medical residency the following year, however, Tony's mileage dipped to about 40 miles per week. And he still ran a 2:14 marathon. If not mileage, then what? In runners who are at a moderate to high level of development, running economy and neuromuscular capacity to produce force can be used as the main determinant of distance running performance. Temperature is really an even bigger performance determinant, but on race day, the air temperature is out of a runner's control, and oftentimes races are not run in extreme temperatures. So we're focusing on what we can control in training here. But in Chapter 17, we have a deep discussion about how to improve performance based on body temperature. It's really cool. You'll see when you get there. The best way to improve running economy is to engage the fast twitch muscle fibers. I'm going to say that again here so that this really sinks in. The best way to improve running economy is to engage the fast twitch muscle fibers. This can be done through fast running, strength training, and plyometric training. This data has been confirmed by many meta-analyses and shows that in just 10 weeks of strength training, for upper body or lower body, running economy can be improved by a whopping 4%. Even in highly trained runners. That's huge. I want you to pay close attention to this next statement. You ready? The development of improved running economy through short interval training, resistance training, and plyometric training predicts running performance more than mileage once you're over roughly 40 miles per week. BMI, a significant factor often overlooked. One performance factor that could possibly trump anything else is the composition of the tissues carried in the body. If there is excess fat, it's basically dead weight, and it will slow a runner down considerably, while also decreasing the body's ability to dissipate heat, and not to mention that carrying around extra weight increases injury risk due to impact. The body mass index, or the BMI, maps the ratio of an individual's height to their weight, and it's a useful tool for quickly approximating body composition. Other measures, such as running an electric current through the body and measuring how quickly it moves through the tissues, is even more accurate. And this process is called bilateral electrical impedance. You can maybe get it done at a local health clinic, but it's not easily accessible and can be expensive. So BMI is a good place to start for most runners. What's interesting about BMI is that most people, runners included, have a BMI that is above the recommended levels. The CDC recommends a healthy BMI to be between 18.5 and 24.9. And looking at all the best available studies put together with the longest follow-up period can narrow this range even more and shows that the longest lifespans are associated with a BMI between 20 and 22, so lower even. A BMI between 25 and 30 is considered overweight. And the average American, 28.8, a far cry from what is considered healthy. The only large population that falls into the recommended BMI range is individuals on a plant-based diet, those who eat only plants and plant-derived foods. Not even those on a vegetarian diet were within the recommended healthy range, clocking in at 25.7. You may assume that those on a plant-based diet also exercise more. But what was found was that these people actually exercise less as a whole population than their counterparts with higher BMIs. Diet was the biggest influencer of BMI, not exercise. And BMI is the biggest influencer of running performance. This is due to a high percentage of calories coming from carbohydrates. Running economy is also affected by diet. When researchers studied diet in elite runners, 3 weeks of intense running training combined with a low-carb, high-fat ketogenic diet impaired running performance due to a reduction in running economy, despite an increase in aerobic capacity. Conversely, a period of high carbohydrate intake, and therefore high availability of carbohydrate in the body, improves running performance due to a reduced oxidative demand of the substrate. What influences your running isn't so straightforward. It's a hierarchy. Again, many things influence your running, and you can go back and see those figures from our previous chapter. But depending on where you are in your development, you'll have a different chief indicator of your performance. For example, a runner who was 50 pounds overweight would likely perform better by just losing the weight without even running than they would if they ran a little bit but didn't lose the extra weight. But we shouldn't assume that even good runners are at their ideal racing weight. We all need a certain amount of essential fat in our bodies to be able to function. And, fat lines and protects our organs, it stores vital energy, and it makes up most of the mass of our brain. The amount of essential fat for these functions is about 2% to maybe 5% for men, and upward even to 9 to 13% for women. Everything above these levels is not necessary for body function and serves as extra stored energy, which is mostly just dead weight for a runner who's looking to improve their fitness. And this is what we see in comparing faster runners to slower runners. As runners move closer to world-class times, their body fat percentage tends to get closer to the minimum essential fat required for good health. And they cut away all of the excess. When looking at elite distance runners, invariably, they're all at a very low body fat percentage, much lower than their non-running counterparts. Elite male runners, about 5% body fat, and elite females, 8 to 9. If a runner is not moving towards a body fat percentage in this range, then although training mileage, strength training, and fast twitch muscle development are a great influencer of performance, the biggest indicator is being ignored. If you want to learn how to healthfully lower your BMI, I've included an entire section in the back of this book that reports on the single most successful strategy ever studied in the literature on how to lose weight and keep it off even a year after the conclusion of the study. And you can find the full description in Appendix C. It's not about mileage at this point. It's about specificity in training, training structure, fast twitch muscle development in the form of fast running and weight training, and diet. The notion of running more to run faster can be completely debunked by looking at ultramarathoners. Now, it's not uncommon for a world-class ultramarathoner to be logging 200 miles per week, and traditional logic would say that these runners should be pretty darn elite. And they are, at ultramarathoning. But it's rare to hear of a runner who logs that many miles and is also world-class in the 5K or the 10K or even the marathon. I can think of only one, and that's Jerry Lindgren. And in Chapter 10, we're going to break down some of Jerry Lindgren's training. But let's look at world-class runners, ultra runners, who can emphasize this point. Jim Walmsley, ultra fast. The principle that mileage is a poor predictor of performance was highlighted beautifully at the 2020 Olympic Marathon Trials in Atlanta, Georgia. Among the well-known American distance runners in the men's division, such as Galen Rupp, Abdi Abdirahman, Dathan Ritzenhein, all Olympians and record holders in their own right, was Jim Walmsley. Walmsley was hailed as the fan favorite for what he was about to attempt. Walmsley is no slouch and is one of the greatest ultramarathon runners in the world, routinely logging ultra-high mileage and racing distances of 100 miles or even more at a pace that would leave even some local marathon champions in the dust. With such high mileage, extensive racing experience, and lean body mass, Walmsley was going to be the first truly dominant elite ultramarathoner to step down to the marathon and try to make the Olympic team. Walmsley ran superbly well, and he finished in a time of 2 hours, 15 minutes, 5 seconds, a time that most marathoners would be ecstatic to achieve. Although, for the Olympic trials, it was only good enough to achieve 22nd. Walmsley finished more than a mile behind the winner, Galen Rupp, and over 3 miles behind what the best marathoners in the world can run. If we mirror this percentage difference, then based off his marathon time, Walmsley would have been lapped 3 full times on the track by a world-class 10,000-meter runner. The story isn't to detract from Walmsley's achievements. I mean, quite the contrary. This man is a legend in distance running. He is so supremely dominant in the ultramarathon distances that he's not only broken the record at the Western States 100-mile endurance run, which is one of the most competitive ultras in the world, but then he went on to break his own record the next year by a whopping 21 minutes. He's so dominant, in fact, that Ultra Running Magazine has named him the Ultra Runner of the Year each year in the 5 years leading up to the publication of this book. What this story highlights is that mileage alone is an extremely poor predictor of performance, in runners at least who are well-trained. Instead, it is the specificity in training that produces a top-notch result, in any distance. And this brings us to the new science in specificity in training, the triphasic model. And because you're listening to the book here, and maybe it's a little hard to see the chapters that are coming ahead, we're getting to the triphasic model. We're going to do one chapter here before we dive into dissecting the triphasic model, and we're going to go over the history of elite training programs, because understanding what's happened in the past over the last 50 plus years or so is going to show you exactly why we've gotten to where we are today. So let's dive into chapter 8 next. Chapter 8, History of Elite Training Programs. Training has come a long way since the 1950s. I mean, just over half a century ago, running down the street was seen as something only lunatics did. It wasn't until the running boom of the late 1960s and the early 1970s that running really became mainstream. By then, effective training methods were being discovered, and it was an exciting time in the world of elite running. For instance, in the 1950s, Emil Zatopek was one of the first runners to make heavy use of interval training. Just a decade or so before Zatopek, interval running hadn't even been practiced by Olympians. And since then, training structure has evolved significantly, and we're now able to measure energy expenditure, aerobic capacity, lactate turn points, and to prescribe individualized nutrition and hydration plans. Additionally, new technologies such as the Alter-G treadmill and the underwater treadmill make high-level training possible for elite runners even when they're injured, and you can read more about those in Appendix G. A comprehensive review of how training methods got to where they are today can be entertaining, but it would be largely irrelevant. Instead, it's more relevant to review the 3 styles of training that were revolutionary and produced the very best runners of their time. So, we're going to look at Mihaly Igloy, the Hungarian coach whose athletes broke 49 world records from the 1,000 meter to the 10,000 meters. Jack Daniels, the American coach who was titled the world's greatest running coach in the 1990s and produced many top Americans. Brad Hudson, the American coach who revolutionized base training in order to produce one runner who broke the American record in the 5,000 meters and became one of only 3 non-Africans to run under 13 minutes in the 5,000 meters ever. Renato Canova, the Italian coach who has led dozens of runners to world championship titles, world records, and Olympic medals. Now we're going to look at each in some detail and extract what their training methods have in common that actually still work for elite runners today, and what fallacies in training they can uncover. And we're going to go one by one. Okay, first one, Mihaly Igloy. One coach, 49 world records. In 2012, I found out about the incredible Bob Schull. As of the writing of this book, Schull is the only American to ever win the 5,000 meters at the Olympics. As I dug more into his training, I found that it was actually pretty unorthodox and difficult to get any samples of. So I decided to dig deeper. Schull's coach was Mihaly Igloy, a former elite Hungarian runner himself. And what was insane to find out was that Igloy's runners had held 49 world records. No other running coach in history has gotten results like this. One of Igloy's runners, Sandor Iharos, owned the world record in the 1,500 meters, the 3,000 meters, the 2-mile, the 5,000, and the 10,000 during his career. Another one of his runners, Istvan Rostoglovsky, owned the records in the 1,000, the 1,500, and the 2,000-meter events. Such great results would say a lot of any coach. But the problem for us is that Igloy was a secretive man. He never published a book or any kind of training log for his runners. Now that's understandable. After all, why would he want to share the training secrets that were getting him most of the world records? Practices were held in secrecy, behind the thick concrete walls of his training camp. And back in the 1950s, no one was vlogging or posting their workouts on Strava. Igloy's training methods remained a secret. And had it not been for the work of Bob Schul, we may have never uncovered some of Igloy's key training principles, some of which escaped the mainstream for half a century. 36 years after winning the Olympic gold medal, Schul documented what training under Igloy was like in his book, In the Long Run. After hearing of this book, I immediately went to Amazon. There was one copy left, and it was priced at over $300 and was only in acceptable condition. So instead, I wrote a letter to Schul, and I asked if he had any copies that he could send me. 1 week later, I received a signed copy of his book, as well as a copy of his training manual, which broke down every single workout that he did leading up to the Olympics in Tokyo. I had struck gold. After 6 years of studying exercise physiology for distance runners, getting 2 degrees along the way, after reading every book I could get my hands on, and working in the lab, testing the limits of runners' bodies, I couldn't believe how much had been overlooked in basic principles of distance running. In short, Schul's training can be viewed as accumulating a massive amount of work at race pace or faster, with not much else. Igloy would have his runners run countless laps of the track, but on the infield, this approach was beautiful because it made the distances that would normally be run, such as 200 meters, 400 meters, obsolete. Running a lap around the track on the inside may equate to just 380 meters, where a lap on the outside might be 430 meters. Tracking exact pacing didn't matter much early on. What matters was how the runner felt during each interval. Intervals were prescribed not at paces, but at effort levels, using terms like fresh, good, and fast to determine the degree of tension experienced in a runner's body. This approach was genius. One of the main benefits of running like this is that a runner can get a workout at the proper intensity regardless of the weather or how they feel. For example, if a runner were feeling sluggish on their fresh day, their pace might be a little bit slower than the same fresh pace on other days, yet the workout could still be completed as prescribed. This allowed for consistency in training. The second benefit of training like this is that the runner becomes acutely aware of their body and at what point they begin to develop increased tension when increasing speed. For Schul, this translated to being able to stay supremely relaxed, even while running a 52-second 400 meters, which is exactly what it took to win at the Tokyo Olympics. The second unique aspect of Igloy's methods was that he prescribed large quantities of intervals with very short rest periods. Now, if you told one of your friends that you were going to do 50 sets of 200, they'd likely reply with some sort of statement highlighting the degree to which you are crazy. The idea of running so many 200s, to them, would mean that you would be a quivering blob of goo on the ground by the end of your training session. After all, 200s are fast, and 50 of them is insane. The assumption is always that the shorter the interval is, the faster the pace. So when a traditional runner is doing 200s, they're done fast, perhaps at a pace that could only be sustained slightly longer than 200 meters. But in Igloy's methods, the shortness of the interval had nothing to do with the intensity at which it was run. For guys like Schul, Coach Igloy might prescribe 50 repetitions of 200 meters at 5K race pace. Now that sounds a bit more doable. After all, 50 times 200 meters is just 10,000 meters, or 6.2 miles, instead of the long 60 to 90 second recoveries that you might take after a fast 200 meter traditional interval. Schul's recovery would be only 5 to 10 seconds. The magic is that Schul was able to get in a whopping 10K worth of 5K pace running in a single workout. Now, even if he were to race a 5K, He'd of course only get a 5K of running at that pace. But by breaking the workout bout into small chunks and taking regular yet very short rest intervals, Schul was able to rack up a workout that would give him an even better training effect than running a race. Carryover effect. Training the muscular system has a bonus effect of training the heart and lungs. If you complete an interval of any sort and you cross the finish line, your heart rate, your lactate levels, your breathing rate, etc., they don't really return to normal immediately. There's a carryover effect, where these metrics will remain high for a short period of time before starting to recover to baseline. By keeping recoveries to 10 seconds, Schul was able to maintain a constant stress on his heart and lungs and metabolic systems while getting to rest for over 8 minutes during the workout. So using the example from above, 10 seconds, which were his rest, times 50 repetitions equals 500 seconds, or about 8 minutes and 20 seconds of full recovery. This allowed him to do a much longer workout than if he had done all the workout in one go, getting twice the training effect that even a race would provide. More traditional, longer intervals, which would have longer recoveries too, would allow his heart rate to decrease substantially, whereas this style didn't. Getting the muscles used to faster than race pace and accumulating a lot of work at those paces causes the muscles to become more efficient and more capable of sustaining running at race pace. This style of training is also a superior way of conditioning the heart. I've provided more information on conditioning the heart through interval training in Appendix B, but in short, the only way to deliver more blood to a working muscle is to improve the heart rate or the stroke volume. Maximal heart rate is difficult to improve, but stroke volume can be improved, and high-intensity interval training, such as what Schul did, is an ideal way to improve stroke volume. Let's review the benefits of Igloi-style workouts. Number 1, superior training for the muscular system, because most of the time is spent at race-relevant paces. Number 2, it allows for longer exposure to training stimulus to the metabolic and energy systems. Number 3, it reduces injury risk by building incredible strength and resiliency without overdoing a single workout that's a maximal effort. Number 4, it reduces mental burnout from never pushing to the point of complete exhaustion. Number 5, it can be repeated regularly, in contrast to a traditional hard tempo run or an interval session, which can only be done 1 or 2 times per week. These sessions were performed 5 to 6 days per week, allowing for superior training adaptation. Number 6, it improves stroke volume through running at faster paces more regularly than in other training models. All right, so that's our first coach. We're going to go on to our second one now, Jack Daniels, the world's greatest running coach. In the late 1990s, I picked up a first edition of Daniels' Running Formula. It was my first exposure to the world of exercise physiology it applies to distance runners. And it ultimately inspired me to study sport medicine for distance runners up to the graduate level. Like many runners of this time, I adopted this book as my Bible, and I have it to this day, complete with the weathered, folded, highlighted pages earned by a worthy book companion. A silver medal Olympian himself, Daniels became a successful coach at the State University of New York College at Cortland, where he led his team to 8 national titles and went on to coach successful Olympians, such as Joan Benoit Samuelson, Mary Slaney, and Jim Ryan. Daniels' approach is based on the idea that there are 3 limiters of running performance, and you may recall this from earlier in the book, the VO2 max, lactate threshold, and running economy, and that the product of these 3 values determines a runner's capability. Now, I've already highlighted the shortcomings of focusing on these in Chapter 7, so there's no need to revisit it here, but Daniels' success still deserves further examination of the benefits of his training methods. Daniels' methods do not claim that each of these components, VO2 max, lactate threshold, and running economy, are equal. In fact, Daniels himself says that running economy has so many components that it's a whole science in itself. And it's true. Many runners will read his teachings and falsely assume that focusing on developing VO2 max and lactate threshold is the key to improving performance. Runners will train at these paces and they'll see improvements, sure, but the improvement is not because of the increase in VO2 max and lactate threshold. The improvement is a byproduct of running at these paces, and it's because of the muscular adaptation that occurs at these paces. Many runners following this tactic will improve in spite of, not because of, this approach. These improvements are largely because they're allowing for quality runs that focus on a broad range of paces. So we've got a bunch of paces here. The fastest one, repetition pace, that improves running economy. And then still pretty fast, but slightly slower, interval paces, they improve VO2 max. And then finally, the slower of the 3, the more sustained tempo or threshold runs, They're designed to improve lactate threshold. The current research supports this training range, showing that developing diversity in speed and mechanical characteristics of the muscles is a good indicator of performance. By touching on these high quality and various paces regularly, a runner will improve. The improvement is because of the muscular conditioning. A measured improvement in VO2 max and lactate threshold is simply correlated with this improvement, but it's not the cause of improving running performance. Again, see Chapter 7 on why these factors aren't what limit your performance. The ways to improve running economy are to, there's two of them. Number one, accumulate a lot of volume of running by running slowly and often, what Daniels calls easy running. And number two, demand a more efficient stride of yourself by running quickly and often, or what Daniels calls repetition training, or even strides. We now have another core building block of the triphasic model, dedicating a lot of time to short, fast running, and the remainder of the time to very easy running, without much else. And this is what I call base training. We're going to have a whole chapter on base training, but workouts are done at or near race pace only later in the training cycle as the athlete becomes more fit and ready to tackle bigger workouts. Let's move on to our second group of coaches here that we're going to look at in history, and this is Canova and Hudson. Renato Canova has been regarded as one of the most sought-after coaches in the world over the last decade. His methods have created world record holders and national and international champions, such as Moses Mosop, who broke the marathon world record at Boston, and nearly 3 minutes off of that in 2011 with a time of 2:03:06. Now, this course is considered slow traditionally and didn't attract the top marathoners for this reason. Breaking a world record on such a tough course is certainly noteworthy. Another one of his runners, Nicholas Kemboy, he ran a time of 26:30 in the 10,000 meters, the fifth fastest of all time. Another one, Saif Sahid Shaheen, world record holder in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. And four, an American, Ryan Hall, Olympic marathon trials champion in 2007 and the American record holder in the marathon. Brad Hudson, the other coach we're talking about here, is an American coach who used a similar principle and has produced some of the best American runners of all time, such as Shane Culpepper, the 3,000 meter world champion, 4K USA cross-country national champion, and the 5,000 meter Olympic trials champion. Pretty good. Dathan Ritzenhein, the former American record holder in the 5K, 3-time Olympian, and 2:07 marathoner, and actually one of only 4 non-Africans to ever run under 13 minutes in the 5K. Jorge Torres, NCAA Division I cross-country champion and Olympic 10,000 meter runner. In the following chapters, we'll be extracting the exact training used by some of these athletes. But for now, the most important thing to note is what kind of training these athletes did that was different from most training plans and allowed them to reach such a high level. Essentially, their training was structured so that they worked backwards from race day. They would choose the race time that they wanted and the date that they wanted it. The training was reverse engineered, with the most specific and difficult workouts happening in the final 1 to 2 months of training. Working backwards from there, workouts were designed for the 1 or 2 months before this period, so now we're at about 3 months before the peak race, in order to get the athlete prepared to do the more demanding workouts of the final stage. And working even further back, so now let's go 3 to 6 months before the competition, a base training phase, which didn't only focus on mileage and easy running, but also focused on very fast running, was used for an extended time. Instead of basing workouts on paces, which are associated with certain energy systems, such as VO2 max and lactate threshold, Canova and Hudson would prescribe workouts based on the percentage of goal race pace. This is a markedly different approach from most training plans on the market today. Key takeaways. Large quantities of intervals with very short recoveries done more slowly than most periods prescribe, but faster than race pace is key. Training at very fast paces leads to improved heart stroke volume. Training paces based off of subjective feel can allow a runner to use interval training nearly every day and not burn out. Base training should include very fast running and very slow running, both at high volume, while deliberately neglecting significant volume at moderate paces. Using a percentage of race pace to determine the pace of a workout in months leading up to a race will allow an athlete to be virtually guaranteed a peak in performance. Knowing exactly where you are in each phase of training will prevent you from doing workouts that will prematurely peak your fitness. Working backwards from race day, creating workouts that logically progress towards being able to run at race pace for a long duration on race day is essential and should be the main metric to driving training. Hey, congratulations, you've made it really far into this book right now. And because you're listening to this as opposed to holding the book in your hand, sometimes when you hold the book in your hand, you could skip around. But because you're listening, you've taken the time to actually go through each of the chapters and each of the phases up till here. So we are about to dive in to the part that you've probably been waiting for. And what we're going to do is we're going to now overview the entire triphasic model. And then I'm going to break down each section in such detail for you. You're going to love it. I really encourage you from this point forward that if you haven't, to grab your notebook or grab something where you can actually start to take notes. Maybe you can take notes in this audio itself, or open up a note on your phone. Or what I really like to do is get a hardbound journal and capture some of these ideas, because as we're going through, you're going to learn so much. And even if you only capture a fraction of it, but really implement it, you're going to go so far. So I invite you now to lock in to probably what you've been waiting for, an overview of the triphasic model, followed by a detailed breakdown of every phase. Let's go. Chapter 9, The New Science of Training, the Triphasic Model. Race fitness represents a blend of neuromuscular and energy system fitness. In other words, how well your body can perform on race day is determined by, number 1, how trained the muscles are for the specific demands of the race, and number 2, how well those muscles can be supplied with energy from the 3 metabolic energy systems. And you can check out figure 9.1 in your bonuses if you want to see a graph of those energy systems. But they are the aerobic system, which uses oxygen to metabolize carbohydrate and fat into energy. The anaerobic system, the body's quick way of creating energy predominantly from glucose without the use of oxygen, and it's also known as the lactic acid system. And the immediate, or the ATP phosphocreatine system, which uses readily available ATP to deliver energy almost immediately wherever it's needed. Many training plans available focus on trying to improve the metabolic systems and the aerobic capacity. The thought is to maximize the body's ability to make fuel, making it as efficient as possible. But this would be like entering a NASCAR race and focusing solely on sourcing the best gasoline, and then showing up at the starting line driving a pickup truck with old tires. Having the best fuel on the planet, even with a superior engine to use that fuel, won't matter if your vehicle isn't appropriate for the race. This is why, although training the metabolic systems is a critical component of your running, doing so in place of focusing on the muscular systems will leave you in a similar position to that of the pickup truck NASCAR racer. Recall Jim Walmsley, who spent most of his ultramarathon career training his aerobic system, but during the marathon, which is up to 97 to 99% aerobic, he couldn't keep up with the much faster runners. How could it be that a runner with arguably the highest trained aerobic system wasn't able to keep up with other runners when the race was mostly aerobic? The answer again is that the runners that he raced had a more specific muscular training for the demands of the marathon. And so, the triphasic model is designed to focus on training the all-important muscular system, while at the same time taking the metabolic systems along for a free ride. By training the muscular system first, you get to enhance your 3 metabolic systems as a byproduct. This is how you can start to maximize your efficiency in training. This will allow you to peak your performance, both metabolically and muscularly, at the end of your season. The triphasic model does this by taking a step back and cultivating your ability to run both shorter than race distance but faster, and longer than race distance but slower. Depending on how much time is available to train, this stepping back can be done all the way to the most extreme ends of the spectrum, where an athlete is both running as fast as they possibly can, 100% speed over very short distances, and accumulating a lot of volume at super easy running paces. And this is the starting place of training. Most runners don't start here though, as they often don't like running significantly slower than a comfortable pace. It seems too easy, maybe not stimulating enough, but the answer is to simply run longer rather than running faster. And this will give you significantly more time spent training at the low end of the aerobic spectrum and building up the foundation upon where you're going to run higher intensity later. But it goes deeper. Many runners also don't want to sprint at 100% speed for 8 seconds, believing that longer intervals at slightly slower paces are better. And these runners would be right if they only had a very short time to train, like 6 to 12 weeks. But ideally, you're going to give yourself much more time to train for your peak race. Elite runners will start by building up the non-specific foundation needed in order to do the same kinds of workouts that the weekend warrior does, but at a much higher volume. This is what allows one runner to train themselves to a higher caliber than their slower counterparts. Notice that it's not the volume of running itself that produces the better race time, it's the volume of specific training. And that is limited by the volume of non-specific running done earlier in the season. The main mistake I see with early season training is that most runners confuse running long, slow, and easy with base training, and they're not the same thing. Base running, or non-specific running, is any running pace that is greatly different from your goal race pace. And this does include slow, easy running, but it also includes very fast, very short running. Gradually, we bring the two extreme ends closer together, adding more of an aerobic component to the neuromuscular workouts, and we add a little more neuromuscular conditioning to the aerobic workouts until they kind of converge in the middle at your goal race pace. Another way to say this is that your long runs would get shorter and faster as your training progressed, and your speed sessions would become longer and slower. Eventually, the differences between your long run and your speed run would be minimal, at which point you would add in special workouts that are of particularly high caliber. See Chapter 19, Special Workouts to Peak Your Fitness. Now, let's work backwards from race day to identify the logical goals of training. All right, working backwards, the goal of training is to get yourself ready for race day. We'll call that race day. The way that you get ready for race day is by doing workouts that closely approximate the demands of the race. We'll call that specific training. But you must first get fit enough to even do these kinds of hard workouts. You must train to train. I call that support training. And before you can do this difficult work of training to train, you have to first at least get the aerobic system and the neuromuscular system used to a high level of output, and that's called base training. And finally, before you can even get used to running at a high level, you must first get your butt off the couch and make sure that you can run consistently and without pain, and I call that phase conditioning. These phases of training must be done in order, from conditioning through race day, in order to produce a breakthrough in running performance. Prematurely jumping in at harder workouts before the foundation allows for a higher volume of these harder workouts is what limits runners from bigger gains in performance. Instead of progressive overload, this is the science of peaking. Chapter 10, Base Training. This was a special night at Alvern High School in Hudson, New Hampshire. Coach Tom Daigle had called his high school runners to their first meeting of the 2002 cross-country season. Because it was my last year in high school, I wanted to make the most of this season, and I was eager to hear what he was going to lay out for us. The parents had been invited to accompany their kids to meet their team's coach and mingle with the support staff. So parents, students, and coaches all took their seats in one of the classrooms. You know, one of those old classrooms with the old blackboards, no windows, and maybe a 50% chance that any given desk would have gum underneath it. Coach Daigle, he looked serious. He hadn't said a word yet, and we weren't sure if this was going to be a normal, lighthearted beginning to a season, or if our coach was just wanting to torture his adolescent runners with a new workout that he'd read about in Runner's World magazine over the summer. With a serious tone that had a hint of snickering behind it, as if he was trying to, but failing to keep from laughing, Coach Daigle told us runners and the parents that he was going to be starting the season off with a fad from the 60s, a little something called LSD. He took a dramatic pause, making eye contact with the parents in the room in rapid succession, looking for confusion, and with a snorting sound that only comes from attempting to withhold a snickering laugh from a bad pun, he said, long, slow distance. Coach Daigle's sense of humor was dry, but we appreciated that he was at least trying. He went on to tell us that he'd figured out that the key to success in long-distance running was to build up a base of miles. We're going to spend the preseason doing lots of long, slow, easy runs. And this made sense at the time, and I was eager to have a season where we didn't jump into track intervals on day one. The plan that year was simple. Run slow, run easy, and long early in the season, and then ramp up the intensity as we got closer to the important races. Voila! A sure success formula, right? Well, 3 months later, at the end of the season, all the runners on the team had equivalent performances to the year before, or only marginally better. I, personally, had run only 20 seconds faster in the 5K that year. And it was on a short course, so I don't even know if it counts. It wasn't for lack of passion, and certainly wasn't for a lack of effort. All 13 of us on the team showed up every day. We worked out hard, and we raced in the overdramatic style that seems to only exist in high school. We had one particularly passionate runner who at an underage beer party exclaimed, "I'd cut my dick off if it guaranteed that I'd make nationals this year." Yeah, we were serious about competition. But if this kind of base training was so effective, we should have all set personal records that year. And instead, we fell into these 3 common traps. Number 1, we didn't have enough time in base training to make any real difference. Number 2, we only focused on half of what was necessary to have an effective base phase. And number 3, we made the common mistake of running these miles too hard. So let's solve each of these problems, which you'll likely encounter in your own training as well. Number 1, how long should you spend in base training? And a side note here, if you'd like to set up your training along with this book as you read, then you might even skip ahead to chapter 15 on setting up your timeframes at this point, and you can complete the brief exercise and then return here. Otherwise, we'll set up your timeframes after completing the triphasic model. All right. It takes 6 weeks for any neuromuscular adaptation to really take hold. When you sprain your ankle, strain a muscle, or have any significant damage to a soft tissue in your body, particularly when it's associated with the musculoskeletal system, like your muscles, ligaments, and tendons, the doctor often recommends a period of 6 weeks of recovery. I mean, have you ever broken a bone and had it cast? How long was the cast on? Probably 6 weeks. When you run, you're basically injuring yourself on a really small scale. It's called microtrauma. And this basically means that every time you go out to run, you come home weaker than you were before you head out the door. If you didn't break down too much muscle, you'll heal up in a short period of time, and after healing, you'll be stronger than if you hadn't done the workout in the first place. And it's called supercompensation. Building new muscle tissue takes a lot of resources from your body. Not only does it take an immense amount of energy to create new muscle tissue, but even if you aren't trying to bulk up, you're still building new tissue, creating new nerve pathways, creating more efficient muscle fibers. And you can see the sarcomere chapter in chapter 18, where we show you how to do that. It's so cool, which takes just as many resources to accomplish. The human body is super efficient, and your body really doesn't want to waste precious resources into building more muscle if it doesn't have to. It would only be advantageous to build newer, stronger, more efficient muscles if you were to consistently run day after day, week after week, even year after year. But your body is smart enough to not build up new muscular tissue just because you've done a single workout. There's better and faster ways to get strong. And your body knows this. When you place a new stress on your neuromuscular system, your body will adapt first by building more efficient neural pathways before it allocates the precious resources to growing new muscle tissue. If an untrained, scrawny-chested boy were to decide that he wanted to get a bench press set so that he could bulk up and take on the bully at school, here's how it might go. Boy gets weight set. Boy works out every other day. After 4 weeks, boy can lift more weight than when he started, but he doesn't seem to be bulking up. After 6 weeks, boy notices that he's gained a little bit of muscular definition. Beyond 6 weeks, boy notices that he's putting on muscle much more rapidly. If boy continues training, he will begin to see more muscular growth. If boy stops training for a couple of months, the cycle will repeat, again on a similar time frame. The reason why the boy doesn't see much muscle gain in the first 6 weeks is because his body made him stronger simply by maximizing the efficiency of his neural pathway that contract his muscles. On day 1, the boy might have been shaky and inefficient, and instead of wasting massive amounts of calories and resources on building muscle to be stronger at an inefficient technique, the boy would instead do the less metabolically taxing process of simply recruiting new neurons or even just altering the pathway of existing neurons in order to fire his muscles in a way that's more efficient. Now, after just a few weeks of training, he's no longer shaky, he's more efficient. He actually is stronger and he can lift more weight, yet he hasn't gained much muscle. It's only as the process begins to taper off that the longer-term changes of muscular growth kick in. His body is sufficiently convinced that the new stress, like doing this bench press, is going to continue in the long term, and his body now switches from predominantly neural adaptation to more hypertrophy after about 6 weeks. Remember that running is a muscular event. When a new runner begins training, they are likely the equivalent of the shaky boy on the bench press, inefficient, prone to injury, and relatively weak. When you take on a new kind of workout in your running, you are the equivalent of the bullied boy. You may have noticed in your own running that following a layoff, due to maybe vacation, injury, or even laziness, you feel shaky and about as uncoordinated as a newborn giraffe learning to run for the first time. Your neurons haven't received the proper stimulus to recruit your muscles in a long time, so you must now re-educate them. A new runner needs to have about 6 weeks of just running before their neuromuscular system will even contemplate building more resilient muscles, ligaments, tendons, and muscle fiber types. So what if you're not a new runner? Well, that's good. You're ahead of the curve. Just as a formerly unathletic person can add in a new routine of running, a current runner can add in a new routine of running more, running faster, running more frequently, or running on new terrain, like changing from the road to the trail. This new stimulus plays out the same way as the boy beginning the bench press. And it'll take about 6 weeks for a neuromuscular adaptation to occur following a new stimulus. And after this point, muscles may still adapt, just in a different way. The point is that if a stimulus lasts fewer than 6 weeks, full adaptation is unlikely to occur. Doctors know this. Physical therapists practice this. Weightlifters model this. And yet, for some reason, most runners build up much more rapidly than a new stimulus every 6 weeks. It's one of the most important distinctions to make in your base training. And here it is. For your base training phase to have any real, meaningful, and lasting effect on your training, it must be at least 6 weeks long. Number 2, don't neglect the other half of the equation, which is run very fast. Although you aren't going to be sprinting at full speed during any race, unless you're a sprinter, the reason you want to improve the fast speed you're capable of is because it supports the slower, yet still fast intervals that you're going to do later. This is the low-hanging fruit in your running. And I'm kind of yelling that at you here into the microphone because, trust me, this is one of the biggest things that you can do. Please pay attention here. Most runners never touch on full speed. Never. Ever. But to be clear, running as hard as you can and running as fast as you can are not the same thing. For example, during Zach Bitter's 100-mile world record, he ran a mind-numbing 6-minute, 40-second minute per mile pace, a pace that was no doubt as hard as he could run, but a far cry from the maximal speed he's capable of running had he been fresh. Even if you were to imagine that top-end speed only contributes to a marathoner's performance about 5%, it's still wise to improve it, because a potential 5% improvement can come from only a handful of minutes of training per week. And this estimate of 5% improvement is very conservative. I propose that the improvements you will see in your race times across any distance will improve dramatically more. Let's talk about the best way to improve your fast twitch muscle fibers. Hill sprints. Among trained long-distance runners, maximal sprint speed and broad jump ability are equally correlated with race performances as aerobic capacity. This means that a distance runner's race time is as dependent on their sprint speed as it is their aerobic capacity. Kaplow! Did your brain explode? Mine did. Yet most amateur runners completely neglect developing their raw power and their speed, instead including easy runs, long runs, interval days, tempo runs, and stopping there. They may do some running that is relatively fast comparatively with their other training paces, but most amateur runners never run at full speed. The power of hill sprints is so staggering that it's responsible for many of the runners I coach being able to set personal records after only 2 months of doing them, with no other quality work. Hill sprints are all-out, 100% speed runs that are done up a moderately steep hill. They're a maximum of 8 seconds in length, followed by a full recovery. The purpose of hill sprints is to maximize the most extreme end of your foundational speed. Recall that during base training, the goal is to create a broad base upon which you can build your support in specific training. So just as easy runs should be just that, easy, fast runs should be the same, as fast as possible. Hill sprints must be all out 100% speed. In order to run at top speed, you must be warmed up and well rested. Recall that the ATP phosphocreatine energy system can power you to do anything at an all-out effort for 7 to 9 seconds before you must start to metabolize more energy through your anaerobic system. Therefore, if a sprint, or really an all-out effort of any kind, lasts for longer than 8 to 9 seconds, by definition, it can't be at maximal speed. Even a world-class 100-meter runner like Usain Bolt slows down past the 80-meter mark. If you can't achieve top-end speed, you're not reaping the benefits of hill sprints, and you're minimizing the breadth of your base training. And you're losing out on the incredible benefits that can be gained in a very short period of time. Here's the second component of a hill sprint. They must be run uphill. Now, it sounds obvious, but flat ground sprinting won't have the same effect as running uphill. When you run uphill, you achieve three things that can't be achieved through flat ground sprinting. The first one is a reduced injury risk. Sprinting has a high injury risk, chiefly because of the large range of motion. But when running uphill, you'll have a much smaller range of motion because your foot will be contacting the ground ahead of you earlier than if you were on a flat ground. Number two, running uphill dramatically reduces impact. And the number one cause of running injuries. When running uphill, you strike the ground with less force compared with flat or downhill running. And number three, running uphill recruits more muscle fibers than running on flat terrain. The whole purpose of the hill sprint is to recruit the highest amount of fast twitch fibers possible. Fighting gravity demands more recruitment of muscle fibers and will result in a higher percentage of fast twitch fibers being activated. The great Frank Shorter, Olympic gold medalist in the marathon, is often credited with saying that hills are speed work in disguise, meaning that by running uphill, you're getting a higher fast twitch fiber recruitment. And it doesn't feel like speed work because you're not impacting the ground as hard on the flats, hence speed work in disguise. And truer words are hard to find. And here's another component. Each hill sprint must have a full recovery. Reaching the beginning of each hill sprint able to run at 100% speed is of the utmost importance. Unlike intervals on a track, where the recovery phase is often minimized, for a hill sprint, you should be able to perform each sprint at nearly your very best. Rest intervals should be at least 3 minutes, although 5 minutes is preferred, and really even 10 minutes is optimal if you have the time. If this rest interval sounds unnecessarily long, I suggest that you try it. Most runners will feel that even after a few hill sprints of 8 seconds, they only need about 30 seconds of recovery before they feel ready to go again. Yet by the time they get to the 8th repetition, the full 3 to 5 minutes is necessary. When running at 100% speed, you want to also be as relaxed as possible. If you're in a tense, grunting, and pushing through state, then you aren't conditioning the neurons to fire in a relaxed and efficient way. You're instead conditioning yourself to run in a tense state. Inadequate rest also doesn't allow your reserves of free ATP in your muscles to restore, and you must have free ATP available to propel you through the full 8 seconds. Otherwise, you'll begin to just condition your anaerobic system and you're in the wrong phase. And this is a bad idea. It can take up to 15 minutes to replenish your free ATP. And instead of waiting around for those 15 minutes between hill sprints, you can simply sprinkle in hill sprints during an easy run. For example, if you like to hit 6 miles for the day, you might warm up for 1.5 miles and then do a hill sprint and then recover by running an easy mile or so before throwing in the next hill sprint. The key to hill sprints is that they are easy. Once again, running fast and running hard are not the same thing. You can go outside and run down the street as hard as you possibly can for 5 seconds, and if you stop, you're not going to be fatigued. Your heart rate will not have even been elevated much. You won't be out of breath, and therefore, it wasn't that hard. When you take a full recovery between reps, you will maintain this hill sprint session as a truly easy session. If at any point you feel that your heart rate or your breathing is labored, either stop the hill sprint session and repeat it later that week, or take a much longer recovery between reps. Here's another way that you can improve your fast twitch fibers: strides. The other way to touch on running fast while not burning yourself out is to run strides. Strides are short bursts of running at a pace that's quick and relaxed. The most common stride distance is roughly about 100 meters, but it can range from 50 meters even up to 400 meters. The pace shouldn't be based on a percentage of race pace or any other objective measurement. The pace is simply the fastest that you can move while not tensing up in the upper body. If you were to start running at a slow jog, your arms, your neck, your shoulders would all be relaxed. As the pace increased, you would engage your legs more, but you could still keep your upper body relaxed. As you approach a full sprint, there would be a significant engagement of the upper body, the arms, the neck, the back, and this is the transition into a sprint. A stride lives at a pace that's just below this threshold. If you were to again back off the pace from that sprint until you were moving pretty fast, but still relaxed in your upper body, this would be an effective pace to run your strides at. For many runners, this pace will be somewhere between, 800 meter and 3,000 meter race pace, or roughly 1 mile race pace. The reason why strides are so important is that they allow for the accumulation of a lot of running over a given week, while never requiring a formal workout or hard effort, and not risking multiple kinds of burnout: endocrine burnout, physical burnout, mental burnout. Strides should be the cornerstone of any high-level training plan, and for elite runners, they're indispensable. You can find 2 great bonus videos on strides, including stride technique and how to do them, at the YouTube channel for Run Elite. It's at Run Elite Coach. Good enough for the greatest, good enough for most. In his book, The Greatest, The Haile Gebrselassie Story, author Jim Dennison reports on how Gebrselassie would perform countless sets of sprint drills, including 10 by 100 meter strides about 3 times per week. He would also include 40 to 60 meter sprints about once a week. This supplementary training has compounded over the years and undoubtedly aided him with his incredible closing speed. Gebrselassie touched on some sort of speed at paces that were faster than mile race pace nearly every day, over a career that spanned more than 25 years at being at the top of the world. This kind of success over such a vast period of time didn't come from grinding out hard workouts multiple times per week. It came from a consistent execution of high mileage at an easy pace, and lots of short bouts of very fast speed, and then a conservative amount of running at moderate and race pace running. One of the greatest runners of all time, Kenenisa Bekele, who set multiple world records and won multiple Olympic gold medals in his career, ran a conservative amount of hard workouts and instead favored huge mileage, for him around 150 miles per week, and did strides up to 5 times per week, with each session totaling 20 100-meter strides in 15 seconds, and that's a 4-minute per mile pace. This means that Bekele would accumulate over 6 miles worth of 4-minute per mile pace running every week, and never was he running hard or exhausting himself during the strides. Now, for a man who can run a 3:47 in the mile, this pace is kind of conservative to hold on to for just 100 meters, even if it was repeated 20 times. Notice that 100 meters done at 20 times is 2,000 meters worth of fast running. Based on Bekele's mile personal record, a 4-minute mile pace is approximately what he could sustain for about 2,000 meters. So essentially, Bekele was accumulating 2,000 meters worth of 2,000 meter pace race running. From a muscular activation perspective, that's the same thing as racing a 2,000 meter event 5 times per week. It becomes easy to see that these men developed both incredible endurance through high mileage and easy running, and fantastic raw speed through consistently touching on very short, very fast paces. Okay, now the third thing that we did in high school that was not so good for our base training was running the base miles too hard. Let's look at how to avoid that. The number one mistake that most runners make is doing most runs medium hard. There is a training approach that seems to have made its way into virtually all runners' regimens, which is essentially doing 3 kinds of runs each week in a microcycle of training, and most commonly in a 1-week period, but sometimes longer. These runs can be categorized in the following way. 1 long run. Now, how long can vary, but often there's 1 run that's significantly longer than any others in a week. 1 interval run, some version of relatively short, fast running, most commonly 400 meters in a mile. 1 threshold or tempo run, and this is the least common, perhaps maybe because it's the toughest, but it consists of 1 run that's moderately faster than an average run, but not too long. Then just rinse and repeat. It's not that this structure doesn't work. In fact, it does work amazingly well, but only for a short period of time. The reason's simple. The only way to improve with this model is to constantly do more. More, longer, faster intervals, longer, faster, long runs. When training in this traditional way, runs kind of start to bleed together and they closely resemble each other. Each run has become easy medium. Tempo runs that could be more intense become just a tad slower. Long runs also tend to be not very hard, not truly easy. In short, most runners run at a moderate intensity most of the time. And this is the exact opposite of what elite runners do. So if you look in your bonuses at figure 10.2, you're going to see an image that shows the training distribution of elite runners versus non-elite runners. But to save you the time, I'm just going to describe it to you here because you're listening. Hello again. So if we take non-elite runners, swimmers, and bikers, and we were to graph their training distribution, and we were to look at easy running on the left, moderate running in the middle, and hard running on the right, if we were to put that on a graph, you would see something that looks like an arch, like a McDonald's arch. And under that arch, it shows that most of the time spent is in moderate training in the middle, and less on the left and right. So, a moderate runner, an average runner, is spending most of their time running in the medium zone, and not that much truly easy, not that much truly hard. Again, it looks like an arch. But if you look at an elite runner, or elite endurance athlete of any kind, you can take that arch and you can just flip it so that it's a U. It's the complete opposite. And if we were to look at the graph under that U, well, on the left, we have a lot of time spent very easy. And on the right, we have a lot of time spent very fast. And in the middle, there's almost nothing. There's very little of moderate runs done. There are some, but they are the minority. Okay, back to the book now. In 2004, a study was done looking at elite marathoners who were training for the upcoming Olympics. Researchers found that nearly 80% of their mileage was run at paces slower than race pace. You want to have a broad range of training paces at any stage of your running. What changes as you progress through your phases of training is the amount of time spent at a certain pace. During base training, at least 80% of your running should be done at the two extreme ends of the spectrum. Very easy or pretty darn fast, but very short, like hill sprints, strides, or even informal speed work such as fartlek runs. See Appendix D, the 80-20 principle, for more detail on why and how structuring your running in this fashion is advantageous. When you're always running in this yellow area, you're taxing your body in such a way that you're going to start to accumulate fatigue and you're going to risk overtraining in your program. To avoid this, exchange the moderate pace and moderate distance daily runs for longer duration easy runs. Then, add a small number of very fast, very short hill sprints. Stated simply, instead of running just a bit harder, run a bit farther, with some short, fast hills. And this strategy will maximize your time spent training, maximize early season speed development, and minimize overuse injuries by keeping training at an average slower pace. You're also going to minimize future overuse injuries by developing your fast twitch muscle fiber integrity. You're going to prevent burnout, and you'll provide yourself with a varied stimulus for a broader adaptation that's going to translate to being able to run well over any distance that you want. Recall that many of the benefits of easy running are met even better when the run is reduced in pace and extended in duration. If you are accumulating unnecessary fatigue due to running too fast during the average run, you're compromising your ability to perform hill sprints and the other quality workouts at the highest level that you're capable of. The running boom may not have happened because of a set of heavy wooden hardwood doors. A little speed goes a long way. Jerry Lindgren. As promised earlier in the book, I told you I'd tell you about this guy, Jerry Lindgren. His story is insane. Here we go. In his book, Jerry Lindgren's book on running, Lindgren tells a story about a day in 1964 when he was on his way to Rogers High School at the first meeting of the cross-country season. He pulled open the double doors to go inside, and they didn't budge. He pulled and he pried and he sweat profusely, but he couldn't open them. He gave up and he started to walk away when a freshman girl said, "Excuse me," then opened the door and walked in. Lindgren couldn't believe that a tiny girl can move those doors when he couldn't. He just didn't have enough body mass to pull the door open. Stuck outside, he decided that he couldn't walk away knowing that the door was unlocked. He waited casually until an equally tiny girl came by and opened the door with ease. Lindgren darted through the opening before the door could close behind her, and he was met with a gaze that suggested, "Get away, creepo." Turns out that the rest of the team was inside, laughing hysterically at the boy on the other side of the door. Lindgren said that if he had any courage, he would have turned around and left. But he didn't, so he stayed. Coach Tracy Walters burst into the room, and with the resounding authority in his voice earned by a successful coach, exclaimed, "If you're not here for cross country, you're in the wrong room." Walters went on to state that any runner who decided to begin the season would see it through to the end. There wouldn't be any quitters. Lindgren was the smallest kid on the team, And that's saying quite a bit for a high school cross-country team. And on the first day of practice, while running a lap on the track, he got elbowed in the face. Yeah, he was that short and pushed around like a ping pong ball until he couldn't take it anymore, and he just burst out into the front of the pack. He was free for about 10 seconds until all the other runners reeled him in and he finished dead last. Lindgren was humiliated and planned to quit the next day, with all the shame that would bring. But he wasn't even given the chance. The next day, Coach Walters pulled him out of class and gave him a monologue, without which we may never have learned 4 lessons from the great Jerry Lindgren. Walters said, "You have an opportunity most athletes never get, Jerry, and I'm not sure that you're aware of it. Other students are in the back alleys leaning against the auto shop while smoking cigarettes and going nowhere with their lives, just because they don't realize they can do better. Because of your extremely small size and your high squeaky voice, you have an opportunity to change the lives of them for the better just by being Jerry Lindgren. When you took the lead in practice the other day, every one of the runners on our team ran considerably faster. Your small size and your lanky stature allowed you to have that effect on other people. By leading the way, you can show other runners that they can do better. If Jerry Lindgren can do it, they'll know they can do it. Your size and your voice make it possible for you to influence other people in a way that larger, more athletic-looking athletes could never do. You can change other people's lives in a positive way, and I want you to know you have tremendous opportunity. You could use your wimpiness for something bigger than yourself." Lindgren decided that the best thing he could do to contribute to the team was to go out fast. It would give the other boys a target to chase, and he could pull them along, inspiring them to go faster, because they wouldn't want to be beat by such a wimpy kid. And it worked. From that day forward, Lindgren went out faster than a cannonball off the start line of each race. Not to win, but to pull along his teammates. It was the only way he thought he could contribute. It's from this point that Jerry Lindgren can teach us 4 key principles in distance running success. 1. Break the mold of how you should be training. 2. Run with heart, not your legs. 3. Every disadvantage brings with it the seed of an equivalent advantage. And 4. Insanely effective base training is the key. Lindgren's obsession with going out fast, it never left him. Later in his elite career, during one stretch, he ran over 30 consecutive races where his first half was completed faster than world record pace. You might call him the ultimate rabbit. He just didn't drop out, and he frequently went on to win. Now, I'm not advocating for going out too fast and running positive splits. Most world records, from the mile to the marathon, have been set by running the second half of the race faster than the first. Lindgren's approach was not logical, but he truly broke the mold of how one should be running. Now let's look at each of these principles in depth. Principle number 1. Break the mold of how you should be training. Lindgren knew himself well, and he ran in the way that brought him the most fulfillment. Had he run more conservatively, maybe he'd have theoretically run even faster than his already world-class times, but he wouldn't have enjoyed his training, and he wouldn't have stuck with it. And he wouldn't have done the insane workouts that he had. Workouts that would cripple virtually any other high schooler, and more on that in a second. Training principles are useful guidelines, but without a solid reason for running, it's going to be impossible to tap into the new level of training required to achieve a breakthrough performance. Your legs will do the work if you have a reason that's strong enough. And this brings us to Lindgren's second principle. Principle number 2, run with your heart, not your legs. Lindgren once said, "When you run unselfishly for the benefit, happiness, and welfare of other people, you tap into an energy source that you never could have imagined." Lindgren's ability to run from his heart and benefit those around him is exactly what got him to push so hard. Not just off the starting line, but in his insane base training. And it's Lindgren's astounding base training that we can learn from next. Following his newfound passion for running, Lindgren started to train 3 times per day. He ran 6 miles in the morning and then trained with the team in the afternoon. He woke up one night to go to the bathroom and decided, while I'm up, might as well get in an easy 10 miles. And that was a habit that stuck. And it gave him his 3rd workout of the day, each day. This kind of running would sideline most runners, especially underdeveloped high school kids. But Lindgren had found a way to make good use of his tiny 100-pound body. Even as an adult, Lindgren weighed just 119 pounds. Less weight means that each foot strike hits the ground with less force, which means less impact and less chance of injury. The same physique that got Lindgren bullied earlier was exactly what allowed him to run such high mileage and set the foundation for his future running success. And this is an example of an elite mindset of turning what seemed like a disadvantage into an equivalent advantage. Which brings us to principle number 3. Every disadvantage carries with it the seed of an equivalent advantage. During Lindgren's time at the University of Washington, a school physiologist warned him about running such high mileage. Lindgren wanted to prove him wrong, and so started logging 50 miles per day, every day, 350 miles per week, for 6 consecutive weeks. "I ran at least 5 workouts a day," Lindgren said about his insanely high mileage. Now, this kind of mileage makes even the most committed ultramarathoner of today dry heave. Lindgren's mileage necessitated that he run most of these miles at a snail's pace. He'd run the occasional race or sprint down the road, but over 80% of his running was done at this slow pace. At the start of each new season, Lindgren would rack up world-class miles and then cash them in later on for high amounts of speed work, a principle that he still follows to this day while coaching in Hawaii. For example, he would rack up 350 miles per week of easy running, then exchange it later for 70 miles per week of fast running. Principle number 4, insanely effective base training is the key. For a guy who's running 3 to 5 times up to 50 miles per day, a mere 70 mile per week is a relief. Lindgren's base training gave him the ability to focus exclusively on quality training later in the season. Now, I don't recommend training 5 times per day, or running 350 miles per week, or starting each race as a sprint. These are unorthodox tactics that worked for an equally unorthodox runner. The actual mechanics of how Lindgren trained are not how he became great. Lindgren became great because he found a way to train that worked for him. He ran for the benefit of others, and he consequently was able to find whatever it took to train so much. Chapter 11, Base Training in Action. It was February in New Hampshire. Brrr, woohoo. Just 10 weeks earlier, I'd finished my annual fall season with the Richmond Marathon. And now that I had a shiny new PR to my name, I was taking the traditional easy running month or two that often follows a hard season. There was snow and ice all over the trails, and the tracks were under a foot of snow. Road running was the only option, and on icy roads at that. The conditions weren't very conducive to tempo runs or even intervals. Being that my car had also broken down, it was way hard to get to new areas. I found myself running the same roads from my house again and again. There was one uphill section of a particular road next to an apple orchard that had excellent sunlight. So it was free from ice and free from traffic. I desperately wanted to do something more than just run slow and controlled over icy roads. This was my opportunity to really implement those short hill sprints that I had been reading about. I'd been running for 15 years at this point already, and I thought that I knew how to do hill sprints. You simply just go uphill fast, right? Well, that was good and well if you want to just run an interval up a hill, but I hadn't often run at top speed for a very short time up a very steep hill. I craved to get out of the cooped up house and just be outside, so I ran every day, twice on some days, all very easy, all very slow. I wanted to maximize my time outside anyway, and so slow and easy was fine with me. The one thing that I added that was different were those very short, all-out hill sprints. I worked up to doing 8 of them nearly every day. I took outlandishly long recoveries, and I would jog around that sunlit hill by the apple trees for 5 or even 10 minutes before doing another all-out sprint. Well, this took some time, but I was happy to be out there. Then my friend Alex called me up, and he invited me to jump in on a half marathon down in Connecticut. The race was called the New England Half Marathon Championship, and the caliber of runner there was going to be astounding. I knew I didn't have much of a chance of placing high. I agreed to run it as a fun run, not really expecting much. After all, I was only doing lots of miles at a super slow pace, much slower than normal, and very short hill sprints. No intervals, no tempo run, no marathon pace runs, no workouts really. It was a windy day that March in Connecticut, and running along the waterfront, I tucked myself behind a conga line of runners to try to draft as much as possible. My splits ticked by, and I was surprised at how easily the time was coming to me. By the time I hit 10 miles, I knew I was on track to run my lifetime best in the half marathon. A downhill finish was the icing on the cake, and I crossed the line 2 full minutes faster than my previous PR. The craziest part was that my previous half marathon had been set not that long ago, during a tune-up race before my recent marathon. What's more is that for that half marathon, I had been doing all sorts of workouts, marathon pace runs, track sessions, long intervals, and really pushing the pace. Even though I hadn't thought I would be coming close to a PR that day, it just came so easily. Without much effort, I'd run over 2 minutes faster than I ever had before in my life. And we celebrated the day, and on the drive home, I couldn't help but wonder, how much faster could I go if I actually stacked workouts on top of this fitness right now? I just run the fastest time of my life, by a lot, by doing only very simple foundational work, and just not neglecting the raw speed. Base training is your golden tool for improving performance. If you could do only one kind of training for the rest of your running career, you would do well to focus here. You can run a PR through just base training. How to get base training to work for you. Run more frequently. Before making any other decision about your training, determine how often and how much you will run. Now, it's easy to slip into the mindset that running more equals running better, as we've talked about before, but mileage isn't the number one determinant factor for performance. It ranks really only number 3. Current research shows that the number of training sessions per week and the number of years running are better indicators of performance. Now, since we can't go back in time and add more years to your running, we can, though, add in more training sessions per week. The single best thing that a beginning runner can do to improve fitness in the long term is to increase running frequency. Increasing frequency achieves a few key outcomes, and running more often will 1. Spread the workload over more days and minimize injury risk. 2. Tax your metabolic systems more often and produce an increased recovery due to more HGH, which is human growth hormone, and we'll talk more about that in the next section. 3. Make increasing your mileage easier, as each run only needs to average a small amount more to have a greater weekly cumulative effect. And number 4, improve your recovery by allowing more frequent increased blood flow and more regular stimulus to convert micro scar tissue, we call that collagen fibers, into muscle and tendon and ligament fibers. Basically, your recovery gets better. Aim to increase how many runs you're doing by at least 1 or 2 per week. If you're running 3 days per week, you'll improve by leaps and bounds by just adding another or 2 and getting to 5 days per week. If you're an experienced runner already running 6 days per week, you might choose to split some runs into doubles and run 8 times over a 6-day period. The exercise-induced growth hormone response in athletes. Following any exercise, human growth hormone, HGH we'll call it from here forward, is elevated for about 30 minutes, and this aids in recovery and building new tissue. Imagine that you're running 6 miles per day, 6 days per week, consequently giving yourself an extra dose of HGH 6 times per week. You're also giving yourself a carryover period of an extra 2 hours of exposure to HGH in this way. 30 minutes after exercising, you will still have high HGH levels, so 30 minutes times 6 days is 2 hours accumulated during the week. Now, let's say that you want to increase your workload. You may choose to increase your duration of your normal run by running 10 miles per day instead of 6. If you were to do this, you'd still only be getting 6 doses of increased HGH per week. If you instead increase the frequency of your running and added in a second run of 4 miles each day, you'd still get the 10 miles per day, but you would be running 12 times per week instead of 6. And this would give you twice the dose of HGH per week, despite identical weekly mileage. A lot of runners think that running twice per day is harder than running once per day, when in fact, breaking a 10-mile run into 2 runs that total 10 miles is easier on your body. You're giving yourself a break to eat and rest before heading out the door again. The most powerful, non-pharmaceutical way to increase HGH is to exercise and then sleep. Increase mileage intelligently. When designing your base training, you want to build your mileage up to at least 80% of what you want your peak mileage to be by the end of your season. Mileage will increase during base training, and it may increase slightly during support training, particularly if you're training for longer distances than you're accustomed to running. And it will stay level or maybe even decrease during your specific training. Determine what weekly mileage you'd like to achieve at your peak of training. Choose a conservative number that's only slightly higher than what you've achieved in your past. And when determining your peak mileage, don't aim for a single week that's higher than all the previous weeks, but instead aim for a full month where you maintain a higher mileage than you have for any 4-week period in your last season. You may have hit 60 miles for 1 or 2 weeks last season, but your highest 4-week average was only 45. Instead of shooting for a 70-mile week, aim instead to consistently hit 50 to 55 miles for a full 4 weeks. Sleep, like your IGF-1, depends on it. Instead of just telling you to sleep more or recommending that you try blue light blocking glasses or avoid caffeine past noon, both of which are good ideas, let's talk about a hack that you have probably never heard of before that will piggyback well off maximizing your HGH. Don't eat for 3 hours before you go to bed. When you eat, your body breaks down the food and sends the sugar to the blood so that it can be used or stored as fuel. Insulin needs to be secreted by the pancreas so that the fuel can be taken out of your blood and then stored. All right, all is good so far. Growth hormone, though, is released by your pituitary gland following exercise. And growth hormone will travel through your blood into the liver, where it's converted to IGF-1. IGF-1 is useful for building tissue and helping you recover from workouts. Now, the problem is that IGF-1 and insulin impede each other, meaning that when you have high levels of insulin, you'll shut off your IGF-1 and vice versa. This means that during the time period following a meal, you're unable to use IGF-1 to recover. To maximize your use of IGF-1 in recovery, you want to be exposed to it for the longest period of time possible. And for most people, IGF-1 is highest during sleep, especially at the end of sleep. When you go to bed, well, you stop eating, and so your insulin levels fall off and IGF-1 is free to take over. You can maximize your IGF-1 by avoiding eating for 3 hours or even more before you go to bed. Giving yourself 3 hours will allow enough time for food to pass through your stomach and some of your small intestine. At this point, most of what's going on in digestion is reabsorption of water in the large intestine, and insulin is no longer required. If you eat shortly before bed and then go to sleep, your energy is being directed to your gut. It's going to raise insulin levels and suppress IGF-1. With an empty stomach, you'll be able to enter into higher IGF-1 concentrations much earlier, and your sleep will yield more recovery, simply because you're exposed to IGF-1 for 8 or 9 hours as opposed to 5 or 6. Be sure to add in fast twitch muscle development. This is the most overlooked aspect of base training. In order to build a proper foundation, remember that you must build a non-specific adaptation first, essentially working on an aspect of your fitness that's somewhat different than the exact demands of race day. And that's what base training is. Don't get lured into thinking that you should just be running slow and easy all the time. In order to peak your fitness, you got to start by developing those fast twitch muscle fibers. And the best way to do this is hill sprints, frequent strides, or lifting weights heavy. Most runners lift weights at high reps, and this has its benefits too, but it doesn't develop the muscles in the same way. You can engage the fast twitch fibers by either doing something very fast, like the sprints and strides we talked about, or very heavy, like a heavy weight. And there are 2 weightlifting exercises that will benefit your running more than most others: the kettlebell swing and the heavy back squat. Let's take a look at each one. The kettlebell swing. This exercise is great for runners and most other athletes because of its high degree of carryover. The kettlebell swing is functional in its movement, meaning that it includes many motions of your body that are similar to what you do when performing most athletic activities, including running. The kettlebell swing should be done as a hip and glute exercise and not as an arm or back exercise. Proper form is required in order to get the hip and the glute muscles firing in the right way. Because the kettlebell swing uses the biggest muscles in the whole body, the glutes, the quads, and the hip muscles, you can use a much heavier weight than intuition might even tell you. It's not uncommon that I have even my petite 60-year-old female runners using a 55-pound kettlebell or even heavier. It's only too much weight if you incorrectly use your back and your arms to swing the implement instead of pushing it forward with your hips. The kettlebell will improve the efficiency of your glutes, hips, quads, and the stability of your spine and your core in a way that few other exercise can. For this reason, the kettlebell swing is the #1 strength exercise that I recommend to my runners, and they've seen outstanding results from it. The barbell squat, the second exercise for you. In the year 2000 at the Olympics, Paula Radcliffe was only able to manage a 10th place finish in the 10,000 meters, and showcasing that she lacked strength and the power during the final lap of a distance event. It was so bad, in fact, that her strength to power ratio and her ability to react, based off of a specialized box jump test where you can test this, were, in the words of her coach, dismal. In an attempt to remedy the problem, Irish physiotherapist Gerard Hartman, who had worked with Paula Radcliffe for her entire career, decided to prescribe a series of plyometrics and heavy squats to her routine, essentially copying the great Sebastian Coe, who had been used to these exercises and he dominated in the middle distance events. Radcliffe's coach said that they brought this approach to Paula's training program after the Olympics, and it was less than a year later that we see that she won her first world title. And then, in 2002, Radcliffe won her first world title in cross country and her debut marathon in London. She was just 8 seconds shy of the world record now. And later that year, after continuing her strength and power exercises, she did set the world record in the marathon, besting the previous time by an astonishing 89 seconds. In less than a year, Radcliffe had gone from disappointing fourth to dominant first, and had broken the world record, all thanks to her change in routine. The following year, in April, she bested her time again in London, recording a jaw-dropping 2 hours, 15 minutes, 25 seconds, a mark that remained unchallenged for 16 years. Strength training was critical to getting Radcliffe to her best level, and although this is a case study of N=1, you would be hard-pressed to find any elite runner who doesn't utilize the squat in one form or another. The squat engages your quads and your glute muscle groups in a way where they're working together. You can engage each group separately in the gym, but when running, you're using both simultaneously as the hip and the knee both extend during the most critical portion of your stride, the support phase. Putting it all together. For these reasons, the kettlebell swing and the squat most closely mimic the strength demands of your running stride, and adding these exercises to your repertoire early in base training will pay dividends later on in your training. The formula for developing your power, which is your ability to produce force quickly and run fast, is to first develop strength and then develop how quickly you can apply that strength. The hopping, jumping, and bounding exercises that Radcliffe did during her lead up to her world records was preceded by a focus on developing strength. Let the weight room be where the strength is developed early on, and the hill sprints and the strides be where the strength is converted into power. This is a great approach because hill sprints and strides are running. They don't mimic running closely, they literally are running, and therefore they're the most specific way to convert the strength gained in the gym into power and consequently improved running speed. In Chapter 17, we set up each phase of your training together, but for now, know that the key actions to begin your base training are to 1. Increase frequency, 2. Slowly increase mileage, 3. Add in hill sprints and strides, 4. Begin strength training, and 5. Maximize sleep and nutrition quality. Chapter 12. Support training. The 3 phases of training are much like building a house. Base training can be viewed as the foundation of your house. With a solid foundation, you can essentially place anything you want on top of it, and you'll do pretty well. Specific training would be like finishing your house with a nice roof and all of the furnishings, appliances, and decor. Certainly these things are required for you to feel like you have a nice house. But support training is the most underutilized tool in your arsenal. Support training takes a house that would be just a foundation with a roof and furniture and adds a structural support, walls, or maybe even a second or third level. Most runners are trying to just get the house built and have it look nice, and a foundation and furnishings will do that. But when you add a second level to the house, you get double the living area. And it's basically on the same footprint as if you had one level. Just as a second level dramatically increases the value of your home, support training dramatically improves how far you can take your fitness. Support training is where you begin to peak your fitness. You're now 12 weeks out from race day, and you're going to start to add in more structured workouts. We call this phase of training support because you're preparing your body for the highly demanding workouts that are going to come during your final phase of training. And the best way to think of support training is training to train. Your objectives during support training are to develop speed endurance at paces faster than race pace, and we're going to call that 105 to 115% of goal race pace. Now, a footnote on this is that those percentages are actually inversed. Running faster than race pace would mean that you're actually running at less than 100% of race pace. But I actually flip-flop the percentages in this book to make more intuitive sense, because 115% of race pace sounds like it should be faster. Develop muscular endurance at paces slower than race pace, 85 to 95% of goal race pace. Again, that's inverted. Do one of each of these workouts per week, or whatever your microcycle might be. Some runners use a 10-day cycle or even a 2-week cycle. Maintain frequency of running from your base training. Increase your mileage conservatively, less than you did in base training, and maybe about 20% from here. And finally, prioritize recovery. If a runner has only 3 weeks to prepare for a race, the best approach would be to do only base training. If they had 6 weeks to train, they would do some base training and some specific training. In other words, when short on time, no support training is done. Additionally, many runners enjoy doing long, easy runs and harder race-specific runs, and often neglect support work. For that reason, support training is the most overlooked space to improve your fitness, and it's of critical importance for long-term success. It is the well-prepared runner who allocates the time to including support training. Up to this point, no specific paces have been prescribed. In base training, you're either running easy, which can be as slow as it needs to be in order to stay easy, at 100% of the speed you're capable of, a hill sprint, or still very quick pace, strides. But in support training, you'll be running workouts that are at defined paces. And in Chapter 16, I'm going to share with you how to calculate your paces. The approach in this chapter is to first show what elite runners are actually doing and then extract the key principles so that you can apply it to your own running. Learning from the greats. The marathon is an ideal race distance to use for discussing support training because of its blend of speed and endurance. We'll therefore be looking at the training of two outstanding marathoners, Moses Mosop and Abel Karui, who were both coached by the great Renato Canova, and then break down some of the key workouts that they did leading up to their PR marathons. Let's take a snapshot of each runner first. Moses Mosop was on the World Championship cross-country team in 2007 and 2009. He ran a 2:03:06 marathon at the Boston Marathon in 2011, a time fast enough to put him on the all-time leaderboard. Abel Karui ran a PR at the 2009 Rotterdam Marathon, finishing in 2:05:04, when times like this were good enough to win most any marathon in the world. He was also the world champion in 2009 and 2011, and silver medalist in the 2012 Olympics. Moses Mosop's support training. Let's start with Moses Mosop. We're going to look at his training schedule in the months before his 2011 Boston Marathon. If you want to see this visually, you can look at figure 12.1 in your bonuses. And we're going to highlight workouts that demonstrate what support training is all about. Keep in mind that the workouts referenced here took place 6 to 12 weeks out from the race. And this is the time frame that you're in when you're in support training. Workouts like this should not be done far outside of this range, like not closer to your race and not further away, as they will either be premature and peak you too soon, or they'll be too late and they'll rob you of more specific work that you can do later on. On March 6th, 6 weeks exactly out from Boston, Mosop ran the Paris Half Marathon as a training run for what was to come. He did it in a blistering time of 61 minutes, 47 seconds. For most of us, running a 61-minute half marathon is hard to relate to, so we're going to look at the percentage of goal race marathon pace. This race time represented a 4:43-mile average pace, or what was 101% of Mosop's marathon pace goal. Could he have gone even faster? Sure, but that wasn't the goal during this race. His goal wasn't to win, but to train in support for a peak marathon the next month. That meant running at 101%, not faster. Next, let's go back 1 week earlier and examine what other support workouts Mosop did. And if we go back 1 week, you'll see in a workout here, Mosop ran 10 sets of 1,200 meters at 108% of his marathon pace. This time, he was going at a much more demanding pace than his half marathon, but for significantly shorter. Could he have maxed out and run these intervals faster at like 115% or 120%? Probably. But again, he wasn't training to be a miler. He was training for the marathon. And in this context, faster isn't better. Let's rewind the clock a little bit more to February and look at what Mosop ran during the beginning of his support training, a good 10 weeks out from race day. On that day, Mosop ran 18 sets of 2-minute runs at a pace that was just shy of marathon pace, with a 1-minute easy break between. By doing only 2 minutes at just about marathon pace, he wasn't training his VO2 max or even lactate threshold. He was training his muscular system to get pretty close to the demands of race day, while avoiding running at exactly race pace, which would start his peaking process too soon. There was plenty of easy running on Mosop's schedule that prepared his heart and his lungs, and so he was segregating his neuromuscular training from this more general training. As you can see on the calendar, and that's one of the images on your bonus here if you'd like to see his training calendar, he followed this workout with an easy 40-minute run that afternoon and a moderate 80-minute run the next day. This allowed him to maintain his high frequency and his high mileage while allowing for recovery after the workout. Notice that Mosop's workouts started off with very short intervals designed to condition the muscles only. Then he graduated to harder, more traditional intervals, and then culminated with a half marathon run at submaximal pace. His workouts existed in ranges both faster than and slower than goal marathon pace. By training like this, Mosop was preparing his body for both long workouts and workouts at marathon pace without being overly taxed. Perfect for support training. Now let's look at what his coach Renato Canova calls a special block training day. And in chapter 13, we go over special block training even more. This is a day when you really crush it. It's the king of workouts, and it might begin in the morning like this. A 10K at slower than marathon race pace, or 91% of marathon race pace. A 5-minute rest. And then a second 10K that's faster than the first one, but still slower than race pace, so 95% of marathon race pace. That's 12 plus miles of quality workout. And the kicker? Mosop would do a very similar workout again in the afternoon. He would rack up more than a marathon of running in a single day, with about 22 of those miles run at almost marathon pace. Quite a feat. Also, notice that Mosop was training very hard less than 1 week before his half marathon PR. This was because he was focusing on training to train. He knew what his real goal was, and that was the Boston Marathon, which was still quite a bit in the future. So he didn't taper, and instead, he focused on a few big support efforts for the moment. So, a special block day consists of 2 runs, which would total a lot of volume at a slightly slower than race pace. This kind of training allowed Mosop to get a big training benefit, maximizing both the duration of training and specificity of pace without actually starting the peaking process. In this way, he was able to reach very high fitness, even before he reached his specific phase. Avoiding the double step-up. The double step-up refers to running both faster and longer than you have in training on race day. And this should be avoided. For Mosop, he didn't want to train for the demanding pace of marathon race day. He also wanted to be able to just complete the distance. So, in February leading up to the race, Mosop did a midweek run of 24.9 miles at about 90% of marathon pace. Because he was in support training, he wasn't yet going to run such a long distance like this close to marathon pace. So instead, he ran it at just 90% of goal pace. And this was moderately easy for him, which prepared him for runs to come that would be slightly shorter and slightly faster, closer to marathon pace. Notice that Mosop started his support training by running both A, very long, easy runs, and B, very short, fast intervals. And by the end of support training, he transitioned to running A, long runs that were shorter but a bit faster, and B, intervals that were longer but a bit slower. He was beginning to sharpen his fitness and move towards race pace, while never actually running at race pace. Let's now look at what his teammate was doing during that special period of time. Abel Karoui's support training. Now let's look at what Karoui was doing during support training that led up to his World Championship marathon. Again, 6 to 12 weeks out from his peak race. Spoiler, it's basically the same thing as Mosop did. He followed the same principles but just adjusted his training so it fit his life. 8 weeks before his peak race, Karoui also completed a very long run of 25 miles at a moderate pace, far from the pace that he could for that distance. This was training to avoid the double step-up that's referenced above. Now remember, the double step-up means on race day, in this case if you're going to run a marathon, you don't want to be running faster than you have in training and longer than you ever have in training. You want to get at least one of those done. So what Karoui is doing here, running 25 miles, easy, he's getting pretty used to the distance. All right, what did he do next? Let's look at what Karoui did when he did a special block day, and this was during support training. Karoui ran 3 sets of 3,000 meters at 102% of goal marathon pace. He then ran 3 sets of 1,000 meters at 107%, and then he ran 8 sets of 500 meters at 112%. Again, notice that his paces are starting to converge and close in on race pace, but they're not there yet. Between those intervals, he took a 2 to 3 minute rest. This allowed him just enough recovery to be able to do the interval again. A short recovery like this allowed Karui to keep his metabolic systems fully engaged while giving his muscles a bit of a break. And for this reason, Karui didn't need to do many additional workouts for his metabolic systems. After all, they were getting to come along for the ride when he trained his muscular system. You'll therefore notice that Karui did very few workouts that were focused on the metabolic systems, instead preferring to focus on the muscular system, a tactic that few runners follow, but that allowed Karui to win the most competitive marathon in the world. Avoiding the plateau. We have a detailed idea now of the types of workouts these elite runners are doing during support stage, again, 6 to 12 weeks out from the race day. If we take all of those and categorize them into either slower than race pace sessions or faster than race pace sessions, we notice something interesting. Their support training is happening on either side of the marathon pace, but never on it. Think about that. During the support stage, elite marathoners are not doing any of their workouts at race pace. And why is that? Well, remember, you can only improve a system for 6 weeks. After more than 6 weeks, you start to max out that system and you start to plateau. During the support stage, these elite runners are still more than 6 weeks out from their race, so they don't want to peak yet. Key takeaways. Now that we've taken an in-depth look at the kind of support training elite runners engage in, let's summarize some of the key principles that they use so that you can apply those principles to your training. Now, their times may or may not be faster than yours, but the principle remains the same. Number 1, most running done by elite runners during support training is at an easy pace. Keep in mind that this doesn't compromise their volume of running. As you can see, the runners were doing lots of doubles. What's more is that on their easy runs, there's not even a pace or a percentage of pace listed. It just says easy or moderate. This is the difference between how elite runners train during the support stage and how many other runners train. A weekend warrior will do a much higher percentage of fast-paced running, while elite runners do only about 20% of their miles at a fast pace. Number 2, rarely do runs exceed 90 minutes during the support stage of an elite runner's training. They might do doubles, but each of those individual runs hardly ever exceeds 90 minutes. If you're an ultra-marathoner, you're going to be an exception to this rule. If you're running at a sub-elite level and training for marathons or shorter races, you don't need to exceed 60 minutes. Number 3, the frequency with which elite runners train during this stage is high. If you look back at a given week for Mosop or Karui, they were doing 12 runs on average per week. This meant doubles most days and maybe one day off. This high frequency of 12 runs per week was giving them 12 spikes of growth hormone throughout the training week, making easy days even easier and allowed them to go harder on hard days. Number 4, there is an equal distribution of faster than race pace and slower than race pace runs. Which one is more important? I would actually argue that faster is more important because fast twitch fibers fatigue more easily, and they are what limit your performance. Regardless, there's an equal distribution, with slower workouts averaging out at about 85% of race pace and faster workouts ranging from 102 to 110% of race pace. These same percentages don't just work for the marathon, you can use the same percentages to apply to your 5K or your 10K training as well. This model has worked for elite 5,000 meter runner Dathan Ritzenhein, and for American record holder in the half marathon Ryan Hall, and for many others. Flexibility in your training is key. I've provided guidelines here for how much time to put into your phases of training, and now I provide guidelines for what to put in those phases. But they're just that, guidelines. Your training must work for your schedule and be adaptable when issues come up. When you focus on the objectives of a certain phase, without being dogmatic about what needs to be done on a daily schedule, you'll be able to peak. Karui, for example, he ran an amazing marathon after taking occasional time off due to small injuries. On July 20th and 28th, his schedule just says knee pain, and he didn't run, because he had the flexibility built into his training schedule to allow for time off when he needed it. Chapter 13, Specific Training. Why is it that so many world records are broken at the biggest competitions, such as the Olympics or the World Championships? When a runner clocks a world's best time, it's not a surprise to the athlete who ran it. They prepared for and trained for and planned to give their best performance on that specific day. Everything they did in their training was done with the end in mind. This is the science of peaking, and elite runners are really good at running their best when it counts. How do they do it? They work backwards from the big day and they figure out what kind of workouts and experiences they need in order to be able to show up on race day and win. They plan their big workouts to bridge the gap from where they are now to where they need to be on race day. Specific training involves doing the kinds of workouts that will give you the specific fitness adaptations you need in order to run your best. It will also give you the confidence needed to do so. This confidence is nothing to brush aside as an afterthought. One can make the argument that the purpose of training is to show up on the starting line with absolute certainty of your capabilities. That kind of confidence can be cultivated in many ways, and it must start with the mindset, which is why we spend a lot of time in the first section of this book talking about mindset. But most runners will want to perform certain high-level workouts that will show them, objectively, that they are in fact fit enough to run a new PR. This kind of training involves two components: training at race pace and training the sum of the supporting fibers that help you to maintain race pace, i.e., both slightly faster and slightly slower than race pace. Right now, let's look at the overall objectives in your specific training, which are 1. Recruit muscle fibers in the right order. 2. Enhance neuromuscular coordination. 3. Maximize metabolic efficiency, including conserving glycogen. And 4. Familiarize yourself with race pace. Let's take them one by one. 1. Recruit muscle fibers in the right order. Everything you've done in your base and your support training has led you to this point. Specific training is where large gains in fitness can be made in a short period of time, and if you're wanting to peak your performance, it's the most important part of your preparation. Just how it is specific to your race, however, may not be exactly in the way that you think. Remember, your base training focused on working your fastest twitch and your slowest twitch fibers, while your support training was a bit closer on both ends to race pace. Given that your training paces are starting to converge near race pace, it would be easy to assume that your specific training would involve doing a whole lot of training right in the middle, right at your race pace. But this is only partially the case. It's more effective to train very close to, but not at, your race pace, such as 5 to 10 seconds faster or 5 to 10 seconds slower than race pace. And here's why. It seems logical, doesn't it, to think that you could take the most specific muscle fibers that you need for your race day and just train them until they're stronger, have more endurance, and are better, and just keep doing that until they're able to power you through your race. But can that single set of fibers get so Herculean that they can take you through 26.2 miles? I suggest to you that that's not possible, and that chasing this kind of adaptation is precisely what leads many runners to injury, burnout, and plateau. And plateau is the opposite of peaking, which is what we're really going for here. As the race pace muscle fibers begin to fatigue, you'd think that power output would decrease. But the body can actually maintain optimal power output by recruiting the sum of both the faster twitch fibers and the slower twitch fibers around it. When your pace fibers start to fatigue, you can start to recruit the fibers that you trained during your support training. These are the fibers that you trained during your intervals and your tempo runs that were even faster than and even slower than what you're doing now. It's all coming together now. Essentially, you're now able to go farther at race pace because you strengthened the support fibers. If you want a visual for this, you can go into the 13.1, 2, and 3 visuals in your bonuses, or better yet, go into your bonuses and click on the triphasic model, and I'm going to just walk you through a kind of visual experiment for how this works out. But I'll do my best here to just describe it to you. The fibers that you train during your support training, they get recruited and they come together at marathon pace to take over when your marathon pace fibers are fatigued. This shows you just how important your support training was. Now, what if those fibers get fatigued? Well, where do you go from there? You still have the fibers you trained in your base training. These are the fibers you worked on very early on. When you were building up mileage and doing lots of strides and hill sprints, you now recruit the sum of these fibers. And once again, instead of conking at your midpoint, you make it all the way to the finish line this time. This is the magic of structuring your training through the triphasic model. Base, support, then specific, in that order. Now you have an almost exponential improvement in your ability to maintain fast race pace. But that's just half the story. Now let's look at the particulars of exactly how you recruit those supplementary fibers to maintain race pace. Skewing left. Now, if you're listening, skewing left is referring to the graphs that are in the book, where on the left is faster pace running and on the right is slower pace running. So again, you can go to the bonuses, they're totally free, and you'll be able to see the images of this. But just imagine in your head a number line, and in the middle of it is your race pace. All the way to the left is your faster pace running, and all the way to the right is your slower running. And it's a continuum. So if we start in the middle at race pace, as we move to the left, we're talking about the faster and faster and faster twitch muscle fibers. Now that you have an understanding of what I mean by skewing left, let's talk about it. You understand now that your base and your support training have given you the capabilities of maintaining race pace for longer, because you can now recruit well-trained, faster than and slower than race pace fibers. What you need to understand now is how your body recruits those fibers. Fatigue skews off to the left. When your goal pace fibers start to get tired and you start recruiting those slower twitch and faster twitch fibers, your body does each at the same time, but not at the same rate. What happens is that you recruit more fast twitch fibers than you do the slow twitch fibers. And this happens simply because the fast twitch fibers fatigue more quickly. Slow twitch fibers, though, they can just go on and on. And this is why if you run slowly enough and you take in fuel, you can basically just run forever. Now, going back to the graph that I was just referencing here, you can look at those graphs in your bonus if you want, but because you're listening, I'm going to kind of paint a picture for you. What happens is that during your race, now remember that line again that I had you draw. So let's put that back in your mind's eye right now. I want you to just draw that horizontal line, and right in the middle of that line, we're going to label that as your race pace. So if you're a marathoner, we'll label that race pace, but this can apply for any race distance. So right in the middle is race pace. Now, when you start running during your race, you're going to start to fatigue the fibers that are associated with that pace. And then as they fatigue, you're going to be able to maintain that pace by recruiting the fibers that are slightly to the left and slightly to the right. In other words, slightly faster than twitch fibers and slightly slower than twitch fibers. And as you get more fatigued, that trickle out effect is going to be more and more and more and more until you have most fatigue. But it's going to happen more on the left side than on the right side, more on the fast twitch side than the slow twitch side. And this is happening simply because the fast twitch fibers fatigue more quickly. So what I'm showing you here is that in training, you can actually mimic this. Now, you might think that in order to mimic the fatigue of a marathon, you would have to run, well, at marathon pace for about a marathon. That's the only way you can mimic it, right? But there's a little bit of a hack here. Now, if you start a tempo run or a long run, and instead of running at marathon pace, let's imagine now that you shift over slightly to the left. So we'll just call this 5% faster than goal race pace. And you're starting here. Now, when you start to go out and run and the fatigue starts to build up, the same effect is going to happen. These fibers that are now slightly to the left, they're going to start to fatigue. And as they do, they're going to recruit the sum of the fibers to the left and to the right of them, the faster than and slower than twitch fibers. But what we've done here is we've actually taken what will happen on marathon race day and recreated what it's going to look like when you're more fatigued. So we're kind of skipping ahead maybe to theoretically mile 10 in the marathon, but you didn't have to run 10 miles to get there. And this is how you can actually use your training to simulate the demands of race day in your body without having to go out and race the marathon. And therefore you can do it more frequently, more often, less injury risk, and more specificity in your training. Therefore, these workouts that are done at slightly faster than race pace are a cheat code where you can partially replicate the demands of the latter portions of the race without actually doing the workouts that are impossibly hard. In this way, you can repeat these workouts in training more often than you could if you were to race, and therefore you can get a superior training result. If you did the same workout, but at your actual race pace, your recruitment of fibers would still skew to the left, but that workout would be less specific to your race than if you ran ever so slightly faster than your race pace. Now, let's see what happens when you do your workout at a slower pace, maybe on the other side, on the right, on the slower twitch side. And we'll call it maybe 20 seconds per mile slower than goal race pace. But we're going to do it at a high volume. If you work out long enough at the right pace, as you start to fatigue and recruit more faster twitch and some slower twitch fibers, you're actually going to end up with a session that is very specific to your race. So now, you can begin to see how your specific workouts will take three forms. The first form is that you're going to do workouts at race pace, but not too long and not too demanding. you do want to do some runs at race pace because it's going to get you neuromuscularly aware of what race pace feels like. Number 2, you're going to do workouts that are slightly faster than, not at race pace, with a focus on increasing volume. And number 3, you're also going to do workouts that are slightly slower than race pace, in the form of long runs done at about 20 seconds per mile, slower than goal pace. Now, if you're out on one of these runs, especially the slower than runs, if you feel that you just must go harder, because oftentimes psychologically we just feel like we have to push in order to improve, then all you need to do is just add in a single mile or maybe some other short distance. There's no right answer here. Maybe it's a half mile or maybe it's even a 5K at the end. But the point is, at the end of that easier long run, you can throw in a portion that's just really fast. By adhering to these 3 workouts during your specific training, you're still strengthening the fibers at race pace, but you're not doing it by using them directly. Remember, favor the fast twitch side slightly over the slow twitch fiber side. Remember that we have 4 outcomes that we're looking for in the specific training. That was number 1. Here's number 2. Enhancing neuromuscular coordination. Try a little exercise right now. Really, go to a step in your home or wherever you are, and I want you to stand on one leg. Lift yourself up so that you're at the top of a calf raise on one leg, and I want you to hold it. And now, very slowly, lower yourself down to where your heel is below the step. Now, was that a smooth motion or was it kind of jerky and shaky? If you do it slowly, it's going to be a jerky motion. And this is because of the fact that a single nerve is controlling a very large amount of muscle fibers in your calf. This set of one nerve to many muscle fibers is called a motor unit. And a motor unit can have just a few muscle fibers associated with it for fine motion, such as in your eye or in your finger. Or it can include up to 500 muscle fibers that are associated with a single nerve, and we see that in the biggest muscle groups of your body, such as the ones you run with, like your calves, quads, glutes. Now, a nerve acts like an on-off switch. It either fires or doesn't. So as you lower your leg, like you just did, individual nerves turn off and they release 500 fibers at a time. And that's why you get that jerky motion. Contrast that with a lowering motion, say, on one of your fingers. And that's pretty smooth in comparison, isn't it? That's because each nerve in your finger is only firing about 3 or 4 fibers, not 500 like in your calf. And so why are we talking about this? Well, when you go out for a run, your body doesn't know what order to recruit these fibers in. We've already established that one nerve in your calf can control a lot of fibers, and you can have up to 1,000 of these motor units in your calf. So how does your body know which of the 1,000 set of fibers to recruit first? The way your body learns which ones to recruit is by going with the ones that are most efficient. Over time, your body learns which fibers to recruit first, and then, when those fatigue, which fibers to recruit later in order to maintain your pace. And that's why we run close to race pace often, at a high volume, during specific training. The third outcome that you're after is maximizing metabolic efficiency. A study titled Metabolic Factors Limiting Performance in Marathon Runners, published in the Journal of Computational Biology, found something interesting in marathon runners. As a runner's intensity increased, that runner burned more sugar and less fat. On easier runs, they burned more fat and less sugar, as indicated by one of the graphs that you can go see 13.10 in your bonuses. But it basically shows that as your intensity increases, you shift to burning more carbohydrate and less fat. Now, what's important to keep in mind is the point where those two slopes cross one another. In your runs, if you reach that intersection point, well, it's a recipe for disaster really, because you've just switched from using more fat to way more sugar, the majority of sugar. And it means that you're on track to hit the wall. I mean, think about it. If you're burning sugar, you're eventually going to run out of it. There's only a relatively finite supply of this stored sugar in our body. We call it glycogen, and it's stored in your liver and in your muscles. But you use it up pretty quick. You'll then have to turn back to burning fat for fuel if you use this up, which takes a lot more oxygen, and it's going to slow you down. We've all been there. You conk out, you hit the wall, and your pace slows by maybe even minutes per mile. But what if you could change that through training? What if you can move the point of intersection where you switch from fat metabolism to sugar metabolism? What if we could just push it out to a higher intensity or later when there's more fatigue? There are a number of ways that you can teach your body to do this. To understand these 3 methods that I'm going to share with you, I'm going to first share a story. Kenny Moore. Now, I did tell you a story about Kenny Moore earlier in our book, but let's take it even further. He was a University of Oregon runner coached by Bill Bowerman alongside Steve Prefontaine. He went on to run on the Olympic team in 1972 with Frank Shorter. My point here is that he's certainly world-class and a master at the marathon. Now, Moore had a regular workout that, by many standards, was pretty grueling. He'd run 30 miles at an easy pace, and then he'd go to the track and he'd run 6 sets of 1,000-meter repeats at 10K race pace. Now, this is an insanely hard workout, but it's also kind of genius. When he went for his 30-mile run, he was on that slightly slower than race pace side, but he did it at a high volume, exactly what I'm sharing with you here, and he was using up nearly all of his glycogen reserves. By the time he got to the track, he was mostly out of sugar or close to it, but then he would run fast, and this signaled to his body that, hey, we need a lot of sugar right away. He was essentially telling his body to hold on to its sugar for next time, which has obvious advantages in the marathon. I'm going to show you here how to hold on to sugar through 3 workouts. And don't worry, none of them are quite as crazy as Kenny Moore's. The first one is glycogen depletion runs. The second is a fast finish long run. And the third is an alternation run. Let's look at each in turn, starting at the top. 1. Glycogen depletion runs. To do one of these runs, you're going to need to start your run at a lower glycogen state by either eating very little or even not at all before your morning workout. Now, you don't have to starve here. Simply run in the morning before you've eaten. Throughout the night, you've burned up a lot of your glycogen stores, and that's what we call the morning meal, the breakfast or break fast. You're breaking your fast. You may also choose to eat instead an early dinner the night before to extend this glycogen depletion ever so slightly. Now, you can have some water or even electrolyte drink in the morning if you want, but you want to minimize calories. And doing this is going to allow you to burn up the remaining glycogen that you have earlier, and that signals to your body to hold on to more and store it for next time. But because you're going to be in an energy compromised state, you shouldn't make this a peak workout where you're trying to control the pace. Therefore, just make this a moderately taxing run by choosing a pace or distance that you see fit. You don't want it to be too hard. Now, these runs should only be done 1 or 2 times during the specific cycle. Because they're tough on your body, when your glycogen levels go down, your immune system weakens. And so you don't really want to do this kind of run every day. Just do it 2 or 3 times during your training cycle at the end to jolt your body into holding on to more sugar. And don't do it within 3 weeks of your race. The risk of getting sick is just too high. Number 2, the fast finish long run. These runs are kind of like what Kenny Moore did. He did that long run of 30 miles and then he finished it fast. In this case, he did those 1,000-meter repeats on the track. And don't worry, I'm not going to recommend that you do that same thing. It's a tough workout. But whether your long run is 18, 20, or 22 miles, you'll want to start out slow. Then, you guessed it, finish it fast. Now, this can be done in 2 ways. The first is to pick up the pace for the latter portion of the run, anywhere from the last mile to even the last 10K. Simply run this portion significantly faster than the previous miles. The second way to enhance a fast finish long run is to increase the speed yet again during the final 300 to 800 meters and run this portion really fast, at faster than 1 mile race pace. Olympic 5,000 meter runner Tim Breaux used to finish his long workouts by getting on the track and running 300 meters as fast as he could. His coach, Ron Warhurst, called this the fast as hell workout. Number 3, alternation runs. These runs are pure magic. It's a very specific kind of run. Again, we're going to use the marathon as an example to discuss this type of run, but everything in here applies to any race, really 5K or over. To do an alternation run, do your warm-up, then head out on a long run. And since we're framing this around marathons, let's call your long run a 20-miler. For the first 10 miles, just go at an easy pace. Then, for the second 10 miles, alternate between faster than and slower than marathon pace every half mile. At the end of this 10-mile segment, you're going to have essentially averaged about goal race pace but you would have gotten the additional benefit of training both faster than and slower than, and that's a really good thing for your muscular development. And you teach your body to recover at a higher heart rate when transitioning into the slower pace from the faster one. Why are you alternating back and forth like this? Well, you do it because when you run faster, you're going to burn more sugar. And as a result, your body's going to get scared that it's going to lose that sugar, and this acts like a stimulus for your body to hold on to that sugar. And when you back off the pace by alternating over to the slower than race pace running, you're recovering, and you're teaching your body how to recover from a hard effort in a race. To detail this further so you understand how to structure this run, let's say that your marathon pace is 8 minutes per mile. Or since we're going to use half miles here, it's going to be 4 minutes per half mile. You want to do the first half mile segment of your alternation run at around 3 minutes and 50 seconds, and the slower than segment at about 4:15 or so. If you have a lot left in the tank at the end, do the last 600 meters as fast as you can, running almost all out. As with the glycogen depletion run, you don't have to do too many of these. 1 or 2 high-quality alternation runs done as your peak workouts during your specific training should suffice. As a result, you're going to see a metabolic benefit like you've never seen before. For more on alternation runs, see Chapter 19, Special Workouts to Peak Your Fitness. Familiarize yourself with race pace. During specific training, you're still accumulating a large amount of running that's not near your race pace at all in the form of easy runs, recovery runs, and even strides and hill sprints, which you can continue to do. However, your structured workouts, which we might call quality days, they're going to be very near your goal race pace. Don't be tempted into sharpening up before a marathon by doing fast mile repeats. This is a common thing that I see with marathoners who think that such a workout is going to help improve their speed for race day. In fact, sharpening up is done by training at exactly race pace, not fast mile repeats. For this reason, you should do some runs that are, in fact, at exactly race pace in order to improve pace awareness. But these can be kind of short. For example, you might choose to do 3 to 5 runs of maybe 4 or 5 miles at exactly marathon pace in the 2 weeks leading up to your race. Or you may choose to do 1 or 2 longer runs of 10 to 16 miles at exactly race pace. Either one can be effective, and you should choose the version that gives you the most confidence. Key takeaways. Everything that I've just shared with you here is designed to push the wall back in the marathon, and there's 2 ways to do that. You can either conserve sugar by burning more fat earlier on, and you train yourself to do that with the 3 runs that I shared with you here, or make your muscles fire more efficiently. Run at or close to your race pace frequently, and it doesn't have to be that hard. Your goal is to teach the nerves which fibers to recruit. Remember that early on in your marathon, the body doesn't know if it's going to be lifting boxes later on or continuing to run at marathon pace, so you have to train it to recruit muscle fibers in the right order. There's one final concept that I really want you to learn about for your specific training because this is so powerful. Now, it's called special block training. Recall that when we talked about the training of Abel Karui and Moses Mosop in Chapter 12, the workouts that they did that were most specific to the demands of race day, and therefore most important, were called special blocks because of the fact that they were specific runs done twice in a given day. Special block workouts are scheduled so that an athlete goes into them rested, fueled, and ready to train hard. A morning workout is done that would, if it stood alone, be pretty specific and pretty difficult. But then in the evening, a second, nearly as grueling workout is performed. And these very hard days are followed by many easy days, often even up to an entire week of easy running in order to allow for proper recovery. The key is that these workouts aren't just hard running, they're relatively conservative early on in the day, and then they get very stressful by the end of the day, simply because of the accumulation of volume at race pace. For the marathon, these workouts are indispensable and should be the biggest and most important workout of your entire training cycle. Karui and Mosop were both marathoners, and it was essential for them to train a very large volume of their quality workouts at or near marathon race pace in the final 6 weeks before their race. The problem with marathon pace running is that it's relatively easy for the first 10 or 16 miles. Therefore, in order to train specifically for the marathon, it might be necessary to run marathon pace runs that approach 16 or even 20 miles. The problem with this is that these workouts are so intense, they increase injury risk, and they can only be done 1 or 2 times in training. And what's more is that if such a long run were to be performed, it would likely end up being at slightly slower than race pace in order to be manageable. The special blocks, though, they allow for the athlete to run slightly faster than race pace, and do so for many more miles in a given day than could be performed even by the most grueling single workout. The goal is for the athlete to accumulate a lot of time at slightly faster than race pace. In the case of a marathoner, fatigue at this pace won't even start to set in until a large amount of work is done, hence the need for 2 workouts in one day. By training like this, the athlete can do 3 things. They can accumulate more miles at 101 to 103% of race pace than you could in any single workout. You get to reduce injury risk while maximizing training load. And you get to achieve higher mileage, which even in itself is specific to the demands of race day. After a special block is completed, recovery has to be prioritized. And only easy running should be done for many days. You'll notice that if you look at Kirui and Mosop's training, that for several days, both before and after their special blocks, they were running so easy, they didn't do another difficult workout for over a week. This is the principle of modulation, the degree to which training paces differ from one another. For example, running a long tempo run one day and then easy the next is low modulation. Running repeats of high-intensity 1,000-meter intervals one day, followed by 5 minutes slower than marathon pace recovery run the next day, is high modulation. Sir Roger Bannister, the master of special block running. The first man to run under 4 minutes for the mile, Sir Roger Bannister, used special blocks, or we may call them double blocks, running to train for the big day. In The Perfect Mile, author Neil Bascom reports on Bannister's training in the years leading up to his earth-shattering sub-4-minute mile. Bannister would routinely spend his lunch at Oxford University out on the Iffley Stadium cinder track. After a short warm-up, he would do 10 repeats of 400 meters at 58 seconds, with a 1-minute recovery. And this pace equated to just slightly faster than he would run during his world record mile. Then, after a long day of studying and completing his medical residency obligations, he'd return to the track at night to do the workout again. Each workout on its own was relatively tough, but 2 of them in a single day was a truly big effort that Bannister repeated a few times immediately before setting his world record mile and breaking 4 minutes. This is further evidence that supports accumulating a lot of volume at slightly faster than race pace is highly effective training for runners, from the 1 mile all the way up to the marathon and even beyond. Chapter 14, the counterintuitive approach to tapering that elites really use. Tapering is the short-term, planned reduction of training workload that happens immediately before a competition, allowing athletes to gain a theoretical fitness advantage on race day. No matter the approach, the taper has a goal of reducing the workload, either in intensity or in volume. The question of how long to taper, though, or how much to cut volume has been researched well. The current research shows that longer tapers that consist of a gradual decrease in running volume are associated with a better finish time. And this shouldn't come as a surprise because of the law of specificity, stating that the more closely the demands of the race are practiced in training, the greater the benefit on performance day. And therefore, a reduction in volume of training will have less of a negative impact on performance than a reduction of race-specific pace training. There are 3 basic approaches that athletes use to attempt for an additional recovery while maintaining as much fitness as possible. These are the step taper, where volume is reduced all at once, up to even 3 weeks before the competition, and then this volume is maintained all the way through race day. The linear taper, where workload is reduced gradually, maybe starting up to 3 weeks before the race and just continues all the way through race day. An example might be reducing volume to 80% of normal while 3 weeks out, 60% of normal 2 weeks out, and 40% of normal 1 week out. The exponential taper. Training loads drop steeply on the first week of the taper in order to maximize time for deep recovery and then reduce only a slight amount in the remaining weeks. Now, here's the problem with these tapering models. The fundamental problem with tapering is that it presupposes that there exists some degree of overtraining that must be recovered from in order to perform well. If an athlete is overtrained, then of course they should have some form of additional rest leading up to the competition. The problem with any kind of the above tapering strategies is that they all violate the law of specificity. Whether the runner is towing the line of a 5K or for a marathon, they're going to require their body to give a maximal effort on race day. Specificity in training is increasingly important as the race approaches, and this is why specific phases of training happen immediately before competition. So, why would it make sense to train for perhaps even 6 months for your race, with ever-increasing specificity of what you're likely going to do on race day, just to take the last 3 weeks before the race and do the exact opposite and move away from specificity? We already know that it's important to maintain intensity even during the taper, but would it not make as much sense to maintain volume as well? The skeptic is the runner who has increased training too much, too quickly, like most runners, during the core of their training cycle, and they're close to being burned out. They have a deep fatigue, and so they simply must taper in order to make it to the race day feeling refreshed. But the elite is the runner who prioritizes recovery during training, and therefore can train with high specificity all the way up to race week. This runner will have a superior performance on race day due to more specificity during the final few weeks leading up to the competition. As an additional benefit, this elite runner will have a reduced injury risk during the core of their training because they're allowing for sustainable recovery to happen for months and not just weeks. They're therefore able to achieve a higher overall mileage and a higher quality of miles performed at race-specific pace, and they're able to practice this level of training all the way up until race day, arriving at the starting line fit and well-rested. How elite runners improve recovery during the training cycle. Although there are many aids to recovery that elites might use, from ice baths, Palmer cooling, that one's really cool, it's in chapter 17, oh my goodness, check it out, and daily massage, pharmaceuticals even, and supplements, and we talk about that in chapter 20. There are two fundamentals that have to be mastered, and without them, any other approach is just a waste of time. And these fundamentals are conservative increases in workload and sleep. It's that simple. Let's take them one at a time. Conservative increases in workload. Injuries in running, they're not caused by how high a runner's workload is. They're caused by how much a runner increases their workload over a given amount of time. Elite runners, they don't really vary their mileage that much from season to season. An elite runner who trains 120 miles per week likely trained about the same during the previous year as well. Haile Gebrselassie was running at the top of the world during 3 different decades. In his career as a marathoner, his mileage was around 120 to 130 miles per week, essentially every year, for many years. He didn't increase his volume of running at all. He sought performance gains by changing the structure of his training, not the volume. What's more is that he was an elite track runner before moving up to the marathon, setting world records in the 5,000 and the 10,000 meter events on more than one occasion. His mileage was lower then, around 110 miles per week. Even one of the greatest runners of all time stayed at 110 miles per week for about a decade before bumping it up to 130 plus, at which point he stayed there for many years. Smaller increases in workload that are sustained for weeks, months, or years in a row are a superior approach to the too fast and false 10% rule. We talked about that in myth number 3, the 10% rule in chapter 7. And the second component of this is sleep. Again, I'm not here to tell you to just sleep more. I mean, that's kind of obvious, but it's not useful if you don't do it. But elite runners almost ubiquitously sleep more at night than the average person does. They also take daily naps between training sessions. If an elite athlete were to be robbed of their sleep for any kind of extended period, they would no longer be an elite athlete. In the words of Ben Connolly of the San Francisco Marathon website, during training, Paula Radcliffe slept 10 hours at night and another couple of hours in the afternoon. While training to break 2 hours in the marathon, Eliud Kipchoge slept 8 hours each night and took a 2-hour nap. Desiree Linden said that she gets 8 hours at night and a daily nap. Shalane Flanagan and Dina Castor both reportedly sleep up to 10 hours in a single session at night. And these athletes, they're not the only ones. The world's top female ultra runner, Camille Herron, has said that she used to sleep 7 hours per night, but then she increased to 8 or 9 at night with an additional 2-hour nap. And the result is that she's now a world record holder. The goal of the taper isn't just to reduce workload. It's to improve the ratio of work to rest that an athlete is accustomed to in their training. An athlete can achieve this by, training less or by sleeping more. The latter will not only yield the desired additional recovery, but it's going to have the added benefit of allowing that athlete to continue to train at their peak leading up to the race. Therefore, sleep has a more powerful impact on performance than tapering does. Elite runners don't taper. Let's take a look at some top runners across distances from the 3,000 meters to the 100 miles so that we're covering everything, as well as successful researchers and coaches to see what tapering or even non-tapering habits elites have. We'll take them one by one. Desiree Linden, the winner of the 2018 Boston Marathon and a top-ranked U.S. runner at various points in her career, from the 5,000 meters all the way to the marathon. Linden runs approximately 125 miles a week during her marathon buildup. As the race approaches, she maintains 80 to 90% of her program, which translates for her around 105 miles per week, all the way up until the race day. And she likes to run at full volume super late into the buildup. She does only a very slight taper for about 10 days and doesn't even consider reducing her mileage or intensity until just days before her race. Abby D'Agostino, one of the most decorated female track and field athletes in the US with a total of 7 NCAA titles to her name. D'Agostino, she runs 70 miles a week. Before a big race, she only reduces 10 miles off of her training load. Matt Fitzgerald. Although not an elite runner himself, Fitzgerald is an accomplished researcher on athletics and a published author of several books covering a wide range of topics related to running. On tapering, Fitzgerald discovered that the majority of elite athletes he interviewed only taper around 10 to 20% of their training program in the one single week leading up to a big event. The reduction covers only the volume of running, with frequency and intensity remaining untouched. Bill Rogers, a 4-time Boston Marathon winner and former American record holder in the marathon. Rogers continued his full volume and intensity of training until just 3 days before an event, running 128 miles the week leading up to his world record performance at Boston in 1975. What's more impressive is that just 5 days after this win at Boston, Rogers ran a 10-mile race and set a lifetime personal best. There is no tapering going on here, and the result is world-class performances, new personal records, even world records for even one of the greatest of all time. Abel Karui and Moses Mosop both broke the world record in the marathon while training at full volume and full intensity up to the week of the race. So I just shared with you the success stories of a bunch of runners who don't taper. Now let's look at some top coaches and runners who do taper and what they say. Ryan Hall, the holder of the U.S. half marathon record and the only American to run a sub-205 marathon. Hall tried to use a traditional taper 3 weeks leading up to the Boston Marathon. 1 week before the race, following a short, easy 30-minute run, Hall said that it was the first time in the past few weeks that he hadn't felt great. He went on to run well, but far short of his personal record at the distance. Arthur Lydiard, considered one of the most outstanding running coaches of all time, Lydiard does teach his athletes to cut a considerable amount of volume before a race. However, athletes under his wing also have a heavy training load and can hit up to 250 miles per week. With such a large volume, the whole intention behind the program is to slightly overtrain and then cut back. Now, this may work for some, but for the average runner, approaching 200 miles per week is going to lead to injury and burnout. Lydiard's tapering methods were specific to those athletes who could handle such high mileage. Here's a case study for you. Michael Arnstein. Michael Arnstein is not only an elite ultra runner, racing and winning many prestigious races from the marathon to even the 100-mile distance, but he has found a way to train up to 30 miles per day, every day, with additional long runs on the weekends, and he trains upwards of 200 miles per week. What sets Arnstein apart from other runners is that he's essentially never injured. Arnstein sleeps at least 8 hours per night, every night during his training. He's a father, he's a husband, he's a business owner, which doesn't leave him the luxury of having the time to nap during the day like his elite counterparts. There are stretches where Arnstein will sleep up to 10 hours per night, saying that, if I can sleep 10 hours per night, I can run 50 miles per day and not get injured. It's about sleeping more, not running less. And tapering, it doesn't exist in Arnstein's plan. He's been known to do 2 50-mile training runs in the days leading up to a peak race, one 4 days before and one 3 days before a peak race. He'll then do a mini taper, running only 15 to 20 miles per day in the 3 days leading up before a race. This approach has allowed Arnstein to have his best days following a multi-week phase of big mileage running, the opposite of a traditional taper where most runners would have their lowest mileage weeks in the 3 weeks leading up to their race. Arnstein attributes his ability to recover quickly not only to his prioritization of sleep, but also to his fruitarian diet. He eats exclusively high water content, whole fruits and vegetables, upwards of 50 pieces of fruit per day without the addition of any spices, any salt, no cooking, and no processing. And you can see more in chapter 19 for more detail on this. Okay, here's a final note on tapering for you. The most effective strategy for you is going to come down to your own personal needs as a high-performance athlete. Answer the following questions as a first step in guiding you towards an informed decision. So it's notebook time if you're listening. How consistent has your mileage and your intensity been over the course of your entire training cycle? How much did your training load increase from the onset of your base training all the way through the week leading up to your race? If your training load increased a significant margin, then a taper is probably in order. If the increase was just moderate, you could do without a taper or you can make it minimal. In other words, if you're coming up to your race and you're wondering if you should taper, I'm asking you to go back and look at your training from when you started base training, or if you didn't do a base training phase because you're finding this book now, then that's okay. Go back about 5 months from now, and I want you to see what your mileage was like for a whole month and compare that with what your mileage has been like for the last month. Now, if there's a big increase there, you probably want to do a little bit of a taper. But if you've been maintaining most of the volume and there's not more than a 20% difference between those two, then I actually suggest that you don't even taper. And finally, how well did you allow for recovery time between intense sessions of heavy training weeks? A taper is only necessary if you didn't spend sufficient time recovering during your training program. Recovering comes down to quality of sleep and quality of nutrition. Now, there are also 2 main factors that can help you determine how to structure your taper if you do decide to go with a more traditional taper. Maybe you need it, and that's okay. Here's 2 things for you. Are you a fast or a slow twitch runner? Fast twitch runners respond poorly to brief tapers, and they require a long period of taper. If you're naturally fast over short distances, or if you're generally able to lift heavier items than your peers, then you might have a genetic disposition to having a higher percentage of fast twitch muscle fibers. If that's you, then it's better to take a longer taper. Slow twitch runners, on the other hand, they need to listen to their bodies a little bit more. If you feel sore, if you feel tired, kind of subjectively overtrained, depleted, mentally exhausted, or even unmotivated, it could signal the need for a brief tapering session. Slow twitch runners will benefit quickly from a decrease in training. Key takeaways. Don't taper too much of your training volume. And as we've explored in this chapter, a reduction of 10 to 20% is sufficient. And don't reduce the frequency or the intensity of your workouts, just the volume. Don't stress new systems. So I want you to restrict your workouts in the final few weeks leading up to your race to only the kind of systems that you've been training. For example, don't attempt to do hill sprints a few weeks before the big day if they haven't been featured in your training program from the onset. Do not try to sharpen up by doing something different than you've been practicing in your training all along, such as hard mile repeats before a peak marathon. Consider the 30-day rule. Contrary to popular belief, you're not required to increase the intensity of your workouts as the race draws more near. And this is because the benefits of a challenging training run, they're going to take roughly 30 days to be absorbed by your body. And then you actually lose those benefits quite slowly. Therefore, any increase in a grueling workout session during this period offers 0 additional fitness benefits. The hardest training should be complete 3 to 4 weeks before your race. And although the final 3 weeks of training may benefit from full volume and intensity of training, they will not benefit from an increase in volume or intensity. Maintain training frequency. This ensures that the hormonal balance that your body is accustomed to from your running routine doesn't witness a sudden shift. Often runners will feel flat or sluggish during a taper because they're simply running less frequently. Sleep. Most of the recovery that you require, it occurs during sleep. Therefore, it's important to give sleep a high priority over reducing volume. Remember the 72-hour rule. Your neuromuscular fitness begins to wane after about 3 days of inactivity. So what this means is that during the few weeks leading up to your race, you shouldn't go more than about 3 days without hitting either your exact race pace or slightly faster or slower than. So this translates to running some percentage of your mileage at or near race pace at least twice per week. Chapter 15. Setting up your time frames. Okay, this chapter is intended to help you to determine how much time you put into each of your 3 phases of training. But if you don't yet know when you want to peak for your A race, or if you don't have it scheduled yet, then you could actually choose to skip this chapter and just go on to the next one for now and come back here when you know. Also, if you're listening to this audio, again, hey, that's you, then this is kind of visual. I'm going to walk you through the steps here, but then there's a graph that I'm going to share with you that you can actually fill out that's going to show you exactly how many weeks to put into each phase of training. So because you're listening here, instead of trying to describe that graph to you, then you should go to just your bonuses and you can find that graph. In addition to just finding the image, I'm also going to give you a page there on the website where you can go and be walked through the steps of how to use this graph so that you're not lost at all. But for now, let's dive into this chapter here because you're going to get a lot from just listening and then go do that exercise later on. Here we go. How much time do you need to train in order to achieve your peak race performance? The basic answer is 18 weeks, which comes out to about 4.5 months. But you might have more time or less time before your peak race, depending on when it is. Generally, the more time you have available to train, the better. But assuming that you have a race that's between, 1 and 26 weeks away, this formula that I'm going to share with you is going to show you how many weeks you should dedicate to each phase of training. Recall that the muscles and their supporting tissues will adapt rapidly for about 6 weeks before plateauing, at which point gains are only minimal. If you were to spend more time in any one training phase, then you would see fewer and fewer fitness gains for the additional time that you put in. And this is the law of diminishing return. If 6 weeks is the time it takes to get the most out of a training stimulus before plateauing, then we can conclude that you want your specific phase of training to be exactly 6 weeks. You want your support training to be exactly 6 weeks, and you want your base training to be at least 6 weeks. Now, if you have extra time, you should add more time to your base training. This is where you build your mileage foundation and your speed foundation. You're unlikely to burn out from fatigue in base training, and it can be sustained basically indefinitely. If you're coming off of a long period of time where you weren't running, and you need to begin your training not with base training, but with that other phase that I called conditioning, then the conditioning phase has no set time limit either, and it should be as long as it needs to be in order to get you to running the number of days per week that you want, running at least 50% of the peak mileage you'd like to hit later, and running without pain, especially if you're coming off an injury. This phase, conditioning, might not be necessary for all or some runners, while it might even take months for some runners who are coming back from a surgery, a setback, or an illness. You may take less time to achieve peak performance if you've already been training. Many elite runners can tune up for a peak race in 10 to 12 weeks because they've retained a high level of fitness from previous training cycles. And you may reduce the base training phase if you've already been running at a high level. The problem here comes when runners have been training all over the place. If you do some easy runs, lots of medium runs throughout the week, a weekly track session with your local running group, and the occasional local race, then you haven't been in base training. You've been just running sporadically without building any sort of peak. If this is you, then the best thing that you can do is to stop doing quality training and go back to base training for an abbreviated period of time. If you don't have a full 4.5 months until your race, then you can still make the most of the time that you have. Your development might not be as ideal, but hey, you always got to work with the required time available. What if you have more than 18 weeks? If you have longer than 9 months before your next peak competition, you might choose to do 2 full training cycles, each consisting of 18 weeks, rather than one large 9-month buildup. And this is up to you, and it should be decided based off of your training experience. For example, if you're training for your first 100-mile mountain race 9 months away and you've only run up to a half marathon, you might actually want to do one big training cycle. But if you're an experienced 10K runner and you have 9 months to train, you might do one 6-month cycle, followed by a 3-month cycle. The following graph here, and if you're listening, this is the one you want to go to and grab off of the website, is going to guide you to determining how much time to spend in each phase. So we'll just pause here because you're listening. Essentially what I do is I show you a graph where you fill in the bubbles above each phase of training. You're going to determine how many weeks you have, so you need to know that. And then you come in and I just walk you through each step and you're going to walk away knowing exactly how many weeks to put in. But I'll give you a little cheat here. If you have more than 4.5 months, the answer is simple. It's 6 weeks of specific, 6 of support, and then whatever time remains, it all goes in base. You only really need this formula if you have less than 4.5 months before your big race. Chapter 16, Calculating Your Paces. All right, for you audio listeners here, I've got a special bonus in this chapter. This is going to go really quick, but let me introduce you to calculating your paces. Here we go. Now that you know how much time from the last chapter to put into each phase of training and what kinds of workouts go into each phase, the final step is to figure out what paces to run these workouts at, based off your own specific race goals. Now, I realize that because you're listening to this, and even if you were reading it along, you might want to take this book or this audiobook and immediately trash it if a chapter tried to show you how to use a mathematical formula to calculate your pace. So, instead of giving you math to do, I'm going to offer you 2 ways that you can calculate your pace. One is to just use the online calculator. Yes, I actually made a calculator for you that's going to do this for you. Or, if you actually like to put pen to paper, you might follow the tutorial provided in your bonuses, and I'm actually going to walk you through it here too. But if you want to get that pace calculator, it's free. Just go to runelitebook.com/bonuses and click on Pace Calculator, and just plug in your goal race pace and your relevant race paces for each phase of training. They're just magically going to come flying out of the ether and land squarely on your screen. So stick around if you want to do that here on this chapter, because I'm going to actually walk you through how to put pen to paper and do this. But I'm going to give you a prompt in a moment here where I suggest that you just go use the calculator and that you move on to the next chapter. But before we do, a note on paces. When you're calculating your paces and you're prescribing your workouts for yourself, what should not fluctuate is the pace of a quality run. Now, quality runs should be paced closely to the prescriptions that are given in this book. If a run turns out to be too difficult at the prescribed pace, it just means one of 2 things, and we have to be honest with ourselves here. It could mean, number 1, that you're not accurately prepared for the workout. You didn't get enough sleep, maybe you didn't have a proper meal, or the weather conditions are prohibitive, in which case, the workout should just be aborted and saved for another day, or the mileage of the workout should be reduced. But it's not a good idea to make the pace itself easier. Number 2, it might be true that your race goals are just too aggressive. Now, when a goal pace is selected, it's kind of arbitrary, isn't it? It's based off of your personal goal. If the goal pace selected is too far beyond what an athlete is capable of achieving, they might want to either reconsider the goal or give themselves significantly more time in the base training phase in order to build up the competency to be able to perform these workouts later on and do them at the appropriate pace. These paces then become the standard that should be hit in order to virtually guarantee that a runner becomes fit enough to hit their race goals on the big day. The goal is not to make the workouts so hard that there isn't anything remaining emotional, mental, or physical juice left for race day. Instead, very much the opposite is true. The goal is to hit the paces that will support the effort made on race day without burning you out. So if the paces are found to be too difficult to maintain, humility should be exercised and the goal can be refined, or the time allotted for training should be reevaluated and extended. Now, with all that said, there's really no limit to what a runner can do in a short period of time. Recall the story of Billy Mills in Chapter 5, who took an entire full 2 minutes off of his Olympic 10,000 meter time in a single day. So it's for the athlete, for you really, to decide what you believe you're capable of. If the belief is not strong enough, then a more conservative approach is recommended, despite the blow that it might have to the ego. If the conviction is absolute that you believe you can do it, then the paces should be followed, not adjusted. All right, let's relax for a second here. This is the point in this chapter where I'm going to give you a little bit of a bonus because you're listening. I really do suggest that you just go use that calculator. Now stick around because I am going to walk you through how to do it, but it's going to be pretty dry for about 2-3 minutes here. So I'll give you a prompt in a moment here to just skip to the next chapter if you like. But before that, because we just saved ourselves about 3 or 4 minutes together, what can we do with that time? I actually want to read to you a couple of running jokes that I'm going to read as I'm recording this book here in real time. I've never read these before, and just give you some entertainment value before we move on. So take a breath and just relax. What do sprinters eat before a race? Nothing. They fast. Did you hear about the gardener who got lost during a race? Apparently, she took the wrong route. I don't even get that one. Why did the DJ get disqualified from the 400-meter sprint? He kept changing tracks. Did you hear about the happy-go-lucky fish who ran a marathon? It just did it for the halibut. How did the lawyer with the torn ACL manage to win the marathon? Because he had the power of a torn knee. That one's good. Let's do 2 more and then we'll move on. Where did the Helsinki Marathon end? At the finish line. And what do you get when you run in front of a car? Tired. All right, some of those were good, some of them weren't. I really liked 2 of those. But at this point right here, I encourage you to do one of 2 things. Either listen to how I'm going to walk you through how to put pen to paper here, or you got a little bit of a reprieve and just move on to the next chapter now. I'll see you there. Here we go. If you stuck around, then here's how to manually calculate your paces. Okay, grab a sheet of paper and we're going to enter your goal marathon pace per mile. And I want you to write it down in minutes and seconds. So maybe it's something like 8 minutes and 50 seconds. So 8 is going to be 1. Let's just circle it and label it 1. And the seconds, whatever those were, circle it and label it 2. All right. Now, take the minutes above from 1 and multiply that value by 60. Go ahead and write that answer down. Again, take line 1 and multiply by 60. And whatever that answer is, circle it and label it 3. Now, you're going to add up lines 2 and lines 3, and then circle that total and label it 4. Now, what we've done here is this is your race pace in seconds. For example, a 6:45 pace would be 6 minutes times 60 seconds equals 360 seconds. That would take care of the 6, and then plus 45 seconds. So that would be 405 seconds. And if you're not liking math, that's okay. Just use the calculator. It's free. Now, determine which percentage of race pace you want to calculate. So if you're looking for 101% or 98%, whatever it is, here's how you do it. You're going to just figure out what percentage you want, and you're going to calculate 2 minus the percentage that you're looking to calculate. And you're going to enter that number here and label that as number 5. For example, if you're trying to determine 85% of race pace, calculate 2 minus 0.85. Or if you want to know what 105% of race pace is, calculate 2 minus 1.05. Okay, finally, take your race pace in seconds, and that's circle 4, and multiply it by the pace percentage, which is line 5. And this is your total pace in seconds. And you can enter that here, circle it, and label it 6. To convert your time in seconds back into minutes, it's pretty simple. Just divide 6, that's line 6, the one that you just circled, divide that number that you circled, number 6, by 60. And write the answer down. Now circle that number and label it 7. Now this number should have a number before the decimal and some number after it. Write the number before the decimal, circle that and label it 8. Now take this number from what you just circled, line 8, multiply it by 60, and write the answer down. Whatever you wrote there, circle it and label it 9. Take your total time in seconds, that was from line 6, and subtract that number from what you just wrote down on line 9. Write the answer down, circle that, and label it 10. Now, the pace that you're looking to run for whichever workout you decided you wanted to do is write down what you put in line 8. That's the minutes. And write down what you put in line 10. That's the seconds. Voila! All right, congratulations. Now we're all done with figuring out your paces, how much time to put into each phase of training, and we're going to move on to section 3 of this book, which is amazing. We're going to talk about special workouts and elite hacks. Chapter 17, putting it all together, setting up your training. By now, you've defined your goal, you understand each phase of training, base, support, and specific, and you know what kinds of workouts go where. You've learned how to calculate your paces and how much time to put into each phase of training in order to peak your race. With this information, you have the tools that you need to set up the entirety of your training. And so this chapter is for you right now if you actually want to take pen and put it to paper. I'm going to walk you through how to set up your workouts, and we're actually going to do it together in real time. But I'll tell you that you don't need that. You have everything that you need already. So I'm going to tell you that because you're listening to this book as opposed to reading, this is partly visual as well. And you can go print out the images that I tell you in the bonuses as we go throughout this chapter. You can do that and follow along. And I recommend that if you want to walk away having your training plan written down. But you can also choose to skip this chapter and move on to section 3. And the way you'll know that that's the right decision for you is if you feel you have a good grasp of the principles that we've done up till now, and you like to self-govern, and you think you can set up your training from here with those principles. If that's you, feel free to skip this chapter and go on to the hacks and the special workouts that are going to skyrocket your performance. But this is kind of a big chapter, right? And so I'm saying this to you because you're on the audiobook and you can't necessarily see what's coming. I'm telling you, this is a deep dive. We're going to do it here. It's going to be awesome. But like I say, if you want to keep your momentum going and you don't want to do that, this kind of takes you out of the learning phase and into the executing phase, which is very important. You must execute and put your training down. Otherwise, how are you going to follow it? But like I say, this is a different chapter of the book. And so continue with this if you want to set up your training. And if you want to continue with your learning and set it up later, you can come back to this chapter later too. The option is yours, but here we go, setting up your training right now. It's time to apply everything you've learned and actually write out your training plan. I'll walk you through the entire process here, and I recommend that you follow along with pen and paper, writing out your training as we go. Don't get too attached to this plan that we're going to make. Things happen. Injuries pop up, family obligations arise, and in 2020, the whole racing world shut down and everything was canceled. Sticking rigidly to mileage, workout plans that were written months ago can be counterproductive. Instead, I suggest a month-to-month approach. And it's easy to adjust as you go along when you do it that way. Whether you get ahead of schedule and you're feeling really good and you want to level up your training even sooner, or if you get behind and you need to adjust, you can do it easily when you do it month by month. So, plan away from where you are today, but also consider that the latter portion of this cycle is just penciled in for now. Having a plan now is important, but adjusting the plan as you go is as important. Stick to your phases of training, but consider only planning out, like I say, 4 to maybe 6 weeks of workouts at a time. So you know what phase you're in, but the workouts might change. So go ahead and grab a calendar or print out the Triphasic model templates at runelitebook.com/bonuses, and let's dive in. Laying the foundation. Start here. Step 1. Determine your timeframes. The first step in setting up your Triphasic model is determining your timeframes. To review, assuming that you have a 4.5-month time period or more before your race, support training will be 6 weeks, specific training will be 6 weeks, your taper will be about 1 week, and base training will be however many weeks remain in the time before your race. So it's going to be 6 weeks or more for base training. If you have less time than this, it's a little more complicated. But if you haven't already planned out your timeframes, go ahead and flip to chapter 15 and use figure 15.1. It's called How to Determine How Much Time to Put into Each Phase of Training. It's a tool that I give you that if you have a short amount of time to train, you can determine how much time to put into your training phases. So go ahead and do that now. But based off of today, and then when your peak race falls, you should know now how many weeks you have. And if you don't know the date of when you want your race to be, really, it's okay. Take the time now to set up your phases of training and just stay in base training until you know that you're 12 weeks out from your race. Remember that you actually can stay in base training for a long time and still set a PR. So hanging out in base training until you have a planned race day, it's okay. Step 2, determine your microcycle. Next, you're going to decide the duration of your microcycle. And a microcycle is the amount of time you spend in training before you start cycling through the training pattern again. Most people's microcycle is 1 week, say Monday through Sunday. And this might look like a tempo run on Tuesday, intervals on Thursday, long run on Sunday, then rinse and repeat. But a lot of Olympians, like Billy Mills, for example, he used a 10-day microcycle. And ultramarathon runner Camille Herron uses a 2-week microcycle. For most non-professional runners, a week-long microcycle is easiest. And for simplicity, that's what we'll assume in the rest of this chapter. Step 3. Determine how many days per week you should run. The next most important thing to do is determine how frequently you're going to run. The start of a new training cycle is a great time to increase how many runs you're doing by at least 1 or 2 per week. If you're currently running 3 or 4 days each week, you'll get a huge benefit by adjusting to running 5 or 6 days each week. If you're already accustomed to running even up to 6 days per week, you might choose to split several runs into doubles and run even 8 times over the same 6-day period. I recommend most runners maintain 1 day off per week, though it's not necessary for everyone. See Chapter 11, Base Training in Action, for more information on running frequency and why you want to do this. Step 4. Determine your race pace. Whatever the finish time is over the distance you want to run, you want to know what pace per mile or per kilometer that's going to be, and we'll be basing your workouts off of a percentage of this pace. To determine your race pace, simply use the pace calculator that I made for you that accompanies this book at runelitebook.com/bonuses and click on calculator. And you don't need to do any math that way. A second way would be to just Google what pace is blank for whatever event. So if you're running a marathon in 3:30, just Google what pace is a 3:30 marathon. You can probably find it out that way. Step 5. Determine your mileage. Next, you're going to decide what kind of mileage you should run. And we're going to establish a starting mileage based off of your history, the peak mileage you want to run to reach your goal, and how to progress from here to there. Choosing your starting mileage. Look back through your GPS app or your training logs and find your highest mileage training that you sustained for an entire month in the past year. Next, find your average weekly mileage for that same month by simply dividing your monthly mileage by 4. Let's say, for example, you successfully completed 160 miles in 1 month last spring. This would give you a starting mileage of 40 miles per week for this training cycle. The highest mileage that you averaged for 1 month in the past year is a good target for where you can move your standard mileage. I'll often have my runners determine this number, then commit to growing into averaging this mileage for an entire year. The beauty of this approach is that you already know that you're capable of such mileage. You just haven't consistently made it your new normal. And for this reason, your injury risk is very low, and your ability to sustain this level of training long-term is very high. Take this number and plug it into your training calendar as you begin base mileage. Maintain this mileage for a full 4 weeks before attempting to increase it. By definition, you have never maintained this mileage for more than a month in the past year. If you were to only repeat this mileage for your whole training cycle without ever increasing it, you would have an exceptionally high volume of running over the next year. Here's a little side note for you. If you're coming back from an injury, then you're not going to want to start with this mileage. You should instead run only the daily mileage that you can do without any return of pain from that previous injury. Your focus is first to get your running frequency back to normal and to build up to running most days of the week pain-free. Only once you've achieved this should you aim to resume higher mileage. Now let's choose your peak mileage. Your peak mileage should fall within the range of 1. Whatever mileage you think you need to run in order to feel confident that you'll be fit enough to hit your goal. And 2. The mileage you believe you're capable of building up to during your training cycle. Be aware of any poll to pick a number that's kind of arbitrarily high. And remember that mileage isn't the biggest predictor of performance. Instead, choose a number that feels like it's going to give you the confidence that you're going to be prepared for race day. This number should only be moderately higher than your starting base mileage. It's best to take your starting point into account when choosing this number. If you're a low mileage runner, you might increase 50% to 200% more than you've done in the past. And for example, you might go from 10 miles a week to 25 or 30. But if you're running 60 miles a week already, you're not going to double or triple it. In this scenario, your increase might look more like 10 or 20%. Remember, your peak mileage is not something to push hard and just hit for 1 week before you burn yourself out and you need to take a long taper. You want to pick a number that you can run for 4 to 6 weeks consecutively during your specific training. How to bridge the gap between the two. The timing of ramping up your miles is important. Most likely, your starting mileage is a jump up from where you have been recently, so you'll want to maintain it for a full 4 weeks in order to build up your strength and your conditioning. You want to hit your peak mileage by the end of support training. The only cases in which you might want to continue upping your mileage during specific training are if you're an ultra runner or if your peak race is a distance that, well, for you, is challenging just to complete, like if it's your first marathon. With these 2 exceptions, your mileage in specific training is flat, and you only focus on increasing specificity once you get to specific training. So make sure that you're increasing your mileage in base and support, and that's it. Increase mileage during base training. Once you hit week 5 of base training, you can start to move towards your peak mileage. You should aim to hit 80% or more of your peak mileage by the end of base training. In order to do this, find the difference between your starting mileage and 80% of your peak mileage. Then create several incremental increases in your mileage over the remaining weeks of your base training to cover the difference. I suggest that you do a jump and hold approach, where you increase your mileage a little bit more dramatically, but you do it in 2 or 3 steps rather than a steady ramp up with increases coming every week. Increasing mileage during support training. You're going to continue to increase your mileage a little bit over your 6 weeks of support training. Any way you choose to get your peak mileage will work, but I recommend you take it again as a series of small jumps. Take the difference between your peak mileage and 80% of it, and then divide that by 3. Then increase your mileage by that much on week 1, week 3, and week 5 of support training. Essentially, just jumping up your mileage every 2 weeks or so. And that's a little bit more conservative than jumping it up every week by a smaller amount. If your specific mileage increase is very small, you can divide it into 2 instead, and only plan for about 2 small increases in mileage as opposed to 3. All right, now that you have your running frequency decided, your time frames laid out, your microcycle chosen, and your race pace determined, you also have your mileage established, you're ready now to draw out your first month of training. Here we go. Setting up your base training. Anytime you sit down to plan a new month of training, you'll want to first write your weekly mileage, and then fill in your workouts. But in base training, there aren't really any workouts. So in base training, what do we do? Well, we run easy. And remember that running easy doesn't just mean running slow, it means easy running of various speeds and durations. You can sprint and have it be easy as long as you stop and take a big recovery. So we do easy running, strides, hill sprints, and maybe a long run. If you've been in base training for a long time and you want to keep it interesting, you might schedule in some fartlek runs. Base training fundamentals. 1. Run very easy, frequently. 2. Run very fast, frequently. 3. Begin weighted strength training. 4. Maximize your sleep and nutrition quality. And 5. Increase mileage to 80% of peak mileage by the end of base training. Writing your base training plan. Looking at a grid of 6 or more weeks, first pencil in your mileage off to the right. Next, write an E on all the days that you plan to run. You're just going to run easy all the time. Easier is better. Remember, at a slower pace, you get more time spent training for the same mileage. You have decreased injury risk, and more time spent training is the best thing you can do for your aerobic development. Next, add strides to some of these easy days. For each mile that you run in a week, you'll want to do 1 to 2 strides. Remember, a stride is about 100 meters worth of fast running, but very relaxed. I recommend doing your strides in 2 or 3 weekly sessions for beginners and 3 or 4 weekly sessions for more advanced runners. You can spread them out over an entire run, or you can hit the track and you can do them consecutively with brief recoveries between. When you're comfortable with your easy mileage, plus your strides, probably after a week or 2, now add in hill sprints. You're going to work up to a maximum of 8 8-second hill sprints done 3 times per week. You don't really need to do more than that. Hill sprints can fall on the same day or different days than strides. So you could have an easy day that has some strides and hill sprints, and it's still an easy day. Look how much work you can get in. Should there be a long run? Yeah, but you want to hit the basic mileage, the strides, and the hill sprints first. After a few weeks of this, you can add in a long run. Or if you've already been doing strides and maintaining higher mileage, you can add a long run in sooner. Your long run should be a distance that's long for you, but short enough that you can run it at an easy pace and still consider it an easy run. And for most people, this puts a cap at around 2 hours. It's essential during base training that your long run is not done as a hard run. It's done easy. This is base training. Remember, everything is easy. All right, since you're listening to this here, we have a couple of figures in the book that I want you to see, and you can actually print these out if you want, but I'm just going to describe them to you. So I have an example here in the book of what base training might look like, and it's everything that we just said. So you see weeks 1 through 6 kind of laid out, and then over on the right, you see an example starting mileage. And for the runner that we're using here as an example, we start at 40 miles per week. So the first 4 weeks are 40, 40, 40, 40. And then we can increase from there. So it jumps for week 5 and 6 to 46 miles, and then 46 miles again. Notice how the increase doesn't happen until week 5. And then every other day on the calendar is basically penciled in with an E for easy when we take one day off. So Mondays, in this case, we just left blank. And on about half of the days that are easy, we put in strides. And then starting on week 2, we also put strides and hill sprints on the same day. Now, this is just an idea for you so that you can see what it might look like. And in this particular example, we did add in a long run. We didn't start that though until the 4th week. And we started kind of conservatively at 12 miles. And then we upped it to 14 and then repeated it again. So just an example, if you want to see what base training looks like, you can go to your bonuses and look at figure 17.1. By running lots of miles easy and hitting on speed often, maybe even daily, you are thoroughly covering the far left and the far right end of the triphasic model, as shown in 17.2. And because you're listening, figure 17.2 is basically just a continuum of fast twitch fibers on the left, slow twitch fibers on the right, and then we stack kind of a pyramid on top of it. And you can imagine that the base of the pyramid is all the way over to the left and all the way over to the right. And it kind of points up towards the sky in the middle, right? So the base training, which is where we are, is on the extreme left and the extreme right. And that's what we're doing with our training, right? You're running very easy, which is all the way extreme easy. And you're running very fast hill sprints and strides. And that's all the way extreme speed. And that's really all we're showing here. Setting up your support training. During your support phase, in addition to maintaining your mileage through easy running, you're going to include 3 additional aspects of training per week: fast quality, endurance quality, and a long run if you haven't yet. Fast quality is running faster than your goal race pace, and it's often done in the form of intervals. Endurance quality is slower than your race pace, but faster than an easy pace would be, given the number of miles in the workout. The final thing that you're going to do is the long run. It doesn't matter what day of the week any of these workouts fall on, but preferably they're not on consecutive days. Now, hitting all 3 aspects of quality training every week doesn't mean you have to do 3 workouts. You can combine your long run with either your fast quality or your slow quality workout in a given week. For example, imagine that in your current training, 12 miles counts as a long run. Then say for your endurance quality, you decide to do 3 sets of 3 miles at 94% of race pace. So you're going to do 3 by 3 miles at a pace that's just a little bit easier than race pace. So you're going to hit 9 miles in that workout, plus a warm up and cool down, and a recovery jog between those 3 mile efforts. So at the end of the day, this workout actually comes out to be a long run. And if this is the case, you shouldn't do another long run this week. To combine your long run with your fast quality, you could, for example, pull a Kenny Moore, and you could do, let's say, 15 miles easy, followed by 6 by 1,000 meter repeats on the track. Because consistently getting in 3 high-quality sessions each week is a lot for the average non-professional runner who doesn't have a whole team dedicated to their recovery, I suggest that you plan combined quality sessions often in order to only have 2 workouts many or most of your support weeks. Here are the support training fundamentals. Number 1, hit on fast quality once per week. Number 2, hit on endurance quality also once per week. Number 3, maintain a weekly long run, or whatever your microcycle is. If it's 2 weeks, you could do every 2-week long run. Number 4, increase your mileage from 80% to 100% of what you want your peak mileage to be at the end of support training. And number 5, run most miles at an easy pace. Remember that 80-20 principle. About 80% of all the running you do over a given week should still be at a very easy pace. Writing your support training plan. Support training is where you're going to start to get big benefits by using precise paces in your workouts. Either turn to chapter 16 for a walkthrough of how to manually calculate your paces, or like I said, just go to your bonuses and click on Pace Calculator and simply plug in your race distance and goal finishing time, and voila, you have all of your training paces for every phase of training. You're going to give your body a similar stimulus during the entire 6 weeks of support training by keeping your workouts within the prescribed pace ranges. But you also want to progress each workout by shifting the number, distance, or pace of an interval, or even the length of recovery. This allows you to create small increases in the specificity of your workout as you go. For example, as you get closer to your race, you might reduce your recovery times between intervals, or increase the length of your long run. But progressing your workouts doesn't mean that they get objectively harder. Simply trying to make each workout bigger, it's a recipe for burnout, plateau, and injury. Instead, you can progress your workouts without making them harder by balancing an increase in one factor with a decrease in another. Looking at a grid of 6 weeks of support training, just imagine this in your mind's eye. Go ahead and write in your mileage to the right of each week. Make sure to include any small increase needed to achieve your peak mileage by the end of support training. Planning your quality workout in support training is an art. Without knowing the details of your unique running experience and goals, I can't tell you what specific workouts will be best for you. What I can do is show you several ways to work with a hypothetical situation. So let's say that you want to run a PR in the half marathon. And in order to hit your goal, you need to run a 9-minute 45-second pace. We're first going to write out a 4-week progression for fast quality workouts, then slow quality progression, followed by your long runs. And we'll discuss several variations along the way so that you can see some of the different ways that these progressions can flow. And we'll plan out what to do on the days that aren't quality days during support training. Plan your fast quality. When planning your fast quality runs, you want to work within the range of 106 to 114% of your goal race pace. And if you're using the pace calculator that we give you, this is labeled as faster than race pace support training, and it's in blue. Progressing your fast quality. To progress your speed sessions over your support training, you want to do the following. Increase the volume over time, slow the pace, and reduce your recoveries. Ideally, you're fit enough where you can significantly increase the volume of your workouts through either the length of the interval or the number of intervals that you run throughout the 6-week period of training. This is especially true for longer races like the half marathon, the marathon, or if you're an ultra marathoner, very important. The other primary way to increase specificity is to reduce the pace of your intervals in subsequent workouts. That's right, your speed work should get slower as you get closer to your race. All of your fast quality training is going to be done at faster than race pace, so increasing specificity means you're going to be slowing with each workout, getting it closer and closer and closer to your race pace, while extending the duration. That's key. This means you should do your early, fast quality workouts on the faster end of this range, closer to 114% of race pace. And that later workouts should be closer to the 106. Notice that over time, the workout gets slower, i.e. closer to your race pace. Towards the end of support training, you want to be especially prioritizing shorter recovery times. Programming your fast quality workouts. Okay, let's break away for a second here. Because you're on the audiobook, I'm just going to take you through a mental exercise here so you can see how this works. Now, imagine that a runner is training for a half marathon and their goal race pace is 9:45 minutes per mile. Let's go through 4 weeks and see what their speed training might look like. So the first week, we want to have them running the fastest of these pace ranges, so maybe close to 114%. In this case, that's about an 820 mile. So we're going to have them do 20 by 200 meters at 820 pace. And we'll take a 200 meter recovery jog. So again, they're running over a minute faster per mile than race pace, but they're only doing it for 200 meters. But we rack up 20 of them. It's pretty solid. Okay, how do we progress that? The next week, we're going to do 24 by 200 meters. Yep, so we're doing more volume, but we're going to slow the pace down just a little. And we're going to go from an 820 the week before to an 830 pace this week. So we do more volume, same recovery, 200 meter jog recovery, but a slower pace. More volume, slower pace. On the third week, we're going to do 12 by 400. Instead of 24 by 200 the week before, we're doing the same volume, you can see, but it's done in 12 sets of 400 as opposed to 24 sets of 200. So we've essentially smushed them together so that there's less workabouts, but longer workabouts. And we're going to make it a little bit easier by moving from an 8:30 pace the week before to about an 8:34 pace this week. So we're doing a longer interval at a slightly slower pace, and there's less recovery. So it's actually about the same difficulty level, it's just more specific. Then, the week after that, week 4, we can smush all of the speed training into one continuous tempo run. So we'll do a 3-mile tempo run. Now there's no breaks here, it's just a continuous run. So we're going to do it still faster than 9:45 pace, which is the goal pace, but slower than the weeks before. So we're going to do this one at a 9-minute pace. Can you see how that progresses from 20 sets of 200 meters done fast to a 3-mile tempo run done still fast, but slower than we started? Why so slow? If you go out for a workout early in your support phase and you do something like our example here and you start with 20 by 200 meters at 114% of race pace, you might be tempted to go faster, to sprint instead of sticking to your paces. You might think that this is speed work after all, right? And go faster. For such a short distance, this pace is likely to feel easy. And for most of us, going all out kind of feels gratifying, especially if our running buddies are around. However, if you do your intervals all out, you're not going to be able to do as much volume. At least not without dramatically slowing down. In effect, you'd steal some of your workout from yourself. Remember that in support training, you're getting prepared to do your bigger, specific phase workouts at an even higher level than you could before. It is better to hit the correct pace and just do more volume of it if you feel you want to increase the difficulty of the workout, rather than try to increase the pace. Mixing it up. In the example that I've given you here, we started the first week with 20 by 200 meters, and then the next week we did 24 by 200 meters. An alternate way to progress from one workout to the next would be keep the number of intervals the same, but reduce the recovery jog from 200 meters to 100 meters. If we start with the same initial 20 by 200 meters at 114% of race pace, another alternate way to progress this on the second week could be, instead of going from 20 200 meters to 24, we could instead do 400s, but not all of them. We could do this: 400, 400, 200, repeat it 4 times, and put a 200-meter recovery jog between each of them. So this is an intermediate step. We didn't go from 200s to 400s. We went from 200s to some 400s and some 200s, and we mix them up. In this case, the progression comes through an increasing interval length, but we don't have to do all 400s. They could be too difficult to maintain. Okay, so because you're listening to this here, I really want you to pay attention here. I want you to see this in your mind's eye or write it down. Do this, because this is important. Think about this. Now, we just went through 2 variations of how you can progress those first 2 weeks. From 2200s to 24-200s, or 2200s to 4-4-200, repeated multiple times. All right, so let's progress it to the third week, and let's do it differently than we already did. How could we progress this even more? We could do 4 by 800. So in the initial prescription that I gave you here, we're doing 400s this week. We could do 800s instead, but we're just doing less of them. So a third workout might be 4 by 800 at 109% of race pace. Now, you're doing 800s faster than race pace, and if you felt like it wasn't enough volume, you could add one more and bring the workout volume up. And then a fourth workout could be changed. Instead of a 3-mile tempo run, we could do 3 by 1.5 miles at 9:10 pace. So we slowed the pace down from the original one that I gave you. We did a 3-mile tempo run at 9-minute pace. So let's do 9:10 or 9:20 pace this time, but break it into 1.5 mile segments. But by doing 3 of them, you're going to get 4.5 miles worth of work in at a slightly slower pace with some recoveries. Can you see how we're moving towards specificity here? We're increasing interval length, we're increasing volume, but it doesn't have to be harder because we're actually giving you some breaks here. So you can manipulate the distance of the interval, the pace of the interval, the number of the intervals, or the recovery between them, all in different combinations. Plan your endurance quality. You'll want to plan your endurance quality too, and it's going to be between 86 and 94% of your goal race pace. And in the pace calculator offered in the online bonus section, this is the slower than race pace support training section, and it's shown in blue underneath your race pace. Progress your endurance quality. You'll increase the specificity of your endurance quality workouts through several factors. Increase the volume of the workload that you do. Increase the pace. Remember, in speed sessions, we were decreasing the pace, but here we're going to increase the pace. Reduce the recoveries. Just as with your fast quality, you want to modulate the overall difficulty of your workouts by trading off which factors you ramp up and which ones you keep the same or turn down. Programming your endurance quality workouts. Returning to your hypothetical half marathon at 9:45 pace, we'll start out with 6 miles at 11:05, around 86% of race pace. Now, how do we progress that the second week? Well, we could run faster. So we could go from 86% of race pace to 89% of race pace. It's faster. But if we just go the same workout, 6 miles, and run it just faster, then all we're doing is progressive overload. And we talked about that ad nauseum in this book. I don't want you to do that. We want to just increase your specificity and increase the volume as we're going. So instead of going 6 miles just faster, let's break it up into 6 by 1 mile. 6 sets of 1 mile with a recovery in between. What's the recovery? I don't know. It's going to depend on your fitness, how you feel. Because it's a long interval, an entire mile, then you can actually take a pretty long recovery. For most runners, I'm going to recommend a 2 to 3 minute recovery for a workout like this. From here, how do we progress in a different way? Not just a better way, just a different way. It might seem obvious to bump up the slow quality workout to 8 miles in a tempo run and then do 9 and then do 10. But, you can't do that forever. You're going to plateau or burn out, get injured. Instead, we can increase the distance, but do it interval style. So for the third workout, let's do 8 miles instead of just 6 like we did in weeks 1 and 2, but we're going to break it down into 2 sets of 4 miles. So you have more volume, and we actually are going to increase the pace again because we need to increase somewhere. It's not just about keeping it the same and making it more specific. You do need to increase. We just don't want to be increasing every metric all the time. So in this case, let's make the pace faster too. 91% of race pace. So notice that you've progressed from 86% of race pace to 89% of race pace, and now 91% of race pace. You're getting faster, and the duration of the workouts is getting longer. Can you see how it's almost the same effort from week to week? It just gets more and more and more specific. And as you gain fitness naturally throughout your training and the rest of the training that you're doing, those long runs, the easy miles, and everything that you've built before this, you're going to be able to do higher volume. So for the fourth week, let's mix it up, and we could do something that gives you more volume in a different form. This one's completely different. We could do 30 400-meter intervals with a 20 to 30 second recovery. Now, if that sounds like a lot, stick with me. 30 400 meters is a ton if you do the 400s the way that most runners do. And if you go basically as fast as you can, cross the line, catch your breath, and then do it again. How many of those could you do before you become a quivering blob of goo on the side of the track? I don't know, maybe 10 or 12, maybe even 15 if you're really taking a good recovery. So 30 sounds like a lot, but guess what? We're doing them at about a 94% of your race pace. Now, for someone who's hoping to run 13.1 miles at a 9:45 pace, shouldn't they be able to keep up just a 10:20 pace for a long time? Maybe 8 or 10 miles at this point? I hope so. So the pace is slower than your race pace, and it's only for 400 meters at a time. This is easy. The way that it starts to get difficult is because of the volume that we do. That's why we do 30. Also notice how there's only a 20 to 30 second jog between. That seems a little short, doesn't it? How many times do you do an interval where you're only taking 20 seconds? But it's actually long enough because you're only running 400 meters at a slower than half marathon race pace. That brief recovery is going to feel like nothing at first. But by the time you get to 15 or 20 or 30 or even more of these, you're going to be very happy to have those 20 to 30 seconds. And it's going to extend how many 400s you can do by a lot, giving you a much bigger training effect. And this is how the great Bob Schul trained, and it won him the Olympic gold medal. With this Schul-esque workout, you'll accumulate 7.5 miles worth of quality running at 94% of race pace with much less effort, much less fatigue, and less injury risk than if you did 7.5 mile tempo run at the same pace. And if you add in the recovery jogs, you end up with 11 or 12 miles. So this workout can even count as your long run for the week as well. You see how it's stacking upon each other? An alternate fourth workout could be 6 miles at 10:20 pace. The pace is more specific for your race than the first 3 workouts, and we only increase the difficulty of one factor from an earlier workout. In effect, reducing the recovery time to 0. It's like those 6 by 1 miles. Well, we're just doing 6 miles straight. You could then move the 30 by 400 meter workout down later to maybe the 5th week or the 6th week, whatever you want. The third component is your long run. So let's plan your long run. The long run is the simplest of the quality progressions. In general, there's only 2 variables you can manipulate to increase your specificity, and that is the distance and the pace. If training for a race distance shorter than the marathon, your long runs should be a significant distance beyond your goal race. This way, you avoid the double step up, and we talk about that in chapter 12, and you can just focus on improving the pace of your long run over time. Yet, even for marathoners, it's recommended to be able to comfortably run longer than the marathon itself at an easy pace in order to perform your best. However, many non-elite marathoners find the idea of running beyond 26.2 miles in training intimidating. It requires being fit enough to handle 25 to 30 miles or even more without significant difficulty and being able to recover quickly afterward. So, regardless of where you are with your current running fitness, treat the long run less of a science and more of an art form, as it can't be prescribed as accurately as other workouts. Some experienced ultra runners go beyond the marathon distance regularly, running 50 kilometers, 50 miles, even over 100 miles in one go. For them, the challenge is in running fast over the marathon distance. On the other hand, for a beginning runner, just completing a marathon at any pace is a significant achievement. And they should be primarily focused on increasing the duration of their long runs at an easy pace. Very simple. If you're an experienced marathoner aiming for top performance, though, it's advisable to regularly include long runs in the range of 2 to 3 hours or more, at least every 2 weeks for several months. Recall the story of Kenny Moore and Jeff Galloway and how they regularly trained beyond 30 miles in order to break through their plateaus and achieve Olympic status. But most runners aren't yet at this level and should start their long runs after a month of base training. Let's plan out a sample progression of long runs for a marathoner in their support phase. Let's say you've run 17 miles in a race recently, but otherwise, maybe 15 miles is the longest you've gone in training. The first long run, number 1, is going to be 15 miles. After that, we want to go higher. So let's plan a range, maybe 18 to 20 miles for the next run. And we put a range for one of these because when you're hitting new territory that you haven't been in before, and you're running maybe your longest run ever, or at least in this training cycle, you want to give yourself a little bit of wiggle room. So 18 miles would be success, and if you're feeling good, you can go as far as 20, 18 to 20. Then, because we just did the longest run of your entire life, at least in this training cycle, we're going to knock it back down the next week, and we'll do just 16 or 17 miles that next week. And this is still the second longest run you've ever done. Imagine doing this third long run and completing the second longest run of your entire life, but finding it's an easier effort than last week's 18 to 20 miler. Now, how does that feel? It feels good, right? It feels like you're progressing. And that's what we want. And now, because we did 2 weeks of substantial long running, take a week with no official long run. You're still getting in a shorter long run during the week 4 slow quality workouts that we programmed earlier. So in this week here, where you're not going to do a long run, you might still have 2 quality workouts. You'll be doing a fast quality and endurance quality, and you just skip the long run this week. Long run pacing. If you're a more experienced runner and you want to run your long runs at a specific pace, you'll want to pull from the same ranges of paces that you would for an endurance quality workout. And generally move from the slow end at about 86% of race pace towards the faster end at about 94% of race pace. So in the sample progression that I just gave you for how to progress your long run, it might look like this. Week 1, 15 miles at 87% of race pace. For this particular runner, that would be 11-minute pace. Week 2, 18 to 20 miles at 86% of race pace. 11:07 pace in this case. Notice how the distance got longer, but we made the pace a little bit easier. Week 3, 16 to 17 miles at 88% of race pace. We made it a little bit faster. In this case, it's 10:55. So just in 3 weeks, we've actually improved fitness here, and we did it in a mindful way. Notice how by reducing the mileage in the middle there, you can increase the specificity of pace, and the workout maintains a similar level of difficulty. Continuing the long run progression. With the long run, consistency is key. Many times, a runner will set a goal to get to the magical 20-mile long run in marathon training, and there's nothing special about doing a single 20-mile long run. Consistency is key, and it would be likely to be more beneficial to run a 16-mile long run every weekend for 8 weeks straight, rather than 1 or 2 20-mile long runs. If you're not regularly doing long runs of 3 hours, you would do well to get yourself to the point where you're capable of running a minimum of 3 hours every 2 weeks for a 2 to 3 month period of time. As a prerequisite to these long runs, you'll want to maintain your ability to keep these 3-hour runs easy. And that means that you'll want to have your weekly mileage be large enough so that your 3-hour long run doesn't represent more than 25 to 30% of your total weekly volume, i.e., you're running about 10 to 12 hours per week minimum. This is a strategy that will work well for a runner who hasn't yet reached this level of fitness. If you're regularly running long runs and are an experienced runner or an ultra runner, you can make your runs significantly longer, and they may represent the majority of your weekly mileage. Yet for any runner who feels that completing a marathon distance in and of itself is a large stretch, then I recommend not focusing on increasing the pace of the long run, but rather just the duration and the consistency of the long run. The faster pace work can be done in your fast quality runs. But if you are fit enough to hit this kind of consistency in your long running and move beyond it, then you may do one of 4 things. 1, perform long runs more often, every 1 to 2 weeks. 2, do longer long runs, even going beyond the marathon distance. 3, increase the specificity of your long run by performing a portion or all of it at near goal race pace in the months leading up to your goal race. And 4, do your long runs over more challenging terrain, like up and down mountains. Planning your non-workout days in support training. Aside from your quality days, everything else you do in support training is easy. Now, an easy day can be a day off. You don't need to run every single day. However, you can run every day as long as you keep your easy days easy. Your easy days in support in specific are basically a continuation of how you ran in base training. So they can include strides, hill sprints, and strength training. Don't add so much of any of these that your easy days start to feel like a workout, because that'll start to take away from your actual support workouts. Remember, when you're training, which is your support and your specific training, you want to go bigger on the big days and easier on the easy days. You don't want every day to kind of bleed into each other. Most people can include 10 or 20 100-meter strides, and very advanced runners could do up to 30 100-meter strides and still have them be easy. When you do hill sprints, do them all out, stop by 8 seconds, and recover with 5 to 10 minutes of easy jogging. And when you do strength training, be sure to keep your reps in a range where the outcome is an increase in strength, not hypertrophy or endurance. And I have a nice bonus on this for you that really explains the metrics of what you want to do with your strength training. You can go to runelitebook.com/bonuses and click on strength training module. This is really an exceptional VIP video training that I've done, and it's going to explain to you how to get deeper into your strength training. Finally, if you want to go out for a longer run on a non-quality day in support training, this can be easy too, as long as you keep the pace slow and you don't go longer. Here's the key: don't go longer than 75 to 90 minutes. And you can look back at the training calendars that I gave you in Chapter 12 of Moses Mosop and Abel Karui. Now, these guys, they were world champions. Both of them went under the marathon world record together at the same race once. Now, when we look at their training, they did a lot of doubles. They did a lot of volume. But unless they were doing a long run, their easy runs almost never exceeded 75, and none of them exceeded 90 minutes. To complete your support training, simply fill in your calendar with enough easy runs to get yourself up to your chosen frequency and your chosen mileage. Setting up your specific training. Specific training is where you stop training to train and you start training directly for your race. This is really where a lot of fitness improvements can happen. Once you're within 3 weeks of your race, the money's kind of in the bank as far as increasing your fitness goes. But the preceding 3 weeks before that are your most specific, biggest training weeks. So that means that 3 to 6 weeks out from your race day should be the most specific and the biggest weeks of your training cycle. You must prioritize hitting key workouts at a high level. And you must prioritize recovery through quality sleep, quality nutrition, more than ever before. You can look at Chapter 11 on base training in action and Chapter 20 on Supercharge your fueling for more on this. In addition, make sure that your training is highly modulated, meaning that you're either doing a super specific big workout or you're running very easy and you're recovering from said workout. The only other thing that sometimes belongs in this specific phase are strides. Everything else is just very easy. Easier than ever, in fact. The whole focus is on the big workouts and recovering from them as quickly as possible so that another one can be done. Specific training fundamentals. Prioritize your key workouts. Prioritize recovery. Maintain 90 to 100% of your peak mileage. That means it can go down a little bit. And run most of the miles that you're doing easy. Writing your specific training plan. First, pencil in your peak mileage for each week. Then determine where your biggest, most specific runs will be. These runs should fall between 5 weeks out and 3 weeks out from your race. During these 3 weeks of specific training, you should do anywhere from 2 to 4 very big workouts. You'll want to space your big workouts out by a couple of days at least to maximize recovery. Your options for specific workouts include alternation runs, glycogen depletion runs, fast finish long runs, special block runs, sarcomere runs, and very long runs. For more specifics on how to plan the alternation run, the glycogen depletion run, the fast finish long run, we've talked about those in Chapter 13. You can go review those. It's called Specific Training. And for more on alternation runs and sarcomere runs, you can turn to Chapter 19. We haven't got there yet. It's called Special Workouts to Peak Your Fitness. A maximum long distance for a traditional marathoner might be 22 to 25 miles. But if you're a very experienced runner wanting to take your marathon training up a notch, you could follow in the steps of some of the runners in this book, Kenny Moore and Jeff Galloway, and you could do 1 or 2 runs that are longer, 27 to even 32 miles. Aside from your key workouts, the rest of your days are just easy. Remember, easy can be strides and hill sprints too. So I do have a figure in the book that, since you're listening, you can't see. This one's kind of important though. It's figure 1710. And you want to do this with your training is when you outline your 6 weeks of training, and then you pencil in your mileage, then what we're doing is I want you to back up 3 weeks from your race, and let's mark this spot, and then back up 3 more weeks. So you're 6 weeks out from your race, and mark that. I want you to highlight this area of your training 3 to 6 weeks before your race. And in there, I want you to take 4 of those days and put in some of these big workouts. So I do have an example for you. Because you can't see this, you're on the audio here. Just imagine that we're going into the first of those 3 peak weeks. All right, we're going to start with a sarcomere run. A sarcomere run is that downhill run that you're going to learn more about, but it's really going to beat your legs up. It's going to take a long time to recover from. So we're doing it the maximum distance away from the race so that you can recover from it. So we'll do that as our first peak workout. And then the next week, we do a short race pace run. This isn't a big workout. It's just maintenance. You're still doing workouts, but you want to schedule a couple of big workouts, right? So you're doing a short race pace run. Now this might be 5 or 6 miles at marathon pace if you're a marathoner. Nothing big. Okay, later in the week, we're going to do a special block run. So we've actually taken an entire week without doing a big workout, from sarcomere run to special block run, an entire week. Then we wait another 8 days until we do a very long run. So notice how these workouts, they're really big, but we're giving you 7 or 8 days between them. Then after that very long run in the next week, we can do another short sarcomere run, so a short downhill run. Nothing big. And then a few days after that, we do an alternation run. So we've given 6 days between that very long run and the alternation run. And then after that, we are done with the big workouts. That's it. Everything after that, between those 3 weeks leading up to your race, you still want to do workouts, but they're not going to be big. They're not going to be big double block runs or sarcomere runs or alternation runs. I suggest that in the 3 weeks leading up to your race, you maintain your mileage, and you do 2 to 3 workouts a week, but they become a lot easier. You can do short race pace runs. Now, up to this point, we've avoided race pace like the plague because we don't want to peak you prematurely. But in the last 3 weeks, you want to hit on race pace very frequently. I suggest that you do 2 workouts per week that are very close to, if not at, race pace. One can be a little bit longer and one can be a little bit shorter, and you can take breaks. You still want to do a long run as well. You can do your last very long run 3 or 4 weeks out before your race. And then you don't want to just stop doing long runs. You can still do a medium long run about 2 weeks before your race. The week before your race, no need to do a long run. Tim's story. Tim joined Run Elite when he was 49 years old. He had run a 2:57 marathon. Not bad for his age, but he had hoped at getting even better. We trained him through the Triphasic model, and his times improved. But with the increased training, he was only able to get down to a 2:52 before he started to plateau. We had to make some changes. We increased his modulation by adding doubles and very long runs. While his long runs used to cap out at 23 miles, we had him do a 27 miler and a 30 miler. Just 2 overdistance runs his entire training cycle. The result was that at age 51, he got his 2:52 down to a 2:47. Tim just keeps on getting better, even as he gets older. How? Well, he did it with overdistance long runs, special block running, and high modulation. Now, Tim is training for an even faster sub-240 marathon at age 52. Setting up your taper. Generally, allow 1 week in your schedule for tapering. It's a bit of an illusion, though, because you're not overtrained, hopefully, and so you only need to take maybe 3 days easy before your race. It's not an entire week. See Chapter 14 for more on tapering, but in short, just take 1 week and start out as if you were going to run about 90% of your full volume. Then, for the 3 days before the race, reduce your mileage then, and take 1 or 2 of those days off as you feel needed. That's the formula for success. If you feel you've needed a bigger taper in the past, I suggest to you that you're getting close to overtraining leading up to your taper, and you would do well to review Chapter 14 on tapering. You now have your full training plan, but you can gain so much more still. And you can learn how to pour rocket fuel on this training structure and potentially double the effects of all of this training. We're going to discover how to do this in the next section of this book. Part 3. Special Workouts and Elite Hacks. Chapter 18. Cold Exposure, Your Secret Weapon to Improve Endurance. Temperature is the most powerful variable for improving performance. Temperature will determine both how much growth hormone is secreted for recovery and athletic adaptation, and when that growth hormone is secreted. However, while both heat and cold exposure can be useful for improving performance, it is cold that is of such high value that when used properly, it can double or even quadruple your strength and/or your endurance in as little as 1 week. Cold exposure technology is currently being used by the NFL 49ers and Raiders football teams, as well as the University of Miami football team, the NBA's Milwaukee Bucks, and the Manchester United soccer team. The incredible degree of improvement associated with cold exposure is no exaggeration of statistics. It's been tested and measured in professional athletic teams and is currently being used by many, if not all, of the NFL teams, as well as by the military, firefighters, and other professions where heat becomes a barrier to performance. Now, I'm not just talking about putting ice packs on sore muscles or injuries. I recommend 2 specific protocols that you can use today to dramatically improve your running performance in a week or less. But before we dive into these 2 methods that you can use, it's important to talk about how temperature limits your running so that you understand. Heat is the ultimate limiter of running performance. Heating up too much is not just bad for physical performance, it's bad for virtually all tissues and health. The chief reason for this comes down to enzymes. Enzymes are proteins in the body that have specific functions to speed up chemical reactions, such as the production of energy in the form of ATP. When core body temperature rises, these enzymes lose their shape, they start to unravel, and they become unable to function. This means that when you're too hot, your cells will stop being able to generate energy. The ill effects of heat will begin when racing even in the 800-meter events, and will become more significant as the distance increases. Can you remember a race that you've run where it was exceptionally hot? Chances are that your performance suffered, along with probably everybody else. The marathon is perhaps the most vulnerable event because it's often run during the peak of the day, over asphalt, which will increase ambient temperature even more, and it also doesn't provide a shade that even a trail race might. So, if you get too hot, not only do your aerobic enzymes stop working, but your ability to contract your muscles stops. The range of temperatures where ATP production can be carried out is actually very small, and at temperatures around 102 to 104 degrees Fahrenheit, your body becomes unable to create new ATP. Now, this is pretty hot for your core temperature. In fact, it will likely kill you if sustained for any meaningful period of time. But it's not unusual for local muscle temperature to approach these levels during exercise. Because ATP is created inside of the working muscle cell, this localized muscle temperature increase is cataclysmic to your ability to produce energy and maintain muscular contraction. Here's the good news. Local muscle temperature can be cooled much more rapidly than core body temperature. But the way that you do it, it's not so straightforward. You might think that if you're using your leg muscles while running, you'd want to cool your leg muscles directly. The problem is that these muscles are big and they're deep. Any ice applied to the skin isn't going to penetrate more than 1 millimeter into the tissue. This leaves the majority of the large muscle group untouched by these cooling attempts. And all that's completed is you've cooled your skin. There's a better way to cool the working muscles, by tapping into a special kind of blood vessel that allows the body to dump heat rapidly. Protocol number 1, Palmer cooling, how to rapidly cool while running. It was an unseasonably hot September morning when I lined up to start the Iron Mountain 50-mile endurance run. It wasn't the distance, or even the 8,000 feet of climbing up the mountain that made me think that I'd better take things conservatively. It was the heat. I've never run my best races in the heat, always thriving in cooler temperatures, but that day, there was no avoiding it. I took my shirt off, put on my pack that was filled with cold water, and I took off with the sound of the gun. I was lucky enough to have my girlfriend crewing for me at the various aid stations, and she'd kept a secret weapon that we were going to use for the first time in a new way. A cooler full of ice. Well, it may seem obvious that having ice readily available during a hot race might give you a chance to cool down. You could put it in your water, dump it on your head, or even roll in it if you wanted to take the time to do so. But we had a new strategy this time, and it worked wonderfully well. During the race, there was a group of 3 of us battling it out for 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, the entire race. The 3 of us started running side by side at mile 2, and the battle ensued all the way to the very last stride across the finish line. One of these guys, Patrick, kept pulling ahead of me between aid stations. I could see him heading out of each aid station about maybe 45 seconds before I arrived. But then, like clockwork, I'd catch him every time within about a half mile of the aid station. We'd run together a while, and then, as I got hotter, he'd pull away, and just repeat this again and again. He turned around at one point after I'd caught him very quickly, and he said, "I can't seem to shake you. Go on ahead." See, he thought that I was holding back. I mean, how else could he explain those accelerations that I was doing when I was catching him so quickly after each aid station? The truth is, I was running as hard as I could, but I was able to accelerate every time I got my supply of ice. The secret was Palmer cooling. I shared this little trick with him at the 36-mile mark, and he started to use it too, eventually using it to finally pull ahead of me and go on to take 3rd in that race. But I continued with my strategy, and I was able to hold on to 4th, valiantly fighting every step of the way with the other guy, Joe, all the way to the final step. The finish line photo showed us crossing the finish line almost simultaneously, with me just a half a stride ahead, It was a sprint that I often wouldn't have had at the end of a hot day, but perhaps it was available to me because of this one technique. The current research shows that heat extraction through the palm of the hand has a beneficial effect on exercise endurance at all workloads, and that such treatment can provide a substantial performance benefit. I was able to increase my stamina and speed almost instantaneously by applying this technique, and it's been used by the NFL teams during strength training and during endurance events to improve strength by up to 600% in as little as 2 weeks. Does that sound crazy? Yeah, it did to me too. But research at Stanford University in 2012 supports its powerful effects. Let's dive into how palmar cooling works and how you can easily apply it to your training and your racing. Foundational understanding. When you perform a certain exercise, like doing push-ups to failure, there's a sensation that you experience that makes you need to stop. But if you wait just a little while, you could come back and do more. This indicates that the muscle wasn't fully exhausted metabolically, it was just fatigued momentarily. Now, this is similar to running hard intervals. Your muscles might get tired, and you can't continue the pace, but if you wait for just a short period of time, you can repeat the interval again. So what causes this short-lived fatigue? Well, really, there are several causes, but essentially, the temperature of the muscle is getting higher and higher as you continue the exercise. When using muscles maximally, they produce even more heat. When the temperature gets high enough, your ability to create energy drops. When temperature increases in a muscle, there's not only a physiological restriction on your ability to keep on contracting it, but there's an increase in perceived exertion that accompanies the temperature increase as well. If the temperature continues to increase, the perceived exertion will escalate until your body forces you to actually stop. When comparing fast twitch and slow twitch muscle fibers, slow muscles seem to be more temperature sensitive, meaning that for distance runners, temperature is even more of a limiter of performance than it is for sprinters. Recall our previous discussion on ATP. It's the molecular currency of energy that allows for any kind of contraction of any muscle. You need to be constantly making ATP in order to continue moving your body, or even just basic living. There are enzymes involved in the process that are essential for rapid production of ATP. When the temperature of the muscle gets high enough, these enzymes start to lose their shape and their function, and essentially stop producing ATP. So, what does the body do? If you don't have any ATP in your body, you'll die within seconds. It's that important. So if your ability to make more ATP is inhibited, as it is when the muscles are heating up, your body will sense that this decreased supply of ATP is inbound and will force you to slow down so that you don't die. Say that you're running outside and you can't get rid of the heat you're accumulating because the ambient temperature is high, or just because maybe you're running really hard. As the muscle temperature increases, you start to feel like running is becoming more effortful. Another way to put this is that your rate of perceived exertion feels much higher in 90 degrees than the same run would at the same speed even at 40 degrees. The run in higher temperatures feels much harder because this is your body saying, "Holy moly, you've got to stop this. If you keep going, you're going to die." So the body makes it feel less and less good for you to continue. You feel fatigued by the heat or even nauseous if you get hot enough. And that's your body saying, "Warning, critical danger. Temperature is getting too high. Slow this crazy person down so we don't die." If you try to push past that, eventually you pass out or you collapse as the body really tries to just force you to slow down. If you're listening to this and have ever had this experience, you successfully chose to stop before you died. Yay. All right, that was our preliminary understanding. Let's do a next level understanding. Now, I'm going to show you how you can hack this process to keep the heat from shutting you down. First, as your body temperature goes up, your body wants to get rid of that extra heat. There are several ways that this can happen. You sweat, you pee, and you move hot blood to the surface of your skin, where it can be released by conduction if the air temperature is cool enough. But the problem is that your blood capillaries at the surface of your skin, they're pretty narrow, only about 8 micrometers compared with an artery, which can be up to 1,000 times wider. So you can only dump so much heat. But what if those blood vessels were wider? You could dump heat a lot faster. In fact, if the diameter of a blood vessel is doubled, the flow rate through it doesn't just double. It increases by a factor of 4. That is 1,000 times more blood flow. The only problem is that blood vessels that are this wide like arteries and veins, they're deep inside of the body in order to protect them from injury. And although they do a great job of transporting blood, they can't dump heat from the body because they're deep inside the body. Only vessels that are at the surface of the skin can dump heat out of the body. The problem being that they're so small that they can only do so much. If only there were a blood vessel that was both large in diameter and close to the surface of the skin. And there is. There is a special kind of blood vessel called an AVA, or an arteriovenous anastomosis, that it basically skips the capillaries. AVAs flow straight from the small arteries to the small veins, skipping capillaries altogether. AVAs have a large diameter, and because of this, they provide a flow of blood near the skin surface with low resistance. They open and close in response to changes in body temperature. AVAs are most numerous in just a few specific areas of the body, though. And it's in these areas that you can get rid of excess heat and you cool your body down fast. When you can cool muscles down fast, then you can keep going hard without much of a limit. Where AVAs dump heat. AVAs exist numerously in 3 places: the palms of your hands, the soles of your feet, and your face, at least the area that doesn't grow hair. Your body already uses these areas to cool you down by opening the AVAs when your temperature rises. But sometimes the heat still can't be released quickly enough, and there is a way to speed it up. It all comes down to conduction. The best treatment for heat stroke is to submerge an athlete in ice water. This is because conduction is the fastest way to transfer heat out of the body, and water is an excellent conductor. Now, let's be practical here. You can't run a race while laying in an ice bath. However, you could put your skin in touch with the cold surface and dramatically speed up conduction. For instance, holding cold water bottles in your hands, submerging your hands in a cold creek during a run, or passing ice cube back and forth between your hands until it melts. Impressive results in the NFL. Just how much can this improve your performance? Part of the 2012 study on palmar cooling was carried out with teams in the NFL. They had these athletes do max tests for pull-ups and for dips. One of the athletes performed pull-ups to failure. He completed 40. He rested for a few minutes and then he did pull-ups to failure again, this time hitting 30. His reps continued to decrease with each round. In a 10-minute period, he did a total of 100. The next day, though, they did the same routine, but this time using palmar cooling. During alternating sets of doing pull-ups, the athletes wore a glove that circulated cool water over the palm. And just by wearing this cooling glove every other set, this one particular athlete in the study was able to do 180 pull-ups in the same amount of time that it took him to do 100 the day before. And this was actually the day after doing a max effort. The experiment continued, and after athletes used palmar cooling during training every day for a week, there appeared to be cumulative effects. 1 week later, the same athlete did a whopping 600 pull-ups. That's a 600% improvement in 1 week. Tests on endurance athletes also showed outstanding results. There is a reflex in the body that shuts off your ability to keep on going if your body gets too hot. Researchers Gran, Cow, and Heller put athletes on a treadmill and set the speed at a constant and let them run until they basically just quit. They repeated this experiment in different ambient temperatures and found that, as the room temperature increased, the athlete's time decreased. But when athletes cooled the palms of their hands during these runs, they could go longer. Application for runners. You could buy special palmar cooling gloves to use on the treadmill or between track intervals. But if you're racing or running out on the road or the trail, you'll need something more portable, as the current model that you could buy is bulky and requires being plugged into an outlet. I suggest carrying a cold mini beverage can. Metal cans because it's a better conductor than plastic. Pineapple juice, anyone? The metal can of the pineapple juice will conduct heat well, and when it warms up, you can simply just drink it, and you can get the carbohydrates, electrolytes, and hydration as well. You can also just carry your water bottles in your hands and fill them with something cool. You can even add ice to your hydration bladder and spray your hands off periodically as you run. The point is that you must get cool water on the palms of your hands and or your face, another place where the AVAs exist, for this to work. Anywhere else, it might feel good, but it's not going to give you the performance benefit. Technically, the bottom of your feet would also work as they contain AVAs, but it's kind of impractical to remove your shoes and soak your feet during a run. And you shouldn't just use these in competition. This is a great tool that you can use in your training to be able to train more and train harder. So for a track workout, for example, you could set up a cooling station with ice water in a cooler, or cold cans between intervals. A benefit of this situation is that it makes it easy for you to get cool water on your face. And it can even allow you to submerge your feet if you wanted to. The benefits for interval workouts are exciting. If you're doing 400-meter repeats, for example, between each one, just splash your face and submerge your hands in cool water, and you'll find that you are better able to keep your speed up rep after rep, and you'll be able to do more work overall. Are you going to be able to do 6 times more like our NFL friends? Maybe. I mean, try it, seriously. But what is certain is that you will be able to do more reps. And more reps in training means a bigger training effect, which means better potential fitness gains. For the best effects, you want to contact the cooling surface for 30 seconds to 3 minutes, over as much surface area of both your hands and your face as possible, and repeat this as often as practical. Colder is not better. The way that you could mess this up is if you use temperatures that are too cold. You could remove so much heat that your body responds with vasoconstriction, and this would cause all those nice cooling AVAs to constrict, shutting off the blood flow that you need to cool down. You must avoid vasoconstriction, as this puts you in an even worse spot than you were before. So don't run holding a block of ice in each hand. You want to hold something cool, but not totally freezing cold. Alternatively, you actually could exchange a cube of ice rapidly from one hand to the other as a clever workaround to maximize the cooling effect while minimizing long contact time, which might cause the vasoconstriction. Here's a way to avoid vasoconstriction. Bring only one cold or semi-frozen beverage can on a hot run and just pass it back and forth between your hands every 10 seconds or so it never has a chance to vasoconstrict your palms. Alternatively, if you must use a frozen liquid, try using a plastic bottle, as the plastic will be slower at conducting heat away from the hand than the metal would. Don't miss out on the benefits of palmar cooling. Next time you're training in the heat, try one of these applications that I described to you and see if you notice a boost. And if you're racing in the heat, I recommend you do everything you can to be able to access something cold and get at least some of the enormous benefits of palmar cooling. Protocol number 2, cold immersion for improved aerobic capacity. One of the key adaptations to endurance training is the accumulation of more mitochondria. With endurance training, not only do you make more mitochondria, but they also become bigger. And they even move to the periphery of the cell in order to gain quicker access to sugar and oxygen. Detailed measurements of muscle fibers in endurance athletes show significantly higher levels of mitochondria in both density and size compared with non-endurance athletes. Mitochondria density should be improved if we are to expect any improvement in distance running capability. How to improve mitochondrial density without running? You should, of course, run to become a better runner, but when you're not running, you can still make significant contributions to your aerobic development. And this is done through cryotherapy. Cryotherapy can refer to a number of things. In one form of cryotherapy, you step into a large chamber. Nitrogen gas is pumped in, and the air temperature plummets to as low as minus 240 degrees Fahrenheit. No kidding. I've done this many times, and I enjoy it kind of for the novelty. But it's not that practical or even available in many areas. The one that's near my house just shut down. Nor is it even necessary. You can immerse yourself in cold water and get just as much benefit, if not even more. Too little exposure to stress could leave your body unchallenged, while overexposure could lead to some health problems that are kind of obvious. Hormetic stress is the sweet spot where stress can be beneficial, and exposure to cold is one form of hormetic stress. Cold exposure increases norepinephrine, which is a neurotransmitter that's responsible for regulating the expression of many of your genes. When you get cold, your body wants to adapt and learn to generate more heat in case it has to deal with cold again in the future. Energy is what produces heat in the body, so the body will respond by increasing the amount of energy it's capable of making by increasing the amount of mitochondria in the cells. As a response to the cold water, your body will go through a process of making and storing more mitochondria inside of the fat, causing the fat to turn a brown in color and earn the name brown adipose tissue, or BAT tissue. Think of on Thanksgiving when there's white meat versus dark meat. The reason one is dark is because of the presence of more mitochondria. Increasing your BAT tissue, both locally in your running muscles and systemically over your entire body, will have a direct contribution to your body's capability of producing energy. More BAT means more mitochondria, which means more ability to utilize oxygen to create energy. How cold is cold? On one very cold December day, I was traveling through New Hampshire, and on my route, I happened to go by Rye Beach. It was an overcast day, hovering in the 30s. I decided that this was an ideal time to go for a swim and test out how cold I could go. Couples were walking their dogs on the beach, wearing full winter coats and boots. I changed into my swimsuit in my car, and then I walked barefoot out onto the sand, stopping about 100 feet from the water. My feet were already starting to hurt just from the cold, wet sand. I dropped my towel and I ran into the frigid water. It was shallow, and so it took what seemed like a full 45 seconds of splashing through ankle-deep water to even get deep enough that would allow for a full-body swim. By the time I got out that far, my legs were already burning and painful. I plunged in, and I swam for 30 seconds. When I made it back to the shore, I was met with cheers and car horns honking in celebration from the parking lot. My body was on fire. I felt alive. I was insanely alert and full of energy, likely due to the spike of adrenaline from such an extreme event. We later measured the water temperature to be at 37 degrees Fahrenheit. I continue to regularly cold plunge, but I have no desire to plunge in water so cold again. Instead, I prefer to be able to stay in the water for a bit longer and not feel like razors are slicing my skin apart. And the good news is that you too don't need to get in water quite that cold. More conservative temperatures will still produce an increase in bat tissue. In fact, 50 degrees might be the most effective temperature. It's still very cold, but it is tolerable for most. If you were to visit a local spa that had a cold plunge, the temperature would likely be in the low to mid 50s. The temperature you choose will determine how much time you want to stay in order to achieve an adaptation in bat development, as well as a spike in norepinephrine, which will increase your alertness, arousal, attention, in addition to positively influencing your sleep, your mood, and your memory. Here's what the current literature shows to be the most effective dose of cold water immersion at different temperatures and durations. Soaking in 61 degrees Fahrenheit for 6 hours. Yes, a study was actually done where participants stayed in the water for that long. They lay on lawn chairs in shallow water with weights on their laps to keep them from floating away. 50 degrees for 10 minutes. 40 degrees for 20 seconds. These temperatures have been shown to increase mitochondrial density by between 37% and 200%. That's a lot, with the higher percentages correlating, of course, with the colder temperatures, in as little as 1 week. However, even these intensities, they still might be too extreme for most, and most of the benefit can be gained by about 2 to 5 minutes in water that's 50 degrees Fahrenheit. This can often be accomplished with a cold shower or swim in some natural water during the colder months, or simply by adding ice to a bathtub. Full body submerging is most effective. Yet, the exposure to the 50 degrees experiment was done only locally, just to the legs, and it still produced a desired effect. How often should you cold plunge? If you don't have a thermometer that you want to take to the local lake, you can self-regulate this as well. When study participants described water as cold enough to definitely want to get out, but I could stay in, it was sufficiently cold. And after 1 to 2 weeks, adaptation started to occur. The first adaptation is that the perceived discomfort of the water is reduced. The second is a slight increase in metabolism. The third is significant increase in bat tissue. Finally, and perhaps the coolest, pun intended, cold plunges lead to a giant spike in dopamine, epinephrine, and norepinephrine, which can last for up to 2.5 hours. The best part is that at temperatures below 50 degrees, you only need to rack up about 11 minutes total in a week, perhaps over maybe 3 to 5 sessions, to get these benefits. Here's my recommendation. I recommend swimming in natural water if it's available to you. Finding a temperature that is below 60 degrees is optimal. Begin by soaking your legs up to your butt for 10 minutes, and you will get many benefits while maintaining relative comfort. Feel free to keep a jacket on around your torso if you prefer. Repeat this up to once a day, but a minimum of 3 times per week. Once you're used to it, or if you just want to go for it full tilt, try a full body immersion up to your lower neck. This can be done at a spa with a cold plunge, in a bathtub, or in natural water. Accumulate at least 11 minutes per week for optimal results. Please take a note for a second here. Be sure to have others around you because if you stay in for too long, you might lose motor function and be unable to get yourself out of the cold water. It's not common. In fact, it's never happened to me, but I guess it's possible. Always practice safety in the water, and of course, consult your doctor before engaging in any cold therapy practice. Chapter 19. Special workouts to peak your fitness. Alternation runs. For years, I had attempted to run a marathon in under 3 hours. I came closer and closer each year, and 2014 looked to be my year to do it at the Boston Marathon. 6 weeks before the race, I ran a half marathon as a tune-up in a PR time of 1:21:42. At Boston the next month, though, I ran 3 hours flat, 58 seconds, and it was ideal conditions. I missed it. The next year, I was at it again, just like the 10 years before. I signed up for the 2015 Boston Marathon, and I trained differently this time, but not in the way you might think. I actually ran fewer miles, 15 miles per week fewer than the year before. And when I ran the half marathon tune-up again, the same race, I finished in 1:24, nearly 3 minutes slower than the previous year. On paper, it looked like I was less fit for that coming year's marathon, but that year, I ran 2:58 in freezing rain with a headwind. Now, how the heck did I run faster with fewer miles and a slower half marathon time? I increased my specificity of training. And that's what alternation runs do. Essentially, an alternation run alternates between running faster than and slower than race pace in a continuous fashion. And you may remember this from earlier in our book. We're going to go into some more detail here. I will explain the two mechanisms by which this run works, but the main reason is because of how well it stimulates the demands of race day and training. Specificity is more important than quantity of training. Pushing the wall back. Alternation runs work by teaching your body to conserve glycogen, which is stored sugar, which will delay when you hit the wall. They'll also train your energy systems to recover at a higher heart rate, which will pay dividends following surges, uphills, or even early miles that were run accidentally too fast. And who isn't guilty of that? For example, if you're running a 7-minute mile and you hit the wall 20 miles in, you'll run a minute or two slower for the next 6 miles, perhaps even more. And that could cost you 12 minutes. But if you hit the wall instead at mile 23, you can get 6 of those minutes back. If you incorporate alternation runs into your training, you'll push the wall further back, and maybe you won't even hit it at all. By delaying the onset of the bonk, the average runner can cut many minutes off of their time. In sport medicine school, we used to go to the physiology lab and harness ourselves to the treadmill to keep from falling off. Then we put a mask over our faces that hooked up to all sorts of fancy hoses. These hoses would measure the gases that we'd breathe in and breathe out. And one of the reasons we did this was to measure how much sugar or fat we were using at a given time. The amount of oxygen you inhale and the amount of carbon dioxide you exhale are directly correlated with how much fat or sugar you're using for fuel. Essentially, anytime you run, your body burns a combination of sugar and fat. At a faster pace, you're using more sugar and less fat, or even all sugar and no fat if the pace is fast enough. Glycogen is your fuel of choice when racing the marathon. It's readily available and it yields a lot of ATP, which is energy, in a short amount of time. Your body loves to use sugar to fuel your running. Here's the problem when you run out of sugar and you need to burn fat instead. It takes 4 times as much oxygen to burn fat than it does sugar. So unless you can find a way to breathe 4 times more air with each breath, you're going to instead have to slow down in order to just allow for more breaths to be taken per mile. And this is what we call hitting the wall. When running at a fast clip, or marathon pace even, you have 90 to 120 minutes worth of glycogen stored in the liver. When levels hit a critical low of about just 50%, hitting the wall is just around the corner. And the idea behind alternation runs is to teach your body to burn a little less sugar and a little more fat early in the marathon, saving some of that sugar for later in the race. A runner who uses 75% sugar and only 25% fat at marathon pace might be able to improve that to 70% sugar and up to 30% fat early in the race. When a runner becomes more adapted to burning fat, the sugar will last longer and will consequently push the wall back. Recent research shows that it's uncommon for elite athletes to hit the wall, even in races of up to 56 kilometers, provided that they have enough carbohydrate loading in advance and ingest a minimum of 10 grams of carbohydrate per hour during the competition. This shows the extent to which the body can be trained to conserve glycogen, utilize fat, and absorb additional fuel inputs during competition. For distances up to the marathon, it is quite possible for most runners to avoid hitting the wall with proper training. And I share even more on carbohydrate loading in the following section in this book. Here's how the alternation run is done for the marathon distance. The standard workout might be 20 miles. The first 10 miles are a warm-up. Start easy and build up to about 30 seconds per mile slower than your ideal race pace. Don't overtax yourself, just get ready to run fast. For now, you're just burning up some of your glycogen and warming up the muscles. For the remaining 10 miles, alternate every half mile, or 800 meters, back and forth between paces that are slightly faster than 10 to 15 seconds and paces that are slightly slower than maybe 15 to 20 seconds of race pace. Here's an example. If your goal pace is a 7-minute per mile, then miles 1 through 10, just start out easy, but kind of a warm-up pace, and gradually cut the pace down to maybe 7:30 per mile by the time you hit mile 10. Miles 11 through 20, alternate between 6:45 and 7:15 pace for 10 miles. In this example, you're running an equal 15 seconds above and below your race pace. Running like this will feel more difficult than running at a steady 7-minute per mile pace. And for this reason, this workout is very difficult. It might be a maximal effort even. You can adjust the paces to be more sustainable by shifting both paces slightly slower. And it would look like this. Miles 11 through 20 alternate between 6:50 and 7:20. This variation is perhaps even more effective because more alternations can be done and a longer workout can be completed. Although the average pace for this run would be 7:05, which is 5 seconds slower than the goal race pace that you have, because of the increased difficulty, it's harder than running even a 7:05 pace would be, and it feels more like race pace, or even harder. Typical interval running includes recovery that brings the heart rate down quickly, like walking between reps or a light jog. However, because recovery during an alternation run is almost at race pace, your heart rate goes down much more slowly. This teaches your body that it's not going to get a huge break, and you learn to recover at a higher intensity level. And this will both conserve glycogen and make you more efficient at race pace. Additional benefits. By running long runs that average about marathon pace without actually hitting marathon pace in the actual workout, you also avoid peaking too soon. You can, and should, still practice marathon pace runs, but these should be for the purpose of developing pace awareness and can be done at a slightly lower volume with more regularity. Your fast twitch muscle fibers are the limiter of how long you can sustain marathon pace. Recall that there's a driftover phenomenon with muscle fiber fatigue. When you run at a steady pace, your faster twitch fibers will fatigue more quickly than the slower twitch, until they're all but spent, at which point your pace is going to slow dramatically. For this reason, alternation runs may be superior to straight marathon pace runs, because they stimulate these slightly fast twitch fibers more so than a steady paced run would. When to run alternation runs. Incorporate a maximum of 3 alternation runs in the final 3 to 8 weeks before the marathon. These runs are very taxing and should be preceded by at least 1 day of easy running, and they should be followed by as many easy days as it takes to recover. Remember, you may be able to do an alternation run earlier in your season, but it's going to be at a much lower overall volume. By waiting until you're in your specific phase of training, you've already built up the speed and the stamina to be able to perform a high-quality alternation run. It's runs like these that will make a significant difference in your fitness. Think of everything you've done up until your specific phase as merely getting ready to do these big specific workouts. Now is the time to start your final peak towards optimal race day fitness, and just a few high-quality key workouts will be enough to elevate your fitness. This is truly where the triphasic model begins to peak. Alternation runs will move the needle for you. Even doing this workout once or twice can be sufficient to give you a large gain in fitness. By combining alternation runs with the next workout, you're going to get even more potential fitness gains. Sarcomere runs. What is a sarcomere? Well, it's the basic contractile unit of your muscle. It's the part of the muscle where 2 very important proteins interact. These 2 proteins are like 2 pieces of Velcro that can stick and unstick from each other rapidly. Let's stay with this Velcro analogy for a moment because it's a good way to conceptualize how your muscles work. Those 2 strips of Velcro are strongest when they're overlapped completely, right? And they become less strong if they're moved across each other and overlap less. Eventually, they wouldn't be overlapping at all and wouldn't have any holding power. And this is how your muscles work too, and it's called the sliding filament theory. In this theory, the 2 proteins in your muscle fibers are bonded to each other, kind of like the Velcro, and they use energy to break the bond between them, which causes them to slide past each other. This process is repeated rapidly, and it results in a muscle movement. In this analogy, How could you increase the holding power of the Velcro, i.e. the strength of your muscle? You could, of course, overlap the Velcro 100% and it'd be its strongest, but you could also just add more units of Velcro. And this is what you're doing when you train your sarcomeres. If you've ever been to watch the Boston Marathon in person at the last few miles, you may have noticed something. The runners seem to be in a lot of pain. Now, sure, it's common enough in marathons, but there seems to be more carnage at Boston than other marathons for some reason. And the answer is simple, and it's not Heartbreak Hill. The long downhill stretches of Boston beat runners' legs up so much that they struggle additionally in the final downhill miles. In 1968, Boston Marathon champion Amby Burfoot said that the hardest part of the course is the downhill from the top of Heartbreak Hill to Cleveland Circle. This is called Cemetery Mile for two reasons. The most obvious is that Evergreen Cemetery is just off to the runner's right, but also the way the steep downhill deadens the legs, specifically the quad muscles. The race actually begins on a 5-mile downhill. Runners often begin the marathon too fast anyway, but with this downhill, they begin much too fast. Running fast downhill will beat up your quads and calves badly. The problem is that the runners are fresh during these early miles, and so they don't feel the damage that they're doing to their legs. Yet. After cresting Heartbreak Hills, yes, there's actually 3 of them, not just one, it's all downhill from there. Literally. The last 4 to 5 miles of the course are downhill. They should be some of the fastest miles of the course, and they can be if you've done the workouts described in this section here. But runners often blow up and often have their slowest miles here. They deal with muscle cramps that trump anything they've had in previous races because their quads and calves are so beat up from the early downhill running and the preceding 21 miles, of course, their legs can't handle running fast on these last downhills. Most runners certainly try to. And they might succeed a bit, but by the time Boylston Street comes along, they've spent their legs so much that crawling, cramping, and grimacing are the norm in most of the pack. The evil downhill monster. It might not feel like it in the moment, but downhill running is just as demanding as other parts of your training, and it can be significantly damaging to your quads. It also requires true strength and stability. And yet, incorporating downhill running into your training for just a few workouts will dramatically improve your performance. If you're getting ready for Boston, a course with a lot of hills, or an ultra, this section is for you. If you just want to build your strength and stability, this section is also for you. It all comes down to sarcomeres. Before we talk about how to develop them, let's take a moment to look at concentric versus eccentric contraction of muscles so that you can understand how the sarcomere works. Concentric versus eccentric. I want you to look around wherever you are right now and choose an object that you can pick up. Maybe not a cup of coffee because that might spill, but like a pen or a pencil or a stapler or something heavier if you have it. Now imagine that this is a 25-pound dumbbell, and I want you to slowly do a curl with it. Now tell me, what muscle are you using? If you said your biceps, you're right. You're using your bicep in a concentric movement to lift the object. Concentric means that your muscles are getting shorter while producing tension. But now, lower the object slowly. Bring your hand down and straighten your arm with a nice, easy control. Now, what muscle are you using? Some people might guess that the tricep muscle on the back of your arm, but that's not the answer. You're still using your bicep. This time, however, you're using it in an eccentric motion. The muscle gets longer under tension. This is what your quads are doing when you run downhill. They're getting longer while under tension, and this kind of muscular contraction has the greatest force production capability, and it's also the kind of muscle contraction that produces delayed onset muscle soreness, or DOMS, which you feel 1 or 2 days after a hard workout. But it's also the kind of muscle contraction that produces a huge strength and power gain. Most running that you're likely doing, unless you run exclusively on hilly terrain, is concentric. And this is great conditioning for your cardiovascular and your metabolic systems, but it's not as good at strengthening the muscles. Improving the strength and integrity of the muscles must be a good part of your training program, especially if you plan to race a marathon or longer, or if you plan to race on a hilly course. How do you improve your ability to run downhill without having your muscles seize up on you? And the answer is to increase the density of your sarcomeres. How do you get more sarcomeres? The way to get more sarcomeres is to do more eccentric exercise. Of course, you want to do eccentric exercises for the muscles specifically that you're going to use during your race, the quads and the calves. In a study done by Monash University's Department of Physiology in 2001, researchers looked at what happened to muscle fibers in the aftermath of an eccentric training session that produced significant muscle soreness. They found that when a second eccentric session was conducted a week later, there was much less muscular damage done, and the muscles had adapted to the stress by producing more sarcomeres. The result was that the muscles had not only more, but also smaller sarcomeres. More, smaller sarcomeres led to a decreased range of potential instability. And this has been backed up through studies with rats that underwent eccentric contractions during downhill running versus rats who ran uphill. The downhill group improved their sarcomeres by 11%. In other words, downhill running can produce an 11% gain in strength in a very short period of time. In another study on the effects of eccentric training, researchers at the National Institute for Working Life at the Umeå University followed runners with runner's knee after extended periods of either eccentric or concentric quadricep training exercises on an angled board. If you've ever had pain in your patella after a long workout or a series of hard workouts, you've likely had runner's knee, and it's not fun. What the researchers found was that 9 out of 10 runners who did the eccentrics reported improvement in their runner's knee, while 9 out of 10 who did concentric had no improvement. You can see then that eccentric training not only increases the strength of your muscles, but it can also improve your stability and help protect against injury. Downhill training for eccentric adaptation. The most effective stimulus you can give yourself to achieve eccentric adaptation is running downhill, but running downhill also brings with it an increased injury risk. It has more impact on your body than any other kind of running does, and if you run fast downhill, the impact forces go up even more. This is a double-edged sword, as the increased forces are partly what will help you get stronger, but they also sideline you if you're too aggressive with them. Luckily, there's a 2-step formula for how to improve this kind of exercise and decrease the injury risk, and it's simple. Step 1, build strength. Strength and power are different things. Strength is how strong a muscle is, while power is how quickly that muscle can produce force. When running downhill, you must contract your muscles more quickly because your feet pass under you more quickly. Therefore, running downhill is a power exercise. Before any sort of power can be built, you must spend a long time improving your strength. And for this reason, hard downhill running workouts should come only during the final stages of your training cycle, after sufficient strength has been built. Strength should be built for a minimum of 6 weeks before engaging in downhill workouts. And strength building can be done in 2 ways. By including resistance training to the main muscle groups which support the body against gravity, and in this case, that's particularly the legs, such as squats, lunges, or calf plantar flexion exercises like calf raises, or by simply increasing the volume of your running. This means that lifting weights and increasing volume of running are ideal to do during the conditioning, base, and early support training phases. Step 2. Downhill workouts. After at least 6 weeks of strength training, you'll want to begin introducing downhill training sessions. You'll only need to do 3 to 5 of these workouts in your entire training cycle to see improvements. Because these workouts can take 2 or 3 weeks to recover from, they shouldn't be performed in the final 14 days before your race. And because they require significant strength before attempting to do them at any kind of high volume, they shouldn't come sooner than the middle of your support training. This puts the workouts at 2 to 8 weeks out from race day. Workout options. One great and easy way to get your downhill running in is to find a treadmill that has a downhill setting. You don't need to run downhill at an angle that's steeper than 6%. That's really steep. And you don't need to exceed 12 miles. Any run longer than 12 miles will make your risk of injury skyrocket, so that's a no-go. If you don't have a treadmill that can go downhill, then you can take some textbooks and prop up the back of a treadmill. Number 2, if you don't even have a treadmill, then get outside and find a steep hill to do some downhill repeats. It doesn't need to be overly steep. Again, 6%, if you've ever been driving on a long highway in the mountains and those signs that say 6% grade, trucks use caution, and there's escape ramps, that's a 6% grade. And that's about as steep as we want to go. The trick here is that you don't want to push it on the way back up if you're doing hill repeats like this. Run hard on the way down, and then do an easy jog or even walk on the way back up. And number 3, if you're lucky enough to live near the mountains, find a nice friend to drive you all the way up and drop you off at the top of a road or a trail. You can run all the way back down to get your eccentric workout in. So the key here is if you find a hill that's outside, You've got to go down and then back up, and so you're only getting half of your time running downhill. To prepare yourself for downhill workouts, you should regularly be doing some of your running over rolling hilly terrain. This kind of running should be done year-round in order to make eccentric contractions not completely foreign to you once you get ready to do the harder downhill workouts. A study published in the Scandinavian Journal of Medicine and Science and Sport showed that there's a greater strength gain when performing a smaller number of eccentric contractions daily than a larger number of them once a week. Much of your strength gain is going to come from the daily habit of running over hilly terrain. You do want to do these big hill workouts, but you got to prepare for them by incorporating them into your base training early. Chapter 20, Supercharge your fueling. If your race is going to last 80 minutes or more, taking in additional fuel is likely to improve your performance. The common techniques used by many runners are to eat pasta dinner the night before a race, maybe top off the tank with gels and sports drinks right up to the sound of the gun, and continue gels and sport drinks during as much of the race as they can. But these strategies aren't as useful as many runners believe them to be and are actually likely to impede your performance. And you can see more on this in Appendix E, Common Myths About Fueling for Your Race. In this chapter, we're going to outline why additional fuel is needed during a race, and we'll go over the 4 tactics for how to get the maximum amount of fuel delivered to your working muscles. The difference between fat and sugar is a fuel source. Let's talk about oxygen and how it determines your fuel during a race. While you're at rest, or even when you're running slowly, your breathing rate is relatively low. And at such a low intensity, fat is the fuel used by the body. The reason is simple. Fat is a very efficient fuel source. It yields a lot of energy, and the only waste products are basically carbon dioxide and water. The catch is that fat metabolism requires a lot of oxygen. Now, that's not a problem as long as the intensity remains low and there's abundant oxygen. As the intensity cranks up from a standstill to a jog and then through a full-on run, your body requires more and more energy production. And this means that you'll require more oxygen. And this is why your breathing rate increases as you run faster. It isn't really long before there isn't enough oxygen to use fat as a fuel anymore, and a switch must be made to using glucose as fuel. Glucose requires much less oxygen than fat does in order to be converted into energy, so it's the perfect fuel source to be used at high intensities as oxygen becomes scarce. The problem is that there's a limited supply of this high-octane fuel that the body can store, about 90 minutes worth of fast running before glycogen levels become low. When there's insufficient glucose available to allow you to maintain a high intensity, the body must instead switch over to fat, and this is the moment where you hit the wall. Breaking down fat requires roughly 4 times the amount of oxygen than breaking down glucose. But a runner's not really able to inhale 4 times as much with each breath, so consequently, they must slow down. This forced reduction in pace gives the body more time over a given mile to create energy. And with the additional time, more breaths can be taken and more oxygen can be consumed in any given mile. Running can now continue, fueled by fat. Therefore, if the pace is slow enough, a runner can essentially just run indefinitely. It's not a question of running out of energy, it's only a question of running out of fast energy from glucose. If you want to run fast for your marathon, then this is going to become a major limiter of what you can do. And there are 4 ways to push the wall back. The first 2 are used by many runners, and we'll talk about those. And the second 2 are high-level elite hacks in order to improve your performance by as much as 6% in a single day. And these last 2 are largely unknown in the running world, unless you're elite. Number 1, new nutrition technology used by elites. The first strategy is to simply intake additional sugar during the competition. As the reserves of sugar begin to dwindle, eating some easily digestible sugar will top off the reserves and will extend how long that you can maintain a high intensity. Therefore, runners are encouraged to drink sport drink and eat gel packs during a marathon. And it works, to a degree. A runner can only eat so much, about 1 to 1.5 grams per minute, before you just can't keep up with the demands of the race, or digestive systems retaliate with a vengeance. And I think you know what I'm talking about here. For these reasons, a runner might reasonably expect to be able to take in an additional 400, maybe 600 calories during a marathon when racing all out. An average runner uses about 100 calories per mile. So for each additional 100 calories that are taken in during the race, theoretically, the wall can be pushed back by about 1 mile. This means that for a 3-hour marathoner, glycogen will largely be exhausted about at the 90-minute mark, roughly 13.1 miles in, and the intake of another 500 calories will push the wall back to about the 18 to 19 mile mark. And this is exactly what we observe when watching a race, isn't it? It's around this point that many runners start to slow down significantly. Taking in additional calories from sugar is an essential strategy for pushing back the wall during races longer than 90 minutes. When intaking additional sugar, it normally comes from the form of glucose, and you can handle a maximum concentration of about 6% glucose, and that would be about 60 grams per liter at a time. The amount of fuel that you can absorb has a cap on it, you see, and trying to stuff down even more is just going to lead to gastrointestinal problems. Although one hack that a runner can use is to also intake fructose. Now, fructose uses a different metabolic pathway in order to arrive at the working muscle. So even though glucose absorption has a limit on it, you can still take in more fuel by simply including some fructose along with it. Here are the benefits of combining glucose and fructose over only glucose. Consuming a mixture of both glucose and fructose can improve your endurance exercise compared to glucose alone. Fructose co-ingestion can also accelerate post-exercise liver glycogen repletion rates, and may be relevant when rapid or less than 24-hour recovery is required. Furthermore, fructose co-ingestion can lower gastrointestinal distress when relatively large amounts of carbohydrates, say 1.2 grams per kilogram per hour, are ingested during post-exercise recovery. So combining these two sugars, glucose and fructose, can help trained runners maximize endurance performance during prolonged sessions and can accelerate recovery through enhanced glycogen repletion. For ideal absorption, the ratio of glucose to fructose should be about 4-1, meaning that there's 4 times more glucose than fructose. Some supplement companies already combine glucose and fructose for you so that you don't really need to think about it. And I suggest doing your own research, as formulas are continually changing for each brand. But perhaps the best hack for intaking more fuel than you could normally during a race is a groundbreaking product called Martin. The team at Martin developed a way to bypass the stomach and deliver sugar directly to the small intestine. And this is a good thing for maximizing sugar delivery. Your stomach is basically a holding tank, and it doesn't do much for digestion. Sugar must pass through your stomach and be absorbed in the small intestine. And the faster it can get there, the quicker it can get to your muscles. The problem is that your stomach will not allow high amounts of sugar to pass to the intestine, and it'll slow or even halt absorption if you take in too much sugar. And it'll make you feel sick too. But Martin products, they're genius. The drink enters your stomach, and your stomach acid interacts with it, and it turns it into a gel. Now, this gel contains a lot of sugar, but only on the inside of it. The gel gets to pass through into the intestine without triggering the guards at the exit of the stomach. This gel then arrives in your small intestine and is broken down, releasing the large payload of sugar. It's kind of like a Trojan horse. And does it sound a bit crazy? It might be, but it's what elite athletes are using when setting world records. Eliud Kipchoge, Kenenisa Bekele, and many other endurance athletes have used this product with great results, including setting world records in the marathon. And in fact, those two runners are poster athletes for the brand. When it comes to pushing the wall back, this product has found a way to outperform the competition. Number 2, train your body to conserve glycogen. Early in a marathon, a moderately trained runner might get 75% of their energy from sugar and 25% from fat. Without additional intake of sugar, they might approach hitting the wall by the halfway mark. In contrast, through training, the elite runner may change their fuel usage to only 65% from sugar and a whopping 35% from fat, being able to run up to 18 miles in the same time frame before exhausting their glycogen, consequently pushing the wall back further. This adaptation has come from continually stressing the body to the point where it's almost depleted of glycogen and the pace is forced to remain high. And this can be accomplished in a few ways. We've discussed the first 2 of these hacks in chapter 13, so I'm just going to review them briefly here for you. Number 1, glycogen depletion run. Endurance training, specifically at durations greater than 2 hours, facilitates adaptations that alter the rate at which fat is oxidized and used as a preferred fuel. The problem is that long runs that are 2 hours or more can be tough on the body, and only repeated so often for most runners. But you can mimic the low glycogen state of the body at the end of a long run by simply restricting sugar intake, or even all food altogether, for up to 12 hours, and then heading out for a more conservative run. The main benefit is that you get to give your body a stimulus to hold on to more glycogen the next time, but because this can be done in a fraction of the distance of a normal long run, it carries with it less mileage and therefore less injury risk. Therefore, it can be repeated more often than a traditional long run, and it can still allow for additional long runs during the same training week. My suggestion is to accomplish a glycogen depletion state by eating a normal dinner, but maybe much earlier in the evening than you normally would. Then allow 3 to 5 hours or more before going to bed. Wake up and have just a vegetable juice, maybe celery, cucumber, and spinach. Those are good choices. In this way, you'll get the added benefits of an intermittent fast, improved sleep quality, and you'll be starting your run with electrolytes and hydration, and with some calories, but very few. I suggest vegetable juice instead of fruit juice in this instance because the vegetables have a lower calorie concentration, less carbohydrate, less sugar, while retaining a high level of micronutrients and electrolytes. The second way that we've also reviewed in Chapter 13, so just briefly here, is a fast finish long run. Running fast at the end of a traditional long run demands that your body use more sugar for fuel, and it's just at the point where this scarce resource is already running low. And this will be an adaptive signal for the body to hold on to more sugar next time. The main principle to follow in a fast finish long run is that the fast portion of the run should be just faster than your goal race pace, regardless of the race distance that you're training for. And beyond that, you can get as creative as you like. Here are a few examples. You could do a 20-mile easy run with the last 3 miles at 30 seconds faster than marathon pace. A progression run of 10 miles, which starts off at 10 seconds per mile slower than marathon pace and progresses all the way to 30 seconds faster than marathon pace. Or finish any long run with a series of 100-meter strides. And finally, following a tempo run, you could get on the track and do a really fast 300 meters all out, as Tim Bro did that we mentioned in Chapter 13. I'm going to give you another story here about Kenny Moore. So let's call this Kenny Moore 2.0. Moore was a fierce man in competition, earning himself a 4th place Olympic position in the marathon. But he was just as fierce in his preparation. I'm going to remind you of a workout that he did. Well, he would train in a 9-day cycle. And in this 9-day cycle, he'd often complete 2 long runs, one of 28 miles and one of 32 miles. Quite a bit. But after some of these 30-ish mile runs, he'd immediately get on the track and do 6 repeats of 1,000 meters at about 4:30 per mile pace, just faster than his marathon pace. This kind of workout is the ultimate fast finish long run. His Olympic teammate and world-renowned coach in his own right, Jeff Galloway, said this about Moore's training style. I used to think that I hit the wall at 20 miles because I didn't run enough miles. So I kept increasing my total weekly mileage. Over 2 years, my mileage went from 100 to 140, and it maxed out at 210 miles per week. Even with all that training, I still hit the wall at around 20 miles. Even at 140 miles per week, 20 miles was the longest I would run in training. After finishing 11th at the 1971 Pan American Marathon Trials, I was talking about my 140-mile weeks at a post-race party when I overheard Kenny Moore, who had finished second, saying he'd never run a 100-mile week in his life. The key to his program? A slow 30-miler every 2 to 3 weeks leading up to the marathon. In my training for the Munich Olympic Trials the following year, I tried Kenny's plan of running less overall mileage, but with a 30-miler every 2 to 3 weeks. The result? I tied for 3rd at the US Trials in a much tougher competition than the year before. And I'm proud today that in the 60 marathons I've run since, I've never hit the wall again. During the writing of this book, Kenny Moore passed away, and this section is dedicated to him. Thank you, Kenny Moore, for your fierce dedication to a sport that you loved. Number 3. Running high volume. This one's no secret. What many elite runners do that non-elites don't is they run a higher absolute volume. By running a lot, a runner demands more and more of their glycogen be used on a regular basis. And this precious resource is valued so highly by the body. When it's chronically taxed, the body will shift into using more fat, both running and during recovery. Other adaptations may occur that will support using more fat too, including expanding the capacity of the lungs in order to inspire more oxygen, eliminating wasted movement and improving efficiency when running in order to further conserve energy, and allowing for more fat to be used at a given pace. High volume is relative. Recall how Jeff Galloway ran up to 210 miles per week and he still didn't perform his best until he cut his mileage down and focused on long runs instead. Also recall Jerry Lindgren, who ran over 200 miles per week too, and he had great success even at the shorter distances on the track. How high you go with your mileage is an individual thing. More isn't always better, but I haven't observed any elite runner who trains less than 70 miles per week. And most marathoners fall into the 90 to 140 miles per week range. Number 4, running high volume at or near race pace. Elite runners run more miles at or near race pace than average runners, but it's not because they run a higher percentage of their runs at race pace. It's instead a product of their higher mileage. And the actual percentage of mileage run at race pace is often even lower than for an average runner. It's not recommended to simply run more miles at race pace. It might lead to injury or burnout. It's instead preferred to use the triphasic model in order to increase your ability to run a few very high volume runs at paces that are relevant to your race later in the training cycle. For example, an average runner may not be able to handle running 16 to 20 miles at marathon pace 3 times in the month leading up to their race because it's simply too big of a run. For an elite runner who trains 120 miles per week, a 16-mile run only represents 13% of their weekly volume, and thus they can repeat this run again and again and not really get injured or burned out. For a runner training instead 50 miles per week, the same run would represent a full third of their weekly mileage, and it would be difficult to repeat often. Although quantity of race pace running is a key indicator of performance, it's only true if it's kept as a low percentage of overall volume. Therefore, the triphasic model should be used to improve mileage at an easy pace first, before introducing longer race pace runs later on. Okay, here's your third general hack here. Number 3, 36 hours before your race. Here is a fantastic hack that any runner can use to store more glycogen leading up to their race and push the wall back by an additional 1 to 3 miles. And it can be accomplished in just 15 minutes. Many runners attempt to carbohydrate load before a race by simply stuffing themselves with foods that they think are high in carbohydrates. And you see Appendix E for more on the illusion of carbohydrate loading. Simply eating more carbohydrates doesn't mean that they're going to be stored. Without insulin, the carbohydrates consumed in a pre-race meal cannot be stored as glycogen. And without insulin, the carbohydrates would stay in your blood and eventually poison you. This is essentially what diabetes is. Insulin levels increase as a response to either high-intensity exercise or the intake of sugar. So, carbohydrate loading shouldn't be just a process of eating as many carbohydrates as possible and hoping that insulin can keep up. Proper carbohydrate loading should include first elevating insulin sensitivity, available through short periods of exercise and proper diet that is low in fat. You can hack your ability to store more glycogen by simply doing a short run that's very fast and then stopping and eating. Here's how it works. When you perform even a short run at a fast pace, insulin is elevated and it's going to remain high for about 20 minutes after you stop. Theoretically, a fast-paced run would be done the day before a race in order to maximize glycogen stores. The problem is that doing a high-intensity run this close to a peak race might yield more problems than it solves. The recommendation then is to get the best of both worlds by doing a glycogen store run 24 to 36 hours before a race, and that'll elevate your insulin, but it's not very taxing. The run consists of a warm-up, just slow running for perhaps 1 or 2 miles, followed by a few short 100-meter strides to make sure that your muscular range of motion is available, and then do a 90-second interval at about 3 to 5K race pace. That's it. This is enough time for the body to signal the release of more insulin, but it's not long enough to produce any kind of fatigue that's going to hurt performance on race day. Then, after the 90-second interval is performed, you want to immediately capitalize on the 20-minute insulin spike and eat about 400 to 600 calories of carbohydrates, preferably in an easy-to-digest form, such as raw fruit juice, or lightly cooked vegetables or starches, such as steamed potatoes or rice. This tactic will allow running to remain easy and short in the day or two leading up to your race, while increasing glycogen stores. And from this point until the start of the race, all you need to do is keep your percentage of calories from carbohydrate up to about 80% of all your calories. Eating more isn't necessary. Just making sure that the calories that are eaten are predominantly from carbohydrate, and that'll suffice. And the final hack for you is on race day. When the gun goes off, you have an opportunity to save valuable glycogen early on in the race by burning a higher percentage of fat. And achieving this shift towards fat metabolism is one of the valuable adaptations that comes from years of running. And many runners sabotage this early on by eating too close to the start of the race. If you have elevated insulin at the start of the race, then you'll use more glucose and less fat than if you had lower insulin. Because insulin is secreted in response to eating, it's not wise to eat directly before a race, because it'll produce a spike in insulin, and then you'll begin your race by burning a higher percentage of glucose than is optimal. So, eat breakfast early, and don't take in any calories in the 2 hours before the start of the race. This is generally enough time for insulin to peak and then return to a baseline. After the race starts, give insulin sufficient time to rise naturally in response to your running pace, and don't ingest any calories until at least 20 minutes or 5 kilometers, whichever one comes first, into the race. At this point, your insulin levels will be relatively stable, and eating additional sugar from food or supplements won't spike your blood sugar significantly because of the demand of the working muscles. One factor that could inhibit this process is eating breakfast that's, again, high in fat or high in salt. Foods that are high in fat will stay in your gut much longer. Foods that are high in salt also create a hypertonic solution in your stomach that slows how quickly food will exit the stomach. And for those reasons, the best breakfast is high in carbohydrate, high in water, low in fat, and low in salt. An additional hack for improving performance with breakfast on race day. There is an additional benefit to eating raw food. Not only are raw plants, fruits and vegetables, high in carbohydrates and water, they're also much easier and quicker to digest than any other food, including their own cooked counterparts. When raw food is eaten, it's more absorbed than digested. Processed foods, animal products, and high fat and high salt foods must be digested by the body. One could actually go in and measure the stress placed on the body after eating and measure that through white blood cell count in the blood. After a breakfast of a bagel and cream cheese, a slice of bacon and coffee with cream, white blood cell count will be elevated significantly from baseline. After 3 ripe bananas, a few dates, and a glass of fresh squeezed orange juice, white blood cell count would essentially be exactly the same when at rest. Very little energy is needed to absorb a whole, ripe fruit. Considering digestion is one of the most energy-intensive processes our body has, it makes sense to not only optimize insulin levels and sensitivity during the early stages of a race, but also to minimize the digestive cost of breaking down whatever is eaten. And this is further support for eating high water content plant foods as your fuel. A note on fiber. Although eating raw whole plants is a fantastic way to maximize performance and minimize the detriments of heavier foods, there's one catch. Fiber. Fiber is an essential component of a healthy diet, and it should rarely be restricted. That said, fiber and water make up most of the weight of raw plants. At any given moment, it is possible for a person to have 5 to 20 pounds of residual stool in their intestine. And whether carrying extra 5 pounds inside of you or carrying a 5-pound dumbbell on your back, 5 pounds is a lot to carry in a race. Therefore, from a performance perspective, minimizing fiber in just the 24 hours leading up to a race can have the additional benefit of reducing body weight on race day. And this will lead to a lower energy cost of running and less likelihood of bathroom stops being necessary. And it'll instantly increase your VO2 max. VO2 max is dependent on body weight. So when you decrease your body weight slightly, VO2 max literally increases. The best way to have the best of both worlds is to eat plants that are relatively high with their calorie to fiber ratio, such as dates, bananas, and mangoes. Or you can simply just juice fruits and drink that. Personally, that's what I do. When you have the juice, most of the carbohydrates in the water are preserved, and most of the fiber is removed. You have 2 kinds of fiber, soluble and insoluble. The soluble fiber is actually going to remain, but you strip away that insoluble fiber and you strip away all that bulk. Juice has the added benefit of being easily digested and shuttled out of the stomach relatively quickly, resulting in a more stable insulin level after the 2-hour period between breakfast and race time. It's worth noting that although fiber carries with it extra weight, fiber is absolutely essential for your health and for cutting down the weight in your intestine long term. When Elvis Presley died, his doctor, George Nikolopoulos, reported that the king's autopsy revealed that his intestine was nearly twice the width of a normal intestine and was severely blocked up, with estimates that he was carrying around more than 20 pounds of fecal matter in his intestine, although the claims on this range wildly from 15 to 35 pounds. It was a lot. All his life, Elvis ate lots of low-fiber, high-fat foods. Pork chops with mashed potatoes, meatloaf, cheeseburgers, peanut butter and banana sandwiches fried in lard or butter. He loved Eskimo pies. And this pro-inflammatory diet certainly contributed to the fecal buildup that subsequently gave him a heart attack and killed him. Eating high water content, fresh fruits and vegetables, along with whole cooked plants such as potatoes, rice, corn, quinoa, lentils, and beans, provides the correct ratio of carbohydrates, proteins, and fats for all runners at all stages of life. The fiber will slowly clean out any kind of stuck-on matter that has been in the intestines and can help with preventing many health ailments, including colorectal cancer from impacted matter, and will eventually result in a lower body weight if for no other reason than this. I don't know about you, but I'd gladly shed 5 to 10 pounds of rotten old fecal matter from my gut and not only feel better, but weigh less and run faster. It's no surprise then that the top runners in the world eat such diets, from Kenyans consuming ugali, a cornmeal mush, and githeri, which is boiled corn and kidney beans, to ultra runners such as Michael Arnstein consuming 100% raw fruit. What they all have in common is the high percentage of carbohydrates, water, and fiber, and the low percentage of fat, salt, and additives. But don't elite athletes sip sport drink and take gels just minutes before the gun goes off? I know, I've seen this too, and sometimes they do, but it's an illusion. Before Eliud Kipchoge broke the 2-hour marathon barrier at the Ineos 159 Challenge, he warmed up with 25 minutes of easy jogging. Other elite runners often warm up for a similar duration. This means that they are further down the road with their insulin plateau and actually can start taking in calories right before the gun goes off. For most runners, though, a marathon is very far, and you probably shouldn't warm up for 20 minutes unless you're a high mileage runner who's very experienced. Therefore, you should just not be eating until 20 minutes after the gun goes off. Chapter 21: U.S. Military and Pentagon Testing a Pill to Improve Performance. In the field of anti-aging, there's been a lot of progress made in the last 2 years. You may have heard of some of the pioneers in this field. One of the most famous is Harvard professor on aging, David Sinclair. Sinclair is 53 years old chronologically, but he's 33 years old in terms of his biochemistry or his epigenome. He has several tools that he's used to preserve his biological age, and he's doing this very successfully as well for many of his clients. Some of these interventions are directly applicable to improving your running ability. They are completely legal, and they've recently been used by the wealthy elite and the military, and they're anticipated to be available to the public by the end of 2025. A deep dive into anti-aging is beyond the scope of this book, so we'll be sticking to only what is relevant for running. We often believe that an athlete's genes are what determine their performance. We pay lip service to the fact that they train hard, they have a team of coaches supporting them, but the truth is that we often have a deep belief that the best of the best are that way because of a blessing that they received at birth. And the truth is that it's not your genome that determines who you become, it's your epigenome, the genes that are expressed. Epi means above. Your epigenome is the cellular software that controls your DNA. It teaches each cell what genes it should turn on and what genes it should turn off. When you hear beautiful music on the piano, it's not the keys on the piano. That's like the genome that are to be given the credit. They're indeed important. It's the piano player, or the epigenome, that makes the music. In the same way, your genes are not deterministic. What genes are expressed is largely affected by diet, sleep, exercise, your weight, radiation, metal toxicity, lifestyle choices, and even more. There are 7 master genes called sirtuins that essentially control your genetic expression by turning on and turning off certain genes. They also function in directing DNA repair. And there is a fuel for them called nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, or NAD, NAD+ to be exact. When you're young, you have an abundance of NAD+. And when you turn about 50, NAD+, which I'll from here forward talk about as just NAD, drops by more than 50%. This decrease in NAD that occurs with age is detrimental to your ability to produce energy, recover, and to build new muscle, ligament, and tendon tissue, and to countless body functions that aid your running in every aspect of your life, including your memory, cognition, and fat metabolism. Now, this is a problem for runners for two reasons. First, NAD is literally required for sirtuins to function. Sirtuins are an NAD-dependent enzyme, and with a limited supply of NAD as fuel, they're not able to carry out their roles of regulating inflammation, which is necessary for athletic recovery and healing, detoxification, which is necessary for recovery, stress resistance, which may lead to overtraining, fat metabolism, an important limiting factor for marathon performance, glucose metabolism, the most important component for fueling running over any distance, and mitochondrial biogenesis, which is a key adaptation to improving aerobic capacity by making more mitochondria. Secondly, NAD is absolutely required for creating energy in the form of ATP inside of the mitochondria. You've heard of the concept of carb loading? Of course, we've talked about it at two different points in this book. Well, carb loading is just storing away more carbohydrates in the form of glycogen, with the expectation that you're going to need that extra fuel on race day. However, glycogen itself is not energy. Your body must first break the glycogen down into glucose, and then split that glucose into two pyruvate molecules, and then send each of those pyruvate molecules through a complex and kind of miraculous process known as the Krebs cycle. Once the sugar has been broken down and comes out of the other side of the Krebs cycle, you're left with the products of carbon, NADH, FADH2, and the almighty ATP. ATP, or adenosine triphosphate, is energy. It's the only energy used by the body to carry out life. And without it, not only would you be unable to run, but you would drop dead in about 8 seconds. That's how important it is. Now here's the catch. In order to make this vital energy for your running, you must have two inputs: glucose from sugar and NAD. You're already well aware of the importance of eating before a marathon, and you're even aware of the importance of taking in extra calories in the form of sugar during your race through gels, sport drinks, etc., what we've talked about in this book here. But we often don't take in extra NAD, do we? As a very young athlete, you probably had plenty of NAD to do just about whatever you wanted to, including distance running. NAD stores start to decline rapidly after 30, and they fall off a cliff by age 50. What happens when NAD is increased in the body? NAD supplementation is actually not the best practice in order to increase your intercellular NAD. In fact, NAD is actually salvaged by the body pretty well, and it's reused effectively, so you don't even really need to eat that much. But also, NAD is a big molecule, so it's hard for the body to absorb it from your diet. So you don't need to eat it even. The trick is to give the body a precursor of NAD so that the building blocks of NAD are there, and there are two such precursors. They are nicotinamide riboside, or NR, and nicotinamide mononucleotide, or NMN. Which is better, NMN or NR? NMN is easily picked up by transporters that convert NMN in one step to NAD. And this conversion is carried out by an enzyme called NAMPT, nicotinamide phosphoriboside transferase, which goes up under stress and under a calorie restriction, which is a kind of stress, right? And for that reason, it's critical to also continue to train and put your body under appropriate running stress in order to reap the benefits. In contrast, though, NR is a smaller version of NMN without the additional phosphorus. So your body must contribute a phosphorus molecule before NR can begin to be converted into NAD. And for this reason, a more basic recommendation is to take NMN instead of NR. NMN supplementation has been shown to raise NAD levels in animals and humans. When mice were fed 400 milligrams per kilogram of body weight of NMN, they were able to improve intracellular NAD by, ready, 40%. The problem is that it's very difficult to supplement with NMN. In fact, among 6 NMN products tested, none of them had any NMN in it. And part of this might be due to fraudulent products on the shelf, which are largely manufactured in China. Yet, even if NMN is present in a bottle after packaging, within 30 to 45 days, the NMN breaks down, making the purchase of any NMN product impractical and ineffective. And that's where the genius of modern science steps in once again. When NMN is crystallized, it can be shelf-stable for much longer. Metro Biotech is now working on such a crystallized version of NMN called MIB 626. It can raise NAD levels by as much as 200%, even 300%, and it's slated to be publicly available by the end of 2023. This specialized version of NMN has already been used both in the laboratory, in mice, and in the United States Special Forces. In a study published by Harvard Medical School, Sinclair's team gave NMN to 20-month-old mice, equivalent to basically humans in their late 60s or early 70s, and the mice had extreme athletic benefits. The mice formed both new and more densely packed blood vessels in their working muscles. They improved mitochondrial density and function, and with this improved blood flow and power charge energy production capabilities, their muscles grew larger and stronger. The geriatric mice could originally only run a quarter of a mile before exhaustion. But within 14 days of beginning NMN supplementation, they were able to run 2 to 3 kilometers, which is 2 to 3 times more than even young mice. Within 8 weeks, the mice were running 60% farther than the control group. Even more impressive is that the US Military Special Operations Command, or SOCOM, has been using the same compound to dramatically improve energy, endurance, and cognitive capacity. These improvements seem almost too good to believe, don't they? The military almost didn't share these results publicly, but it seemed that the excitement of such athletic progress was too good to bottle up, and these results were revealed to the Daily Mail and the Boston Magazine. Navy Commander Timothy A. Hawks, a spokesperson for SOCOM, said this about MIB 626. If the preclinical studies and clinical trials bear out, the resulting benefits include improved human performance, such as increased endurance and faster recovery from injury. All right, here's a side note for you. During the writing of this book, the status of NMN has been slowly changing. It's been classified as a supplement up to the year 2023, but it's been reviewed by the FDA and sales are being banned. And this isn't because NMN is illegal. It's because it's so effective it's actually being authorized for investigation as a new drug. Now, this may be good news because it'll be under FDA regulation, and therefore the consistency and the quality of NMN may be improved. It also means that companies will be trying to monopolize it and make a boatload of cash. Either way, the status of NMN is evolving, and you should do your own research on whether it can be purchased in high-quality crystallized form or as a pharmaceutical through prescription. Can NAD concentrations be improved with diet? As stated earlier in this chapter, supplementing with NAD directly doesn't work very well because of the size of the molecule. Oral NMN supplementation can work better, but it has its cons. It's both relatively expensive and unreliable in its over-the-counter form. Recall that 6 of the samples tested for quality, none of them had any NMN in it. If you can find a reliable source, though, then the research is currently showing a significant benefit of direct supplementation, chiefly because larger doses can be administered than can be if you're just using your diet. However, it's important to keep in mind that while the available studies support the safety of NMR and NR supplementation, longer-term studies with larger populations, they haven't been performed yet. So, although there may be a large and legal benefit to taking these supplements, they do come with a risk, and perhaps those risks are unknown. These companies would tell you that there are no risks, and the research seems to support that thus far, but it's maybe too early to tell. Therefore, dietary intake of whole foods that can improve NAD+, may be as effective, even healthier, and more economical. Recall, NAD decreases by 50% after age 50, and this reduction of NAD as we age is largely driven by 3 factors, and we'll look at each one individually. Here are the 3 factors. An increased demand for NAD, a lower rate of NAD synthesis, and an accumulation of compounds that inhibit NAD. So let's take them one by one. An increased demand for NAD. The immense demand for NAD is caused by its importance in all metabolism. From tissue repair to nerve preservation to the governing of your gene expression, there are increased metabolic needs to keep the body functioning properly as you age. If the body receives the appropriate fuel, chiefly NAD, it can do a better job at repairing and rebuilding muscle, ligaments, tendons that have been microdamaged through your training, as well as handling many of your bodily needs normally not directly associated with running, but that still contribute to a working body, and therefore your ability to run well into your later years. After age 50, NAD demand is dramatically increased. All right, here's another reason for you why your NAD plummets after age 50. A lower rate of NAD synthesis. Another way to say this is kind of your lack of consuming substances that are high in NAD precursors. The easiest way to increase your NAD in your body is to feed your body the precursors of NAD. And again, those are NMN and NR. Getting more NMN. NMN can be supplemented, but as stated above, it's not reliable, and highly concentrated versions used by the military are still in FDA trials. But perhaps a better approach is just eat NMN in your daily diet. And below is a list of foods that are high in NMN. Cucumbers, 1.87 milligrams NMN per 100 grams. Avocados, 0.36 to 1.6 milligrams. Tomatoes, 0.36 to 1.6 milligrams. Broccoli, 0.25 to 1.12 milligrams. Cabbage, 0.25 to 1.2 milligrams. Edamame, 0.47 to 1.88 milligrams. And mushrooms, 0 to 1.01 milligrams. NMN breaks down when heated to 95 degrees Fahrenheit or above. So therefore, once again, it's best to eat these foods raw. And here's another way that NAD is decreased after age 50. The accumulation of compounds that inhibit NAD. Now, there is a compound in your body called CD38, cluster of differentiation 38 it's called, which inhibits the synthesis of NAD and is observed to increase with age. Inhibition of this enzyme can decrease NADase, which breaks down NAD, and promote, therefore, the boosting of NAD within the cell. Flavonoids inhibit human CD38 activity, and there are a number of flavonoids that have been measured to reduce CD38 in human cells by 50% in various concentrations. That's a heck of a lot. Of those studied, there are 2 that are about 6 times more effective than any of the others, and these are curomanin and luteolin. These flavonoids, they don't need to be supplemented, as they can be eaten through whole foods. And below, I'm going to give you a list of foods that are high in one or both of these compounds. Okay, for curomanin, and if you're listening to this and you want to look it up, it's Kuromanin. Blackberries, 1.4 milligrams per gram. Black elderberries, 7.4 milligrams per gram. And what about luteolin? Well, here's 3 for you. Dried Mexican oregano, 10.8 milligrams per gram. Celery seed, 7.6 milligrams per gram. And radicchio, 0.38 milligrams per gram. Among the other compounds that have been studied that inhibit CD38, there are some that are lower down on the potency list, but they might be easier to consume in larger quantities. And those foods are things that contain apigenin and quercetin, and they can be found in high concentrations in the following whole foods. Apigenin, parsley, 215.5 milligrams per 100 grams. And for quercetin, you can find it in dill, 55 milligrams per 100 grams, and red onion, 31 milligrams per 100 grams. To summarize, increasing NAD levels inside of your cells has been shown to improve endurance performance and recovery from injuries, among a myriad of other benefits. The current most effective practice is to consume crystallized versions of NMN, which is the predecessor to NAD, or the precursor to be more accurate. And this product, known as MIB 626, is currently being tested and used by the US military, and it's not yet available for purchase. Metro Biotech is currently in FDA Phase 1 and Phase 2 trials of MIB 626 and is aiming to gain regulatory approval, again by the end of 2023. The use of other over-the-counter NAD or NMN supplementations is controversial, chiefly because, when tested, 6 out of 6 didn't have any NMN in them. And even if they did, it breaks down within the bottle within 30 to 45 days. So, instead, a healthy and cheap way to increase NAD in the body is to consume foods that are both high in both the precursor of NAD, called NMN, and high in flavonoids, which prevent loss of NAD. The amount of these compounds needed to make a meaningful change to NAD levels in your body are actually very large. A few broccoli florets isn't going to do it. And for this reason and more, I recommend consuming most of your calories in the form of whole, raw plant foods, including a significant amount of the foods listed in this chapter. Chapter 22, Closing. In this book, I've shared with you the triphasic model used by the best runners in the world, the mindset principles that will ensure fulfillment in your training and racing, and many new technology discoveries that are on the frontier of modern science. How these ideas impact you is up to you. They may be merely words in a book, or they may become, if you allow it, to become a great wealth of knowledge and opportunity to grow into the best version of a runner that you're capable of being. I work with about 300 runners individually each year, and I can say with conviction that there are a few things that you, the listener, must remember if you're to be successfully applying what you've learned in these pages. The first is that it's an illusion that you're going to become a better runner now that you finish this book. But here is what I know about you if you're listening to these words right now. Books in the self-help niche, they're only completed around 10% of the time. If you're listening to this, that already puts you in the top 10% of people who set out to accomplish an objective for themselves, at least in the realm of audiobooking. I know that if you've listened to this book and made it this far, that you have what it takes to get your running to the next level. But there's one thing that can hold you back. There's a disease in the world these days that tries to make us think that in order to better ourselves in any area, we must first know what we're doing and gain competency before beginning to change. We don't want to start a business until we know how to run one. We don't want to try dating new people until we feel we know what to say at the bar. We don't want to go for the race times that we know we really want until we think we know the formula for how to achieve them. But you'll never be ready at any time in the future. You're only ever ready from where you are right now. Perfection is the enemy of execution. Had you started doing hill sprints 20 years ago and continued them throughout this day, you'd likely be far ahead of where you are now. And the same for long runs. Had you run 20 miles every Sunday for the last 10 years, likely you'd be further along than you are now. And the past can't be changed. But neither can the future. The only place that you can make a change in your running is right now. Literally right now. So I ask you to do one thing. If you've gotten value from this audiobook, and if you know that you're ready to achieve more in your running, but you haven't started to apply new strategies to your daily routines, then right now, I want you to move towards your goal. As I sit at my computer, recording this book, I'm going to take a break and I'm going to get on the floor and do a set of push-ups. I invite you to do them with me. However many you can do, even if it's less than one, let's do this together. Ready? Okay, I'll be right back with you. Yes, that was fun. Did you do it? I literally just got down on the floor and did a set of push-ups. If you did, great. And if you didn't, hey, no judgment here. But if you don't start now, when are you going to start moving towards improved action? Never leave the site of where you've made a decision without taking some kind of action to move you towards it. If push-ups aren't your thing, then do something small right now to improve your fitness or your mindset about your running. You could do the following. You could sign up for a big race, like right now, go to the website and sign up for it. You could put your shoes on and go for a run, even if it's only for a few minutes. You could put your shoes on and go for a walk. Don't have your shoes handy? Stand up and do 10 lunges. Don't like lunges? Go to the kitchen and eat something green, preferably not green gummy bears. Drink a glass of water and feel it hydrating your muscles and your body for your run tomorrow. You could call a friend and invite them to join you on that run tomorrow and keep you accountable. You could figure out how many weeks you have until your peak race. I mean, the list is endless. But right now, please do me this favor. I've spent hundreds of hours writing this book. It literally took 3.5 years. And in return, I ask that you take a few minutes to invest in yourself. The purpose of this book has been to maximize the return that you get on whatever time you decide to put into training. And that's what we covered in setting up your timeframes. You know now what kinds of workouts will give you the most benefit, regardless of how much time you have available to train. And you know that if you really want to level up in a big way, it starts with the emotion that you're experiencing daily. You know that in order to run the kinds of races and have the kinds of experiences that you really want, your only job is to become the kind of person who already has those things. To adapt your habits, your beliefs, and your emotions to be the same as those of a person who already has that which it is that you want. Then, naturally, when you are that person, guess what? You get to have the same results. And you now know how to structure your training for a guaranteed peak in performance. As you round the end of this audiobook here, I leave you with my deepest gratitude and recognition of the investment that you've put into yourself by completing this audiobook. That quality will serve you well in your training. I'll see you out there. Andrew Snow. Appendix C, How to Healthfully Lower Your BMI. Now, there are a number of appendices for this book, and they're all available to you, the audiobook listener, for free Just go to runelitebook.com/bonuses, and they're free. They're in there. I'm not going to put all of the appendices into the audio section here, but I'm going to read the ones that are really indispensable that I really want you to hear. Here we go. How to healthfully lower your BMI. The short answer is through diet. Diet is a bigger predictor for health and body fat percentage than exercise. We know that in the general population, people with a plant-based diet have the lowest BMIs, and we know that empirical evidence shows that elite runners have a lower body fat percentage. We also know that one of the chief reasons why people on a plant-based diet have lower BMIs is because their diets are generally lower in total fat and higher in total carbohydrate. Now that's good news because we also know that runners with diets high in carbohydrates have better running economies than do runners with higher fat or ketogenic diets. 3 weeks of intense running combined with low-carb, high-fat ketogenic diets in elite runners, despite an increase in aerobic capacity, actually impaired running performance due to a reduction in running economy. Conversely, a period of high carbohydrate intake improves running performance due to a reduced oxidative demand of the substrate. Therefore, although your training really matters, it's an uphill battle if the excess body fat is being carried around. The increased energy demand of just 1 extra pound carried on the body equates to slowing you down by about 2 seconds per mile. This estimate assumes that the weight is carried near your center of mass or around your waist. As that weight moves closer to your feet, it has up to 6 times more impact on your performance. So, assuming that your legs have any weight to lose at all, the performance benefit of losing even just 1 pound is more likely to be closer to 3 seconds per mile. Simply moving from an average to a healthy BMI or from a healthy BMI to an elite BMI may represent approximately 35 to 40 pounds of body weight. Shedding that weight alone, regardless of training, is enough to take off approximately 45 minutes from a marathon. Now, that's a whole heck of a lot. Even if you only have 10 pounds of weight as additional body fat, a very conservative number for many people, losing that weight can improve your marathon by roughly 13 minutes. And that's if the weight loss were in a vacuum. Assuming that the weight is lost through healthy strategies, meaning not starving oneself or cutting off a limb, then there's likely to be even more additional benefits. Eating the plant-based diet that can lead to this weight gain loss may also cause beneficial alkalizing of the blood, improved artery function, better recovery, and a myriad of other benefits that will likely improve your running and racing even more than just losing the weight. So, how to lose weight and not die it? When it comes to weight loss, I'm not the author who's going to show you before and after pictures and fill in the pages with anecdotes. I'm interested in what the best available evidence-based published research says right now. With enough portion control, anyone can lose weight. I mean, you could lock someone in a basement and force them to lose as much body fat as you like, but that's hardly an effective strategy if the goal is to also be running. Similarly, you could chain someone to a treadmill and perhaps get a similar result. Cutting off unnecessary appendages would also work. But what's the best regimen that doesn't involve calorie restriction, exercise, or a felony? The single most successful strategy is a diet of whole plant foods. The BROAD study, BROAD, which was a randomized controlled trial using a whole food plant-based diet for treating obesity, achieved a greater weight loss at 6 and 12 months than any other trial that does not limit energy intake or mandate a certain exercise ever has before. We've known for more than 40 years that those who eat a predominantly plant-based diet weigh, on average, 30 pounds less than the normal population. But we haven't been sure if it was the diet itself that led to a lower weight, or if it was just that the kind of people who gravitate towards such a diet also have other habits that lead to lower weight. And that's why the BROAD study is so important. It controlled for lifestyle and put the diet to the test. During the BROAD study, researchers in New Zealand went to the region with the most obesity in the country, and they randomized participants into 2 groups. One that received standard medical care for reducing body weight, and one that received semi-weekly classes offering advice on fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and legumes. The test group was only informed about the benefits of diet, and that was it. They were left on their own to make their own decisions. Even without any restrictions on portions, members of that test group lost an average of 19 pounds by the end of the study. And when the study ended, the instructions were dropped, and participants went back to normal life. The researchers wanted to know how much weight they'd gained back after being turned loose. So they did a follow-up at 6 months. What they found was amazing. At 6 months, the participants had continued to lose weight, and now they were down an average of 27 pounds. The group reported a very high statistical significance of subjects both feeling physically better and mentally better. Well, what about a year later? Even in studies that last a year, by the end of a few months, weight loss generally starts to creep back in and rise again. The Broad study lasted only 3 months, but after a whole year had passed, the participants not only lost more weight than in any other study done before, but they kept it off, more than in any other comparable study. Anyone can lose weight for a short period of time through sheer will. The difference with the whole food plant-based diet is that people are encouraged to eat ad libitum and to focus their efforts on improving the quality of their food rather than restricting the quantity or using exercise as the main strategies for weight loss. When eating a diet in whole plants, fruit, vegetables, grains, and legumes, and eating as much as they like, the average person will consume 50% fewer calories during the day. This is possible because they're eating more calorie-dilute foods that are high in fiber, and fewer calorie-dense foods such as meats, cheese, sugar, and fats and oils. But it's not just about the calories consumed. On such a whole food plant-based diet, it appears that the body burns more calories at rest or during sleep. The resting metabolic rate of people on a whole food plant-based diet is up to 10% higher, which can translate into burning hundreds of calories more per day, even without doing anything, where non-plant-based individuals burned an average of 1,254 calories per day. Those on the whole food plant-based diet burned 1,536 calories per day. If there is one recommendation to make based off of these findings, it's to wall off your calories. Animal cells have easily digestible membranes, which allow our gut to effortlessly get the calories out of them. Plants, they have walls around their cells, and in our diet, it acts as indigestible physical barrier. This results in more being required to break them down and digest them. And the result is that it slows down digestion, and that reduces blood sugar spikes. And that's why a whole plant food diet is best. When plants are ground up and pulverized, like in grain flour, their cell walls are destroyed, and they're now more easily and quickly digested, which can spike blood sugar. If you eat structurally intact foods, plants, you avoid these problems, and you also regulate the ileal brake that dials down your appetite. These are all good things if you want to reduce your body fat, improve BMI, reduce all-cause mortality, and race faster. In short, get as many of your calories, carbohydrates, proteins, and fats as you can from sources that are encased in cell walls. And this would be from plants in their intact raw form. I recommend checking out an outstanding runner. His name is Michael Arnstein, and you can find him on YouTube. His channel is called The Fruitarian. You can also read a little bit more about him in Chapter 14. Appendix E, Common Myths About Fueling for a Race. Spaghetti dinner! The night before a big race, many events host a pasta dinner. Runners show up and generally have a good time bonding, getting their heads in the game and loading up their bellies. The idea of carbo loading seems logical. You need carbohydrates in order to fuel explosive movement. And when most people think of carbohydrates, they picture pasta and bread. Problem number 1, fat. Now these dinners, they're not high carbohydrate. They're high fat. Fat has more than twice as many calories per gram as carbohydrate or protein, which means that even a small volume of fat contributes a large percentage of calories to a meal. The pasta itself might actually be high in carbohydrate, but it goes downhill from there. Most sauces have olive oil and cheese added to them, both very high in fat. Then, more grated cheese on top. Often, there's meatballs or meat sauce containing even more fat. A salad is normally included, but because lettuce is so dilute in calories, even the addition of 1 tablespoon of oil as dressing to 2 whole heads of lettuce, which is far more than most people eat, makes the salad a high-fat meal. Fat impedes your ability to use sugar the next day. There's a loss of ability to move sugar from the blood across the blood vessels and into the working muscle. It's also not necessary to consume extra fat as fuel storage, as even the most lean runner's body has enough fat reserves to run many marathons. All right, problem number 2, salt. Our bodies are meant to have a certain balance of sodium and potassium. Yet, the majority of people in the US get vastly more than the recommended amounts of sodium and, as it turns out, far less than the recommended amounts of potassium. Worldwide, physical inactivity accounts for more than 10 million years of healthy life lost per year. But what we eat accounts for nearly 20 times that. Unhealthy diets shave almost 200 million disability-free years off of people's lives every year. What are the worst aspects of our diet? 4 out of the 5 of the deadliest dietary traps involve not eating enough of certain foods, not eating enough whole grains, not eating enough fruit, not eating enough nuts and seeds, not eating enough vegetables. But our most fatal flaw is too much salt. Just to help put things in perspective, this is on the order of 15 times deadlier than diet too high in soda. According to the FDA Commissioner, Scott Gottlieb, MD, there remains no single more effective public health action related to nutrition than the reduction of sodium in the diet. This is why national and international health organizations have called for a warning label on salt packs and salt shakers with messages like, "Too much sodium in the diet causes high blood pressure and an increased risk of stomach cancer, stroke, heart disease, and kidney disease. Limit your use." Salt also increases inflammation. For example, sodium intake is associated with increased disease activity in multiple sclerosis, which is an inflammatory autoimmune nerve condition, about 3 to 4 times the exacerbation rate in those with medium or high sodium intake levels compared with those getting less than a teaspoon or less than 6 grams of salt in a day. Where's the sodium found in the food, though? In really crappy foods. So it's hard to know if increased salt intake is just a marker for a bad diet overall. But what we do know is that salt and high blood pressure are the cause and effect. How? Because we have more than 100 randomized controlled trials demonstrating that if you cut down on added salt, your blood pressure falls. And the more you cut down, the better. Part of the mechanism may actually be the damage that salt does to your microbiome, the friendly flora in your gut. And no wonder. Our bodies evolved to only handle about 750 milligrams a day. The American Heart Association says that we should stay under at least twice about that. But we're eating more than 4 times what's normal. And it's only getting worse, increasing over the last decade. Anyone care to guess what percentage of Americans exceed the 1,500 milligram upper limit recommendation? More than a decade ago, the answer was 98.8. Just think what it might be today. The vast majority of US adults consume too much sodium, and at the same time, too little potassium, a mineral that lowers blood pressure. Less than 2% of the US adults consume the recommended daily minimum intake of potassium. So, more than 98% of Americans eat potassium-deficient diets. This deficiency is even more striking when compared to our current intake with that of our ancestors, who consumed large amounts of dietary potassium. Our ancestors probably got more than 10,000 milligrams a day, and the recommendation today is to get around half that. Yeah, most of us don't come anywhere near. Put the two guidelines together, and sodium and potassium goals are currently met by less than 0.015 of the US population. So we're talking close to 99.99% non-compliance. Only 1 in 6,000 Americans even hits the recommended guidelines. Appendix F, Complementary Training. In this appendix, you'll find some entry-level information on a few devices, practices, and supplements that can be very useful in enhancing performance. We'll go quick here. Underwater treadmills. Underwater treadmills are a fantastic way to continue to train even when you're injured. Most runners will not utilize them simply because they believe that getting one may be inconvenient or expensive. And this can be a huge advantage to a runner who's very committed to their training. I don't think that underwater treadmills are necessary if an injury occurs early in training. But when you're in your specific phase of training leading up to a peak race, they're indispensable. Now, I'm including in your bonuses here, you can just go to the appendix, a great article on how the Olympian Galen Rupp used an underwater treadmill to help him break the Olympic trials record. But, to get that URL, you're going to have to go and look at this appendix online. And you can do that for free. runelitebook.com/bonuses. But then, if you'd like to get your own session on an underwater treadmill, you can locate these things. You just have to rent them. And you can go to, for example, www.hydroworks, hydroworks, hydroworks.com. and you go to /contact/locations, and you can find these. Okay, here's another one for you. Alter G treadmills. An Alter G treadmill essentially reduces the atmospheric pressure from your waist down by surrounding your lower body with pressurized air. And this can allow an injured runner to start running earlier if you want to minimize impact. But it can also allow you to just run faster at the same energy output, so you can do great speed training. Alter G treadmills can be found in many major cities. I've had my runners use them. You can rent them for either 30 minutes or 60 minutes at a time. So you can just find a location, go online and go to alterg, ALTERG.com. By the way, I'm not associated with these. They're just really cool tools. All right, here's another one for you. Strength training. Because there's so many resources out there, I invite you to a free training that I did for my VIP runners, where I break down the top 5 strength exercises that many runners will benefit from. Instead of going through and describing how to do all these motions to you in an audiobook, I'm just giving you them as a bonus. And it's an in-depth training that explains which exercises elites do, why you want to do them, so that you understand exactly why and exactly how each one benefits you. And you can get this by just going to runelitebook.com/bonuses and click on strength training. NAD+. Well, we have a whole chapter on that, but I do suggest that you supplement with one of the precursors of NAD or one of the foods that leads to NAD. Breath and cold training. I recommend that you actually go and get Wim Hof's online course. WIMHOF. Wim Hof. He has online courses where he helps you progress through cold and breath work. Now, I do that in my courses as well, but you can just go on YouTube and you can find many of these trainings. But essentially, you're going to get yourself in cold water and you're going to work on a certain kind of breathing technique that is beyond the scope of this book. I do teach it, but so does Wim Hof. It's completely free. Just go find it. I've personally used his 10-week version and I can recommend it. I don't benefit financially from this referral. I just personally believe that he's the best one in the world at teaching these practices. This has been Run Elite, Train and Think Like the Greatest Runners of All Time. Written and narrated by me, Andrew Snow. Produced by One Night Stand Studios. Post by Austin Halterman. Text copyright 2023 by Andrew Snow. Production copyright 2023 by Andrew Snow. All rights reserved. Thank you so much for listening to this audiobook. It took 3 years to write it, and if anyone's ever said to you that writing a book is much more involved than they ever thought, they were right. From doing over 2,000 coaching sessions with the amazing runners who I work with, I've learned through sheer repetition what really works for most runners who are willing to do what it takes to step up. And my hope is that this audiobook represents a distillation of this process in a format that you can come back to again and again, whether it's on your phone or your computer. If you found this book to be helpful, I would greatly appreciate if you would give an honest review of the book on Amazon. It'll help me, of course, but it's also going to help other runners who will benefit from the information in this book. I read each and every comment personally, and I look forward to connecting with you through your words should you choose to leave a review. And in fact, I'll make it easy for you. Instead of having to scroll around and trying to find where to leave a review, you can just go to runelitebook.com/review. And it's going to redirect you to the Amazon page so you don't have to try to find it. I look forward to hearing from you, and I'll connect with you on my next book. I'll see you there. Take care.